I'm Tristan. So Imbo Gallade, that L is going to be changed to an I. I have faith. And then this is my man Spencer.
Yeah, how's
Big
it going,
Speezy.
everybody?
We have 11 teams. Is that official? 11 teams locked in. 33 players. Should be fun. I usually win these, but I'm going to take some time off and do a little commentating, make it fair to everyone.
Let everybody
First
have,
we had
have a shot.
First, we had to chop up the team, different teammates, made it a little more fair. Scintillas won anyway. We'll see if that happens again today. But yeah, we'll have a good one. Legacy, Standard, and Pauper today. Legacy deck lists already look pretty varied. A lot, not a lot of much. I don't know if we have any repeat decks.
I don't think so. I guess we'll find out once the last deck list gets submitted.
Still waiting on one.
But
Pauper is probably the best it's been in a while recently too. So I'm looking forward to a lot of fun Pauper games, a lot of fair gameplay. And Standard's a little bit of a mess, but I think it's going to be a good time to see some new cards come up. A lot of fun to generate stuff for Standard.
And honestly, that's the whole reason that people are tuning into this stream, is to have a break from
yeah, right.
the madness of VV and just all these blue-red spells being put on the stack. Right?
Anyway, round one is going to be VV Mirror. So, no, I'm kidding. No, we'll be in good shape. I'm pretty excited. We're going to start with Legacy to start the day, I believe. And then we'll kind of go from there based on what lists look like. I don't expect too many of mirror matches today at all, any format, but
no, that's what Trios is all about. Everybody gets to take a break from the sweaty grind of competitive Magic and just play something they like. Obviously, the room is fairly varied, so you get to not look forward to a lot of mirror matches. Obviously, people are still bringing some of the best decks in the format. Obviously, in Pauper right now, I think Wildfires is one of the stronger choices in the format. We did have somebody show up and bring the very resilient Poxwalkers combo deck.
Yeah, fun one.
And then obviously I think we have a couple, or at least one or two players on VV. So
yeah, we have two High Tide players as well for the Pauper. It's gonna be fun. That one's maybe not as fun to watch as it is to talk about, but it's gonna be a good time. Yeah, I mean Standard should be fun. There's a lot more mid range than you'll see other kind of formats. But other than Abuelos, I don't think it's. I think we have one aggro, dedicated aggro player.
Yeah.
Two VV players, but nothing crazy. So it'll be fun. Listen, I take down trios with red green smugglers and stuff just
that's
because
true.
That's what trios is for.
We should have started a bingo card for if we saw some of our pet cards. Smuggler Surprise would have been one of those cards.
I would try to put Smuggler Surprise on every round though, so I don't think that would be a good idea. I'll put one on their sideboard. I'm like, hope he brings it in.
Actually, speaking of some of the mid-range decks in Standard, did you see yesterday where Bob Maher, in his post-game interview after he was being interviewed by Ailey, and she just asked him, why did you end up sleeving up Blue-White Omniscience instead of, your namesake card in Dark Confident? And he was like, I, have just been busy with life, didn't have a whole lot of time to prep, and I actually realized that I don't know what matters in combat in this format. So he just wanted to circumvent combat altogether, and that's why he ended up on the list, because he's like, I don't need to know what really matters.
Yeah.
I'll dispersal the things that get huge.
It's always the same, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just like, it kind of feels like old school Magic, where you'd have these, back before the advent of Moto and Arena and all those.
I want to talk about those dark times.
Yeah.
Moto.
Well, before deck lists and formats got solved really quickly,
yeah.
You could just bring your janky combo deck and just run the tables in the Swiss. So
it's also interesting something like Cecil and Dark Confidant, where you can build a deck that's gonna beat the Steel Cutter deck with that, but then it's hard in 2 weeks' time to build something that beats that. Doesn't just absolute to Omniscience or Domain or Mono Red, that kind of thing. So. When I grinded a little bit Standard for this event, just to make sure I knew what the hell I was talking about. That was the first thing I tested. I was like, I want to try this out and see if anyone's gonna pick it up. The mono black deck, especially, I thought was pretty fun.
How was it?
It was fine. You could beat all the fair stuff, and then you hit against Abuelos. You're like, I hope I draw duress. It's really, it's really tough to gear towards how powerful these Standard decks are. But it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see something. I know we have a blue-black mid-range player today. We have, some Pauper. We're going to see a lot of weird terror decks that you don't see too much of anymore, so it should be a good time.
Cool.
Do you want to take bets on who's going to win?
I'm
Team Scintillas all the way.
Yeah, it's hard to root against Scintillas, right?
Yeah, you start up you start up 1-0 in your match every time, That's my key to victory right there.
That's true. And at least he's staying on brand. So Scintillas, for those of you who don't know, traditionally will play either the most heinous alt art terror deck of all time, Or he's usually blowing up people's lands. He is a well-known sicko in the community that prefers a lot of the Ponza strategies. So the Wildfires deck is kind of straddling that line a little bit of it's blowing up my lands, blowing up your lands, or not blowing up my lands because they end up being indestructible bridges.
Yeah, to me, it's almost out of his element because he's not being able to cast Brainstorm and he's not able to cast Arbor Elf. So it's kind of a weird situation.
We'll have to see once if we get him on camera. We'll have to see if he has any like really heinous choices.
Oh, he's the one that has 4 different full art Brainstorms in his decks, right? And his Ponders are all just a disaster. But I mean, it'll be interesting.
He gets to play Tarmogoyf though in the form of Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah, Tarmogoyf is what we're calling that card now.
Well, I mean,
4 mana, the caster 7-drop.
I mean, the Jund Wildfires deck shares some similarities with the like old standard deck that was Jund. I don't know if you remember this in like 2013 when like you were actually casting Farseek on purpose to ramp into like your.
I feel like you're saying this derogatorily, but really it was the perfect time to be alive.
It really was. As a known Farseek enjoyer.
Yeah, this may be a bad pair. We're both too old to be talking about Magic. We're gonna think about the good old days. I'm gonna bring up Bant Pod and Standard soon. Talk about
too young to be Bob Marr. Right. Too old to be. What, Nathan Sawyer?
I don't know. These kids, all these Zoomers now, just also like they grind so well. They're so efficient. It's crazy.
They do.
But I'm looking forward. I think I'm looking forward to Legacy the most today, just because it's hard to actually get to be able to watch them Legacy. It's a pretty rare occasion. Pauper's in a good spot though, so that should be fun. We'll throw some Standard if there's an interesting matchup. Standard, I would say, is I'm third excited for here personally. Part of that's just because it's so easy to watch Standard now.
That's true. Yeah, really excited. I mean, Pauper has really benefited from the banning of Deadly Dispute and Rebirth and Brutescale. Like, it's really not clear to me what the best deck is. I think like the Kark Clan Shaman Toxin Analysis combo is one of the stronger things to be doing, just because there's so many creature decks in the format now.
I enjoy when the strong things to do don't immediately win you the game, though. Yes. It's one of those cool things with that combo where it's like it's 2 cards, it resets the field, puts you in a good position. But you don't just scoop up the cards afterwards, usually, I mean, obviously some situations, some like adult or something. But it's also interruptible. I just like that kind of interaction thing. I even thought Brutescale was pretty fun for the most part. It was just a little too push for what it could do and a little too heinous in some of the top decks areas, Yeah. But Deadly Dispute Con is absolutely a huge, way better change. So just so extremely efficient. It was black Ponder plus ramp. It was like, that's talk about Farseek,
Ponder, it was almost
having your Deadly Dispute deck just all of a sudden draw you into cards.
With the Wellspring, it was basically ancestral.
Nuts, yeah. No, it was one mana, draw 3 is like nuts. It's been like, and it didn't like the setup was so just like get to turn 3 was the setup. It was never like, oh yeah, it was so I'm not sad to see that gone at all.
Yeah, well, and the game actions were very much geared around like chucking things in the graveyard with Rumble or just drawing cards.
Yeah,
and that's not fun necessarily to like. It's not Magic the Drawing.
Yeah,
and it certainly makes it more boring on the commentator side of
just
things.
Being able to do that and also be so efficient and not, if you're doing that kind of stuff, you should be able to get blown out by Kadoltha pretty easily, and like it wasn't always the case. You should be able to be weak to High Tide. That wasn't the case. So
right.
High Tide on ban's funny for me. Last time I played High Tide, it was very different looking list with about 6 different ban cards. Now I was a big Cloud of Fairies enjoyer back in the day for Pauper when I was high tiding. But it's cool. I mean, they're not super resilient. They can be interrupted with, but they still the go off window and potential is very explosive sometimes there. So
yeah, I agree. It's also like a classic High Tide that it's never a deterministic kill, or usually is not a deterministic kill, right? Like you just kind of chain spells. You make a bunch of mana. It's almost deterministic. Yeah,
like
almost deterministic.
You could technically draw 10 islands and lose, which has happened before, but
definitely.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They do have the loop with that the card I can't think of right now. Look at the list in a bit, but it does let you reset if you go through it out. Sure. Then you just mill your opponent with Replicate for 100 mana. That's fine.
True. I like a stream of thought.
Yeah, it's.
I'm usually doing it the fair way with Fog.
That's not fair. Yeah, wait, no Walls players at Turbo Fog today, do we?
Unfortunately not. Which may make for a better viewing experience, but
what? That's surprising, just because locally, I think there was a 1K Pauper recently that there were 2 Turbo Walls players in the top 4. So seeing them not here is, I guess they probably had to fill the standard legacy seat,
Yeah. I think that's what makes trios fun too. Is like you get variety by virtue of like if you have just a lot of format specialists locally, those people will always show out. And then we have a pretty healthy Pauper community here in the Nashville area.
Absolutely.
Inevitably, I think we cap at 20 teams. Is that about right?
Sounds right. Sounds right. About to handle, yeah.
So some of those people are forced to pivot to other formats just to make sure that they can fill the roster, so to speak.
Yeah, and legacy players are so like diehard, like they'll show up to any legacy event. So you have that plus a dedicated Pauper community, and it's like, all right, well, now your teams are loaded. People are lending Pauper decks. People are offering you tabernacles or whatever you need. Just to borrow for the day. So, pretty great. When I first came to this community, I was like, it's pretty wild how welcoming they are with cards. Where I had not met Austin, the judge, today, and he was like, "Hey, do you want to play trios? I have a deck for you." And I'm like, I haven't met you in person yet. Like,
that's funny.
All right, we are going to get started. Which is this team matchup? I see we have Steven on Stifle Knot on the left.
Joe's on. That's the Oops All Spells.
Oh, is it?
So right out of the gate, we're going to see...
This is going to be a weird one.
Yeah, this is going to be a weird one. Although, I mean, the number of stifles and stifle effects and dress downs and all that fun stuff that...
Sorry, is this the Oops or the Dredge deck?
It should be Oops. Or no, you're right. It is Dredge. I'm so sorry. You're right, it is Dredge.
Still a weird one.
Still a weird one.
This one might be over pretty quickly, but so this is the Poxwalker you get to look forward to then.
No. That's the other one. This is the Dredge list, right?
No, Dredge list with the Poxwalkers, right?
Oh, you're right.
Satoru. Listen, this is
too many universes.
New, yeah. Listen, any Lion's Eye Diamond player is pretty much guaranteed to show up to something like this, right? So
that's true. And we have Satoru in the deck list?
You have the one of Satoru, for sure. And then, it's the Bridge for Below build for it, so it should be good. Stifling against Dredge is very weird sometimes. It's very... If you don't do it correctly, it's too late, and then you're dead, which is kind of unfortunate. And if you do it too early where it doesn't matter, you're still dead. But there are stifle effects that will matter.
But there is a Thoracle on the list.
Yes.
The Stifle will be effective for that, for sure.
How does this affect for the Doorkeeper Thrall? What's the wording on that? Will that stop Bridge from Below triggering? That's an ETB causing it?
Bridge from Below cares if things are going to the graveyard. I don't think it's about the ETB effect. That being said, I have never played with Bridge from Below. Just even hearing that card's name really takes me back to the dark times.
So we're gonna have some
the Vietnam era of Hogak and when people were main decking relics and surgicals.
Listen, we're old. Those are not the good old days.
Those are not.
That's not what I want to talk about right now. Losing with main deck rest in peace is not my favorite time to be a Magic player. This will be interesting because you have with Throwkeeper. You're right because he needs to remove that, which is not doable main deck, right?
Yes, and Consign can make it so that I think there are Force of Wills either afterboard or in board.
We have the Leyland's Sanctity, End Void, and Silent Gravestone. Okay. I don't see any instance of an Otherworldly Grave. Like Narcomoeba will leave. What's the Poxwalker trigger? That's when you cast a spell, right?
Yep. So this is the interesting interaction with Cabal Therapy, where as part of paying as part of the process of paying for spells, the Poxwalker will end up in the graveyard, and then you cast you can flashback the Cabal Therapy. Poxwalker will see the cast already in the graveyard.
Gotcha.
And so it's a gnarly kind of internal combo that makes it just so free to strip your opponents.
There's not a really easy combat win con here. So this means if the Doorkeeper does enter and stops Thoracle main deck, it'll be pretty tough to win, right?
Yeah.
Like technically you can win with Ox beats and whatnot, but it's gonna be a tough one, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it'll depend on how soon the Doorkeeper comes down, and then how soon the Bridge from Below gets online, because he could potentially just go wide,
go for turn
right?
2 if he has switch on the play. Yeah.
So no, this might be like classic Legacy, 2 ships passing the night. Steven's trying to make 13-13.
13-13 is not good enough against Dredge, if you're not interrupting the Dredge player,
exactly,
your 13-13 looks embarrassing. Do we know who's on the play yet?
I believe I saw 2 7s rolled, and then got
distracted.
Got too yap friendly.
Got distracted by my dreamy eyes. I get it.
True.
Yeah,
that's true.
Steven is decent amount of. He's on the play. I feel like it helps a lot. Just having
Definitely.
Stifle and all this kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Looks like he is on the play.
I know Dredge isn't like the most fetch heavy deck, but still can get it. Yeah, right there. Careful study to start with.
Here we go. Like somehow better than some people's brainstorms, right? In terms
sure.
of just the amount of stuff and here we go.
Yeah, if the cards matter, that's just
Grave Troll.
That's just draw two essentially.
On the first turn is
and that's along with the Poxwalker behind it. Yeah. Is there anything else that casts in the graveyard other than Cabal Therapy for him?
They can flashback the
looting,
Memories
right?
Journey
and looting too. Yeah.
And
Faithless Looting.
Faithless Looting. Yep.
Tutorial's pretty crazy with this. I feel like that's pretty nuts.
Is going to be nuts. It's how many are in the list?
Just one. Yeah.
But man, as far as one-ofs go,
I mean, yeah.
Being able to just like
if your Narcomoeba hits and you dredge another 6, it's pretty wild. Yeah. Go to Surveil turn 1. I wonder if this is a Thrill Keeper here. Just because what else is like good enough to keep a do nothing hand? I guess maybe he's holding. Maybe he was believing in Stifle there. Yeah. It's hard again. I mean, I don't know if he knows the matchup, but Dredge just is what they play 6 fetches. Like it's not Murktide where they're gonna have things. Gonna mill Dreadnought.
A Dreadnought. Okay. Unrelated. I love the look of Steven's list. I believe it is fully foil if I'm not
that Saga?
mistaken. Yeah,
that's the game day one.
Oh yeah,
man, those are awesome.
He's got all the good stuff.
Why do they make the promo arts like the textless one's the most confusing cards of all time?
It makes sense why we've been. We got a reader on Stifle Knot.
He needs to not give him a chance to respond. I guess it has to resolve first. Go straight up Stifle. Very nice foil, pretty Stifle.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think this is good. It sounds weird. I really don't think this is good enough, right?
We'll see.
13/13 trample.
So it depends on if we hit like a Narcomoeba and we can really start to go berserk.
Bridge and Narcomoeba.
Oh my goodness.
3 hits. Oh, another Narcomoeba. Like this is just it gets so overwhelming and powerful. You know, like we have 2 of those. That makes 2 zombies.
That is correct. Unless they all see each other at the same time. Like in other words, all 6 go to the graveyard.
But they goes to the graveyard. Okay.
Yeah.
So we need another mill. Well, this LED might do some work then. Threshold basically already online for this Cephalid Coliseum.
Threshold. Is that?
If you have 7 more cards in your graveyard, we're old man. We got all this stuff. All right, so let's see what this triggers.
So we've been the Golgari Grave Troll.
There's the one of Ox and Dread Return.
Okay.
I feel like I can hear them speaking so clearly that I'm nervous.
I know.
Too loudly. Like, I want to be like, I guess everything's face up now for the Dredge player, but
that's why we get to enjoy the sultry bass a little bit. Keep it a little subdued.
I gotta read Bridge from below text. So what if he just throws another Stifle Knot down? Does that get rid of him because that dies, or one of his creatures has to die?
Yeah, so we're doing things a little bit out of order. I think the announce of the Ox may have gone on the stack, and so we needed to escape things before.
Yeah.
So the Force was kind of reflexively responded to the Ox.
So what if, like, let's say Steven just plays a Stifle Knot and it just dies, right? Or Stifle Knot, Dreadnought, and it just dies. That will remove the Bridge from they're gone now, but
yeah.
And then this is another one we didn't mention, but the Ox cast will bring back this Poxwalker.
Yep.
That should be 4 cards in graveyard now, so now he can't activate this Cephalid Coliseum. And obviously he's floating red. Poxwalker trigger missed. Cast from graveyard, right?
I believe it should be. Yeah, might be cast from anywhere other than your.
Poxwalkers, yes, anywhere from other than your hand, graveyard of Alpha tap. So I believe it's a mixed trigger. Or maybe he just knew he could cast this other.
Could be. Oh right, we have the floating mana from the LED. That's how.
The floating mana would be 2 red, right?
So I believe the the escape cost for the Ox is red, and
Right.
exile the other 8.
So LED would
we
have
had
red.
one red
Right.
floating plus the flashback. So we're cool.
Cool, man. I was just saying because he had 7 cards for his threshold for Cephalo Coliseum. If you want to draw 3, discard 3.
Oh, I see.
And once he escaped, that was off the table. A very cool mountain.
Well, I guess it depends on which legacy player. Some might say that you can only have the ones that are Avon,
right? Yeah,
Avon flavored or from the original. Kind of.
We should only have legacy
13.
players on today because they're gonna have the prettiest cards, right?
That's true.
I said his 13-13 wasn't good enough. Now it's looking pretty good, right?
Actually, I'm sorry. It might be a 12-12. 2 shadow pills.
Yeah,
conversation last night.
No shadow players today in this.
No
standard
yeah,
Pauper
what are they
decks,
doing? Shoot. I think 2 team trios ago, or maybe it was less. I had a friend who, his name is Drake. He is a long time kind of spell.
Yeah, real quick. Narcomoeba, Poxwalker is another one card, but nothing can be casted unless Pox again. I don't think red mana of it. So now he is going to Coliseum. Sorry, go ahead. That.
No, just known spells enjoyer, and he actually did register Death Shadow.
Oh, that's fun.
For our
I feel like that's always like a victim of the meta sometimes, right? It's either like insane or terrible.
Oh, we even have the pimped out Thassa's Oracle.
Very cool. Very cool looting also.
Yes.
So we're going to dredge another Golgari Ritual for the second draw off the Coliseum.
A lot of hits here.
There's Bridge, but he doesn't have enough mana to really take advantage of this. So unless this next one's pretty big, he's still dead, right?
It depends. I mean, he can still block. And
the trample.
It does have oh, yeah, right.
So like right now he's
remind me, the Poxwalkers has Death Touch too, randomly? Is that true?
Something.
Rock, is this true?
Swamp Walk? Death Touch, yeah. 3/1 Death Touch. That's not, it's mean you're dead. You can Death Touch it all you want.
Yeah, so we've got a total of what?
No mana floating. 3 cards in hand is all dredgers. I think he's just dead. I think I was just wrong about Stifle being good enough. Unless he somehow has his creatures die ahead of time for Bridge from Below. Is there Cabal Therapy I'm missing? Oh, there is a Cabal Therapy. That'll do it, right? You sacrifice the Poxwalker's Cabal Therapy,
back.
Get it back, but then the Poxwalker gives you, he can discard his yeah, because he'll get zombies, and he has 1 Cabal Therapy or multiple? Because each of those are going to trigger your Bridge from Below.
Oh right? My goodness. I didn't even realize that Joseph has that Guru Island.
Yeah.
So Guru Island next to Promo Mountain. True king stuff.
Again, legacy players on stream, so it's 4 right there.
That's true.
It's going to get rid of the Narcomoeba for the Cabal Therapy. I don't hear the name. We are going to get some zombies here. Is there 1 Bridge from Below or 2 right now?
I believe
just
there's
1.
2. Because he milled 1.
We exiled 1 earlier.
Oh, we exiled 1
to that. Yeah.
Okay, swords. Double swords.
This still isn't enough, right? Because there's only 5. Oh, another Cabal Therapy will be, though. Because the Cabal Therapy will give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out defense. So 12 minus 7, 5. So if he names swords for this next one, well, I guess he can cast it on Stackable Map. This is one of those weird situations. I think he's going to get another turn here as a dredge player. Definitely. I don't know if it's enough necessarily, depending on what else he gets. Anger actually changes a lot, because now you do get to, like, oh, my Poxwalkers are back, you know. Get another one. Second zombie. He's going to name sword. Oh, we can Spell Pierce this one protected, though.
You can Spell Pierce it, or you can just swords another Poxwalker, the blocker.
Yeah. That's gaining 3 life, right?
It is.
Now he has 2 zombies, 2 Narcomoeba, but 6 defense. Toughness.
Yep.
Against a 12/12, so he goes to 4.
Yeah.
Not great.
I mean, the nice thing is Saga is coming off of Suspend, essentially. Hard to imagine that there isn't their not coming off of the Saga. Or actually, no, just
even Dread Knight. Does he have like a spell bomb or something?
Yeah, we can look at the list.
Soul Guide Lantern, yeah.
I assume main deck, the majority of the artifacts are the only artifact, probably the Dread.
but I'm gonna grab right player.
Copy.
That way.
Copy.
If he nukes this graveyard, this game is just essentially over, and I'd be forced to block out, lose the graveyard. Shadow Spear.
Shadow Spear is a huge game.
So if he equips and swings, he'll go to 31. I think that's beatable. That's crazy to say.
Yeah.
If with anger, if you get enough stuff on the board, don't necessarily know it's easily beatable when you have one land in hand, a bunch of dredgers in hand, but like an LED off the top, it's maybe, I don't know. LED into an Ox, probably pretty good. I don't think you're happy to see this as a dredge player. Oh, he's gonna scoop it up.
Oh wow.
That's gonna be 13 damage. He's gonna block 4, 5, 6, 6, 7 goes to 3. I think LED is the only thing that even comes close to doing top.
Yeah.
Because you discard all your dredgers, or the Ox. Interesting. I'm gonna look at our dredge player's sideboard here. I know we have a bunch of ley lines and silent gravestone.
Yep.
Into the flood malls, maybe okay. Fourth bridge from below is kind of interesting. Ashen Rider is also pretty interesting. I guess that's for Exhume.
Or the Show and Tell decks.
Show and Tell, yep, also true.
Yeah. So because Emrakul has protection from instants, but not
get to pop it. Yeah.
That's old school tech from. I think there's a famous video, maybe with Thomas Enevoldson, where he somehow survives multiple Emrakul attacks, and I can't remember if Ashen Rider was a part of that equation, but
would have helped, probably.
Definitely. Or sometimes, I mean, you have multiple options too in the Legacy space, where sometimes you just do like destroy land. So sometimes it's Ashen Rider, sometimes like Terrastodon randomly makes an appearance.
Terrastodon's a good one too, because it also hits the hate pieces.
Exactly.
Too,
Exactly. So.
What are you bringing in as a dredge player if you're here? Like, because I think Leyline of the Sanctity and Void are both not good enough.
Definitely not.
Silent Gravestone is pretty good against the Saga stuff that you might have access to. Do you have any Saga targets in his sideboard that he's bringing in? Or is it just Surgical?
He doesn't have anything that he's bringing in, but there is Surgical. So Surgical will protect the graveyards.
Okay.
Because Silent Gravestone, I believe, says
can't be targeted.
Cards and graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities.
Yep.
I don't think it protects against the Saga stuff though, because it's not Cage. It doesn't prevent like something from ending.
Right, but sometimes even if they run Soul Guide Lantern or some of this weird kind of fringe stuff, it won't necessarily target because you have to target someone's graveyard.
Right, for the Soul Guide Lantern ETB.
Yeah, and then also if you cap it, it's target player, so I don't think you bring Sanctity in for that. But this is why I can't play things like Dredge, because I'm like, I want all these. I don't know what they're playing,
Yeah, so on Steven's side of things, he's got access to 2 Consigned Memory, 1 Counterbalance, 1 Dress Down, 1 Force of Negation, 2 Hydroblasts, Lavinia, Azorius Renegade.
Lavinia stops when they cast spells that are more mana. Or is that only non-creature?
Well, there's 2 important things about that. Each opponent can't cast non-creature spells with converted mana cost greater than the number of lands that they control.
Okay.
So it might help against some of the flashback stuff, depending on if it's cheaper, like
looting and stuff
Memory's
like that,
Journey.
Yeah,
exactly. And the other important part is when an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter it. So LED, if it's not played in the first 2 turns and you can early Lavinia, just means no more LEDs.
On the draw, though, aren't you always LEDing the first 2 turns,
Well, it might be correct to like aggressively take him off of the mana. So
like a stifle, you can stifle or wasteland first, you mean?
Well, not that. I'm thinking like you might aggressively force of negation, like first an LED or the first careful study.
Right.
Because obviously they don't go through the deck very fast.
Yeah.
If you just take them off of those.
Right. There's a lot of them though.
That's true.
There's a lot of careful study, looting, LED.
Exactly. So like even force on the faithless looting might be really effective to just not just take it off of pitching the dredge targets.
Not having the graveyard for later.
Enablers. Exactly. So Stern Scolding, 2 Surgical Extractions, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 1 Terminus, and 2 Triumph of St. Catherine's.
Terminus not unreasonable either.
Not
That's
unreasonable.
the kind of game you're trying to play,
Yep. So I could see maybe bringing in some number of consigns depending on how he's feeling, even though he has 2 main deck. I think Dress Down has maybe some merit depending on what you want to do.
Dress Down's a weird one because it won't stop anything from the graveyard, and
it'll stop the Thoracle, notably, But you already have a kind of a wealth of those effects.
Yeah, and at that point, he's crushed through his deck and has anger in the graveyard, right? So it's like, I stopped your Thoracle, you attack me for 45, you know?
Force of Negation, I could see. The Lavinia, I could see.
Force of Negation makes a lot of sense. I think you talked me into that one. I think it makes a lot of sense, because you want to hit LED, looting, and Careful Study, right? Correct. So you're going to hit all those anyway, and having the Exile as a bonus, better Force of Will.
And it also cuts off the flashback Ball Therapy, because no mana is spent to cast the
for Lavinia, you mean?
Yeah, so it just counters Cabal.
That's a big one too.
So I think you're obligated to bring in.
He might. It's countered. That's not one that can't be cast, right? 0. He might just get that for a bridge from the low triggers anyway. Put my guy in the graveyard. Get 2 triggers. Sure, you counter it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the same thing where like the prowess deck sometimes will just like play things into a chalice just to have the prowess triggers.
Yeah.
So obviously there's still some utility on the dredge side of things, but I think you're obligated to bring in the surgicals for obvious reasons, even if they have the gravestone. You're obligated to bring in, I think, Lavinia for a lot of the reasons just discussed.
You could definitely bring it into the Flood Maul as the dredge player, right? Just to catch all Lavinia, stuff like that.
Yep.
Maybe he thinks rest in peace, something.
Could be. Yeah, obviously this is like part of the thing you price yourself into if you are playing something that utilizes the graveyard. Is game 1 is supposed to be very good for you.
Yeah.
Because you're just like blitzing things into the graveyard and have all these Narcomoebas and all these bridge triggers. The engine should be rolling, especially in the blind. If your opponent doesn't know what's going on, they keep a hand that's supposed to interact really well with, say, 1 Force of Will or a Wasteland.
Yeah, it's also important to note, like, Steven's interaction was not super heavy that game.
Definitely not.
It was 1 Force, and then he moved on,
Right.
It's just a big clock and a big 13 or 12, but I don't think you can count on that low-level interaction. Like, you're right. Like, you're pretty upset to lose that game.
Definitely.
It was 1 Force Will you had to be. You should hit that every time,
Yeah. So now the games get harder post-board, and this is just always kind of the again, thing you price yourself into as a graveyard sicko is all the hate comes in. You have to find the ways to
graveyard sicko,
Graveyard sicko.
Get that tattooed right across my chest right here. I will say it's funny being the Stifle Knot player and being happy to be post board when usually that's also a deck that wants to win a lot of game 1s.
Definitely.
But want to get that Stifle when you can,
Absolutely. But I mean, it's one of the perks of being almost a taller Delver style deck is like Delver is trying to protect a 3/2, and you're just like, whatever, like I'll make you have something to deal with this 12/12.
Why would I protect a 3/2 when I can protect a 12/12?
Exactly, yeah.
This is going to 5 here now.
Looks like it.
If there isn't a force or something, going to 5 isn't a big deal. This does make a light interaction hand a lot better. 1 Force Negation, 1 Force Will is so much better against 5 cards than. Sometimes LED doesn't care, honestly, but we'll see.
But I mean, I will say that on the dredge side of things, if there are decks in the format that can recover from these low mulligans, it's these style of decks where, again, if you just set up an LED, say LED, Faithless Looting, Golgari Grave Troll. I really can't say that today. And 2 GDTs, like if you force check them and just like dump down in the graveyard, like
going to 4 is a little harder, but
that is
still applies. But
still applies.
It's also some interesting decision moments, right? Where like, let's the dredge player opens on Silent Gravestone. Are you forcing that?
Yeah.
If you have Surgical in your hand, maybe. If you don't,
maybe
not. I don't know.
Well, it may just be something where, like, obviously on the brainstorm side of things, or just somebody that can see more of their deck. Probably not as much as Joseph, obviously. But you can sculpt a little bit better and maybe fumble your way into more interaction.
Yeah, but if you snap force that and they go LED right after, it's like, well, I wish I'd, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but that's why you force these interesting decision points, even as the dredge player. Kind of makes it tough.
Yeah, I agree. Any graveyard sickos in the chat? Yeah.
I have a lot of graveyard sickos. We have land sickos here.
That's
Legacy
true.
players are all just psychos, dude. It's
That's
fine.
true. Our other graveyard sicko, Michael Foal, in Pauper seat.
Standard, right? He's playing Roots.
Oh, that's right. He's playing Roots. Yeah.
He's a big Roots guy.
There may be.
He's been a Roots guy since the day I met him playing Pioneer, my first art skill in the region, where he he went up against Jacob on Greasefang, two decks that were not meta at all. So like the Greasefang player is looking at turn 2 Cauldron, like okay, I just lose. I don't know, but he's been a Roots player since that card came out, so I'm not surprised to see him here with it. Good one. It's fun now. It's finally picks up a new card every set that almost makes it playable, but we'll see now. We'll see the PT results later, but.
All right, so we're knee deep in game 2 already.
Yeah, almost out of resources here. So he should have 3 cards in here. Is this 4?
Can't quite see. Like it's.
Yeah, he mulled to 4, right? We didn't miss one.
4.
Faithless Looting.
Faithless Looting. I don't know. Maybe
it's happening. He's resolving.
I haven't played enough Dredge in this kind of era of Legacy to know if like you want to take the draw like you used to.
Well, you used to take the draw for the landless one, right? So you could discard a card because you were never playing a spell.
One.
Yeah. I don't think you take the draw here. You also don't want to mull to 4 though.
Correct.
An idiot.
Yeah.
It's tough though because if you don't have action, you're like, well, I'd rather have a hand that forces that has the force check than something that does nothing.
Right. I mean, that is kind of, again, the thing that you price yourself into if you're playing one of these strategies. Yeah. The same is true of some of, like, the green-black reanimator decks. Absolutely. Where sometimes it's all breaks, no gas.
Yeah.
In that sense, where you just have all the reanimation and mana and dark rituals and all that stuff, but no entombs, no fatties to pitch. And you're trying to force check and play through interaction.
It's even interesting talking about, like, learning curve for certain decks where like I feel like mulliganing is so important for a dredge deck where that's where most of your learning actually has to come in, and what is a keepable hand in any given matchup, what is a hand I'm looking for, what is terrible, that kind of stuff. Like right now, like this isn't a particularly soft hand to a surgical, and he didn't force the looting, so now if he does have another payoff like LED, something like that, like a lot to fight through here. Obviously slamming a 12/12 will help you here if he has it set up for turn 2, but if you want to be so proactive against the dredge deck that just mulled to 4, like you could still lose. Hitting another marker me, but
yep.
Poxwalker.
This is a good Faithless
Rage from below, Dredge return in the graveyard. Like this is kind of how you have to play. Maybe he's sitting on a Terminus on top of his deck, but still, like this is kind of what you're looking for as a mull to 4 dredge player. So if we get bridge going and there isn't a surgical for this dread return, we are in pretty good shape.
Yeah, surgical here would look incredible. It doesn't seem like that's what Steven found off the ponder.
Well, would you surgical bridge now, or would you wait for a dread return target?
I would be very curious to see the GGTs got 3 of them.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
well, there's only one thug left, right?
Yep.
That's risky for me. That's too rich for my blood. I'd be scared. Maybe. I'd be scared.
I mean, yeah.
Like, I know what you're saying.
Bridge is reasonable, but like,
no, right.
I feel like the way you turbo through, or like he gets to turbo through all this.
Are gonna get the 12. So now, like for instance, if we have Flood Maw here, like what does team look like if he doesn't have another rifle?
Gonna get another dredge from the GGT. It really needs to hit a creature so he can flashback a dread return. Cabal Ritual is a good, or Ball Therapy rather is a good hit as well.
Narcomoeba trigger as well.
There's a Narcomoeba.
So now we do have Dread.
We do have Dread Return online. I don't know that anything is particularly well.
There's 2 bridges in there, right? See one up top in the middle of the row.
Yep.
Where's the second one? I guess there's just one. I guess I saw 2 Dread Returns. So this Cabal Therapy will make a zombie, and then the Dread Return. I wonder what he names this.
I imagine it's got to be a force.
You think it's force or surgical?
If he had surgical, I assume we would have already taken that offline. Fair. Like, right, so I think you can eliminate surgical as an option. I think it's probably just force. Swords isn't super impactful because, again, Dreadnought has trample.
Just blind names Terminus. Oh, it's a daze.
Okay.
He has the mana for this, though, right?
He does have the mana to pay.
Does this just say I have a daze and play in my hand?
Well, it could also be that he's trying to take him off of Cephalid Coliseum activation. Right?
Also very fair, yeah.
Because, like, drawing 3 cards with all these GGTs...
Hold on, we haven't actually seen a land drop yet, though, right? And we have, 2 or 3 unknowns? He could just have another.
Are we talking about Steven?
No, Mr. Joe.
Well, he hasn't actually drawn any cards, right? Because all the replacements.
Only the one. How many cards in his hand though? Oh, I guess he did multiple 4, right? So that one, is that just the GGT in hand?
I believe it's just GG, like whatever he dredged should have been GG.
Oh, looks like he let the days resolve.
Yep.
We are gonna see Coliseum. Poxwalker's on the battlefield and a zombie. I actually missed the Poxwalker there. Really remember that one.
Yeah.
If he draws 3 here, he's got 2 more Golgari Grave Trolls and the Thug. He doesn't. Oh, and the Stinkweed Imp instead of the Thug, actually.
And the Imp has pseudo Death Touch. Is that?
The Imp has Super Death Touch, I think.
Super Death Touch. This is not keyworded, but it says whenever it is it.
I think it kills. I think it kills end of combat or something. I don't even think it kills it right
Super
away.
Death Touch.
It hits it and then it kills you later.
Incredible.
You know? So this is a Dread Return targeting the Thug, which will put Archimeo back on top, I'm guessing. Or is he just getting a big fat Grave Troll to anger attack with? Yeah, so we actually went for the group. Yeah, it's not usually a combat card.
Oh.
So what does that make it?
So it's isn't it a 6/6?
11/11?
Yeah, so it should be 11.
So this Dreadnought can attack now?
Yeah, because we have anger. Right, that's in the
anger.
Top row?
Well, you don't want to attack into the 12/12. I'm saying the Dreadnought can't attack into this zombie 11/11 setup. 3 zombies. Gonna do another Dread Return for another one. This is, I mean, maybe pretty close to lethal if he has another Dread Return anytime soon.
This is the unexpected mode of the win.
Wow, so this one can actually attack through.
Yeah, it can.
And the zombies. Wait, hold on. So if he blocks,
so this one is this lethal?
If he blocks the 11/11,
11/11 and 3 2/2 zombies, which is 17. This is just lethal, I think.
I think he's You have something.
Yeah, this is lethal.
Wild. This is how I thought game 1 was gonna go.
Definitely.
Where I was like, Dreadnought's not enough. He's just gonna kill you with anger and stuff.
Definitely. Well, and like, you know, we see Thoracle so often, and just like these turbo starts that these decks get so.
Thoracle's to win through like double Swords of Plowshare, where it's like, okay, like I didn't kill you, but guess what? My deck's empty. You know.
Right.
But this is like.
I think it's still lethal.
I think it's still
11 and 6 is 17.
Side to forcible damage. Wait, what are we missing here? Did he not attack with the zombies also? Is Golgari Grave Troll not a 6/6? 0/0 guy. What are you talking about?
Whoops. I don't know. It's been banned so frequently that I just haven't had to pay attention.
It usually don't also not on the battlefield a lot, you know.
That's true. That's true.
All right, so he's at 6 now. So let's say we have something like Shadow Spear to get back into it. He's gonna need to hit this graveyard because Bridge from Below is not getting any easier to beat. We have the 2/2 that comes back from the Bridge from Below when the Golgari Grave Troll dies as well. So now it's just back in his graveyard to be dredged again. I think this is trouble. Another land hit will also on Faithless Looting. He has the Coliseum active now, which is not sorcery speed only, so he could easily just dredge on stack of something ridiculous here.
I mean, Terminus. If he did bring in the Terminus, these are the exact situations that you want that card for.
Yes, but how are you going to put it on top of your deck with your Brainstorm and then draw it if you didn't already do it by now? You know.
Oh, and we got a dog on stream. Go. We didn't have that on the bingo card. The bingo card we didn't create.
Should have. Because it's a very smart noble lock. Not gonna matter.
Definitely. So I mean, what is the path outside of Terminus?
Swords on your own Dreadnought, plus swords on Golgari Grave Troll. 6. That's 13 damage showing, and he goes to 5.
Right. But then in the meantime, like, there's still an active Coliseum on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, and he's smart being patient with it, because there's no reason to pop this when you're already winning on board. You already have a ability to kill here.
And thank you, production, for the obligatory what does Golgari Grave Troll do?
This is my fault for trusting my co-commentator.
Yeah, I'm not a dredge sicko.
He is going to sword his own
thing. The extent of my graveyard enjoyment is just Living End.
Like,
I don't
less
think,
cool.
unless it's Life from the Loam, I don't think there is a single other card in my 14 years of playing Magic that has had Dredge registered in a deck. And, you know, me being a Scapeshift enjoyer, I just see big green creatures.
You're the worst taste, my friend.
Me seeing a big green creature, I just assume it's at least a 6/6.
You're like, I like all the fun cards, like Scapeshift and Living End.
Definitely. The one card. Okay.
So he goes to 18.
That
he's going to take
kill.
11. He's going to take 16. It would have been there. I guess it's still not.
All right. There. So game 2 to Joe.
On a mull to 4, post board, I will say.
I mean, we said at the top, right? If there's a deck that can go back from it, there's not the type of permission that you would ideally have on the Stifle Knot.
Not like a snap counter on the first Faithless or prepped up there, and the Surgical never showed up.
Yeah, which, I mean, hopefully things will be a little bit better on the play. I mean, we saw game 1 went, like, just developing the early.
It's also possible based on the first game, he's like, oh, I have Stifle Knot. Like, if I just get this into battlefield, like, and he had the turn 1 Ponder thing he could do.
I mean, you're looking obviously for the Surgical. I definitely think that if he is able to develop Lavinia from the opening hand, of course we see some great sportsmanship from our players. Steven actually is the owner of the establishment where we're in. Very savvy Legacy player, loves to support the community and specifically Legacy. If you have followed the stream or followed our trio's adventures for long enough, obviously heard us all sing the praises of Steven. Great dude, great owner. Kind of ruins my experience at every other LGS I go to because they're never as cool as he is.
I just think it's cool to support something like this Pauper Legacy being the lock seats where people will be like, oh, if you just do triple modern and be more players. Like, well, duh, but like that's not the point of this, like the goal is not, you're supporting these kind of formats that don't see a lot of play locally. Although Pauper, those kids show up now, they push around for it. But listen, it's nice for Legacy players to have somewhere to play, especially if it shows up. These are like the perfect timing too, where there's one every few months where I don't get bored of them, but I'm also not like, if you miss one, it's like a whole year to get another chance to play trios, Yeah.
I also didn't realize, so we've got a lot of pimp going on in terms of the players. Obviously, there's the Guru Island on Joe's side of the table, along with the new Secret Lair. Thassa's Oracle.
Oh, the Oracle,
and then not only does Steven have what looks to be a fully foiled out 75, I also didn't realize that there was this RK Post Liliana playmat.
I noticed it right away.
Was it Santiago?
I was surprised that he put it on there because usually the stream is the game night mats, right?
Right.
So I thought there was like, I guess Trio's a little more relaxed with that.
But... Maybe. I mean, he also owns the place, so what's anybody going to say?
It's true.
You can't?
Listen, I'm a stickler for the rules, right?
I want to speak to his manager.
A formal complaint with his HR,
Yeah. So
2015 Matt, very nice.
Unrelated, while the players are mulliganing, if you thought that there was going to be a single Magic player who is like the most Karen-like, who do you think in the lore is the most Karen-esque?
Magic player or character?
No, character. I'm sorry.
Tezzeret.
Tezzeret?
Yeah, I feel like Tezzeret's a little bitch now, I feel like he would be very much like... I keep waiting for them to make him cool again, ever since, the Ancient Bolas
he might
days.
in Edge.
I hope so, but listen.
He's already colorless.
What's his name? Cruel Captain? He's a bitch boss. That's not even... We all have cruel captains in our lives, That's nothing crazy. I don't know if I have anyone else I would say is, like, definitely Karen-like. Who do you have an answer?
I don't. Although it might be Lavinia. Just being like, you have to pay mana for that.
Well, she's like a rebel now, though, isn't it? Or just that was the old Lavinia,
Maybe she got married, maybe went through a messy divorce. Now she's feeling a little rebellious. Back on the market.
Well, now you think she's like settled down and is all
maybe
back to normal?
I mean, I don't know. We only see Lavinia every
hold on
3 to 6 years.
Face up Wasteland. We're seeing. I did not expect to be the turn 1 play.
Judge promo, by the way.
But just so I'm gonna play the Wasteland. I'm just gonna kill your land. I'm not gonna hide it.
Yeah.
Not gonna wait.
I mean, now it's gonna turn into an LED check, probably for Joe.
Well, what if you go? Like if you put careful study on the stack, he blows up your land. You can do so much with it. Sure. It is. If you blow up the land, then force. You're right. Then it might be the LED. But
This is interesting. Maybe
it's a
there's
weird
like
one.
a little bit of
I did not expect this game to start with a wasteland face up like
Definitely
that. You know,
not.
it is
Okay.
otherworldly gaze.
Gaze.
Main phase. Let it resolve before wasteland.
This is not the most absurd start.
This is like the worst of those 1-drops you could play.
Correct.
But he might also have LED in hand, so let's you know.
Is
that Thoracle? Thoracle
and Thug. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Do that plus your little wasteland pops, not bad. Thug is also not even the scariest dredger to hit,
No,
you know?
Definitely not.
This was a 6, so obviously he feels comfortable he's got something in hand. Your follow-up to this is something like LED. He's got to pop this island, though. You don't just play this wasteland for
I mean, unless we're going, yeah, I mean, we could go rinse and repeat from the first 2 games, which is just
that would scare me.
Play my stifle knot, stifle the thing.
I guess you don't register stifle knot to not do that, but
definitely, yeah. I mean, the other creatures outside. Wow,
this is
a pass.
This is the third version of that turn I did not expect, where we're gonna not stifle knot and we're not gonna pop the wasteland.
Yeah.
Is that like a hard cast days plan? Like what is up in here?
It could be days, or it could be here's the thrall, the doorkeeper thrall that we haven't seen yet, or Address Town.
I was gonna say this before we played it, but maybe wasteland he's reserving just for Coliseum and nothing else matters.
I mean that is valid.
Is Cephalid Coliseum that scary if you get rid of the volcanic island now?
I
guess if you do have LED or something absolutely insane.
Yeah,
then,
and as we like right on cue.
Yeah. Also didn't dredge the Thug notably. Decided to draw for turn.
Yeah.
But he did know the top of his deck with a game. He just wanted this LED.
That is true. That's the best reason.
This could be a tank for how do you want to layer counter magic or wasteland. Okay. Be allowed. Good old thumbs up. Is that RK Post signature on the side?
Yeah, that's what tipped me off. Yeah, isn't that sick?
That is cool. It's funny how popular RK Post got because it was like kind of like this fringe thing that only the Magic nerds knew, and then all of a sudden it's just like.
But it's got great tokens.
Yeah, that's actually how the first one did. I borrowed a black-white processors deck, many cats.
Uh oh.
So he wastelanded the Cephalid here?
No. So Coliseum has been activated.
It just wasn't Threshold, was he?
That looks like 7 cards to me, is it not?
We activated Lion's Eye Island.
Yeah, pitched everything.
There's no trigger, so nothing to react to, so he can't wasteland it.
Yeah.
Then he uses it. Okay.
Yeah. Stifle would be huge. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is huge. That might have just broken this game.
And now you get to wasteland.
And now you can wasteland.
Or not. I mean, what is he using that mana for?
Or not, definitely. But he has no cards in hand. Like, no cards in hand.
Well, he's still floating 2 blue. Couldn't he have flashbacked on Otherworldly Gaze? Because Lion's Eye Diamond assumedly cracked for blue.
Yeah.
That's your way out, right?
And again, if there's a deck that can rebuild without needing to...
Yeah, I mean those are hits.
Bridge is a hit. 2 bridges is a mega hit.
He needs to get stuff on the battlefield, though. Wait, he had Stinkweed Imp. So if you snipe that, let's say his Surgical's the Imp, there's nothing to dredge right now?
That is ostensibly true.
It's pretty flimsy. Pretty flimsy hold on the game state right now.
Yeah, so I mean, like, good news for Steven, he stopped what could have just been a back-breaking Coliseum activation.
Absolutely, yeah.
But to your point, like, if you don't have a threat, then Joe might get to rebuild a little bit.
There's not that many things you get to kill with. And the Surveil Brainstorm down, I think he just action. Maybe he already has a Ponder in hand or something. Trinisphere? What is that? Oh, it's plants. Yeah. It looks so brown. It looks so brown around.
Would be crazy.
I'm like, what is this? He's gonna pass turn again. Still no threat in the battlefield. Hitting Troll to keep it going. No Narc Amoeba.
Okay. I mean, this is exactly what you want, right? If you're on Steven's side of the thing and you don't have the threat. The problem is, like, we may have only had the one. Oh my goodness, we're just land, or not even land go, just pass.
That was another dredger, but not a good mill. He needs to hit Narcomoebas and just a runner of them.
Well, he's due on the next one, I think.
He only has 1 in the graveyard right now that he discarded to LED.
Yeah.
3 more in the
I
deck.
think he's got it split up into piles of 10. So, my goodness, we're just land. Oh, there's the Ashen Rider.
There's one Narcomoeba hit.
And
Satoru.
I don't reckon. Oh, that is Satoru.
I don't think it's Narcomoeba yet there. No anger. Can't even attack.
He does have a Cabal Therapy.
This turns Bridge from Below triggers on, right?
Correct.
And Poxwalker? Damn, so only hit 1 Narcomoeba, really.
Yeah. So, the unfortunate thing is I think you just Cabal Therapy naming Dreadnought.
Well, no, he would have played it for sure if he had it, right?
No, because he needs to consign it. So he may just have handful of Dreadnoughts and no ability to stifle it. And so, like, you could just take him off the threat, and now it's like, okay, you wastelanded and, like, wasted my resources.
What if he has double stifle and is waiting on this Dreadnought, though? Don't you need to hit something a little more proactive, something that's going to win you the game now?
Potentially.
I don't know. There's no anger here, too. I think the anger changes a lot. Between swinging 4 right now, or actually more than 4, because he's gonna dread return, right?
I think we're gonna Swords the Poxwalker, which is small improvement.
That's huge, because now you can't dread return and you would get 6 zombies, you know?
That's true.
So I think this is actually like a game-saving Swords.
Looks like we have a dress down in hand.
What happened to Cabal Therapy?
Okay.
Dress down.
Okay, so we did have the essentially stifle
back, though.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Does stop Thoracle, does stop a lot of the.
What I think he told us before the event that he already has 2 dress downs.
Oh, so it wasn't. Mean?
Yeah, so it wasn't that he brought them in. Gotcha. He already had 2 natively. He may have brought the 3rd one in.
It also dress down is another way to get not into play, right? End of turn dress down, kind of. And so it does have value there. It's not
just like the Null Drifter piles that we see.
Another Swords we see, and what I can tell right now, then is that Force behind it? I don't think Force of Will is good enough, funny as it is here, because he does get another creature here, or even if these zombies die, like he's just 1 more Narcomoeba.
No Lammies.
Ooh, it's huge. So yeah, so now this Dread Return is just absolutely insane, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get 6 zombies. You're gonna get to target Ashen Rider.
Exile. I mean, exile isn't super relevant, I guess.
It's. I mean, it will matter if he's trying to get Stifle Knot later and also do things. He did draw the swords this turn, so he does have the answer for the Ashen Rider, but you don't have the answer for the Ashen Rider and 6 zombies.
Well, and it just. I mean, you may not want to mulligan specifically to the surgical in these cases.
No, right.
But
sometimes surgical is not even close to enough, you know?
Correct. But like an early surgical on the dredgers is pretty good, especially if that dredger happens.
Or even if you get to snipe the bridge or snipe the dread return. Like there's so many different options that it will matter.
Satoru.
That's what he's targeting, Satoru? Don't that. I guess it'll bring Poxwalker back for the next
Well, it allows you to keep drawing cards, right?
Only not from tokens, right? So it only works if like another Narcomoeba hits or he has something come back in play.
Well, it's possible with the amount of Golgari Grave Trolls that maybe the end goal from here, because at this point we have between cards in hand and the cards in the bin, I think we're coming up on 40 cards.
Okay.
Milled. So it could be that we just want to get to Thoracle.
Fair.
Even though, okay, dress down, a second dress down.
Burrow counts itself, I just realized. So actually, that's another draw, right?
Yeah. Okay, so then in this case, it makes a ton of sense.
Because then that's like you're already almost there. I'm actually going to make sure I'm not wrong. Whenever Satoru or one other non-token. Yeah, so that's why. So that's why one of them makes sense too. Get a target for a draw, another dredge trigger. Actually, pretty cool.
Yeah, so like I said, since we're approaching almost 40 cards through the library, it's entirely possible that like these Cabal therapies were going to just like try to strip some of the stifle effects and just go for Thoracle and just like have a very clean.
So we see 3 Narcomoebas. None of them are exiled, right? So there is still 1 more Narcomoeba trigger in the deck. Huge, because like to your point, if Satoru draws, dredge through it, 1 more Narcomoeba just wins. Like you're gonna hit everything. You're gonna draw. You're gonna dredge. Then you have Cabal therapy.
Saga. I mean, Saga's a little embarrassing.
A little too late there, yeah.
Like, I would be surprised.
We know he has swords. We know he has Force of Will.
Yep.
Force of Will, Dread Return, targeting Oracle, and swordsing this. I don't think this is enough because he's eventually going to hit this number. I'm mistaken, it's exiled. I think he's just They're sure. I mean, he has no graveyard nuke effects, right? No,
not in maps.
No lantern. There's no.
I don't saw that in the deck.
There's no absolutely blow you out right now with my my Nihil Spellbomb.
The only saga targets are Shadow Spear and then of course the Dreadnoughts.
The Dreadnought, yeah.
Interestingly, only 3 Dreadnoughts.
Very weird.
And granted,
what are his other threats then? Is he on
so he's
Borrower
got
or anything?
Dreadnought. He has 1 Brazen Borrower, 3 Thralls, and 2 Null Drifters.
The Null Drifters, right? I mean, that's a legitimate threat.
It is a legitimate threat. It is 3 mana though.
Yeah, but like if you're gonna like dress down setup or you have 4 mana in later games.
This might need to be like the George Bush meme of a third bridge from below who's just hit the graveyard.
I don't think we don't have enough non-token creatures to die though.
Okay, so we're just getting him beats 14.
Listen, 4/4, 4 damage. That's a faster clock than it looks like.
Who knows? Maybe the saga will end up being relevant
if
like zombie beats are the best thing that can happen.
If
or
he
like
does have like Shadow Spear in hand or gets saga tokens that can block it, yeah, it could definitely be there. No anger in the graveyard, notably.
Yes, that is a huge.
You can win without the Thoracle if he hits another anger and then ends up.
We're Cabal there.
Targeting himself.
I think he's targeting Steven, and again, I think we're getting to the point in the game where, and I think they used to be nice piles of 10. It looks like we're probably a little bit past 10 in each of these piles.
Messy for some of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit messy, but the classic dredge, right? It used to just be like in front of you.
It used to be very close, yeah.
You just used to do like the what is it called, like the casino,
the spread out there, yeah. Little SpongeBob rainbow thing, yeah, over there.
Exactly.
It's funny too in Legacy to keep the order so cleanly. So it's like you look at a card and it goes right here.
Okay, Force. We have and another consign.
So his last card in hand is that Swords then.
If that is true.
So we have Saga with no ability to stifle it yet. Stifle and not coming back. But I mean it can make 3/3s, right? It's not the worst thing against zombies. 2 3/3s and a Shadow Spear is not the end of the world, right? If you can get there.
Yep. Okay. Dread Return. We don't have enough creatures yet for that to matter, so that was essentially a whiff.
It was a whiff.
I mean, if Narcomoeba is in like the last 4 cards of the library, it's entirely possible that either Joe slows down and just takes natural draws, which would be a little crazy.
But you can't, because you still need to mill the Narcomoeba. Narcomoeba in your hand's terrible. If you mill the Narcomoeba, he wins right away, right? Because he's gonna Narcomoeba enters, gets to. Is there any Cabal therapies left? Yeah, right.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, in other words, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, Narcomoeba needs to hit
Dread Return.
Exactly.
It just means we get another.
Narcomoeba needs to be in the battlefield, sack the Cabal therapy because you get all your Nox Walkers back, you get all your Bridge from Below triggers, and then those spiral into Dread Return. They're adorable little saga tokens here.
Thank you.
In a Hitmonchan.
Loading. No, we don't have.
No, he just used it there, yeah. Shortcut. But I think you said Shadow Spear's unless you just top deck Stifle.
Yeah.
This is still going to be.
I mean, at least you do get to see your card drawn before you make the decision.
Yeah.
But I think.
Oh, this will remove the dread. This will remove the Bridge from Below. This was a die.
Oh, dude.
This is what I was saying. Game 1, it didn't end up coming up. But now you just let it die. The Bridge from Belows go away,
and then you can maybe just saga.
I don't know if Joe can win now. Oh, he is going to stifle it. Oh, I almost disagree with that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to talk to. I mean, who knows if we'll have enough time for an interview?
Because let's say it just dies and all the Bridge from Belows do disappear. There's no way to win this game, right? There's no way to get enough creatures into play to get your creatures out. Like Cabal Therapy, bringing back your Poxwalkers, whatever it is not going to be enough.
How many cards does he have in hand now? He's dredged quite a bit.
7. 6 or 7 at least. Card into hand size looks like. I think it was 8.
If we do get to talk to Steven after this match, very curious.
And
he just drew another one, I think.
Yep.
So I think that would be so tempting to just hitch almost like a walking ballista, essentially.
Yeah.
Just let it die.
Yeah.
have those bridges exile themselves.
And then I don't think there's another. I think without that, I don't think there's a way the bridge player can win.
Yeah,
like Joe can't get there without.
So I think if Steven is taking inventory of what is left, there are not enough Dark Amiibos, right, to force a Dread return to get back the Thoracle that was pitched in the first.
Yeah, because if Dark Amiibo comes back in the battlefield, it's still 2 creatures. You can Cabal Therapy, sure, and you get your Pox Walkers back if you cast Cabal Therapy, but it's not enough.
So this is 18.
How many Walkers do we see in the graveyard right now? Any?
Swords at least the first one.
So there's only 2 left total if he kept all 3 in?
Oh, perfect. Here we go. That's going to exile the bridge from below. Oh, he doesn't even... Wait. Is it a replacement effect?
When it hits the graveyard, right? Maybe I don't know. Whenever a creature is put into an opponent's graveyard from the battlefield, if it's in your graveyard...
We need to call a judge, actually.
This is a mistrigger,
well, no, because it's Joe's trigger.
Sure.
It's his thing, right?
How do we do that?
Good question.
How do we call the judge here? Okay.
Yeah, because this is, I mean, even though it's...
No, you're right. His trigger is his trigger. Yeah. You can't miss a bad trigger. Yeah. I don't think it's intentional. Just for the record.
Definitely not. I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Got the whole deck in front of him, but
there's no or anything like that. It's no Throw Keep or anything making this works, right? We tell him to stop.
Well, it may be that it's a mistrigger for both players.
No,
I don't know. But
Steven's tracking his triggers. I'm not even trying to get a warning. It's just one of those things where I'm not sure what the right protocol is.
I think that is Austin providing
stepdaddy.
Some feet content.
Big monster plug.
Not sponsored.
Well, that's sponsor versus Red Bull main use today, you know. You know, I love Red Bull as a company. They used to sponsor a lot of cool StarCraft stuff for me. Never liked their
and that's the concession after seeing the interaction. Yeah. Okay.
So why did he cast that Dreadnought if he didn't know the interaction?
I mean, he basically wanted to give it pseudo vigilance. I think is the only reason. Like his calculus probably in making that decision is, okay, let me just have a face-up blocker.
Right. No, but I'm saying the second one he just threw in there, right?
Well, yeah, but it was tapped, so he just like has a blocker to prevent himself from dying.
He used one to sacrifice
the
other.
Gotcha, you can sack one to the other.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bridge from below, I don't think you can miss that.
Yeah. It's also like, again, I don't think there's a single way to win the game.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe if we have time, we can talk to Steven. He may feel a little foolish for not seeing it sooner.
No, Bridge Roll is a weird card.
Bridge is a weird card.
You never think of that as an actual die effect either, right?
And you do not probably come with your more probably meta-cognizant Stiflenut deck. Expecting, oh yeah, of course it's Dredge.
Yeah.
You might expect like
someone chat asking what interaction. Dreadnought when it dies, like it sacrifices to itself or something else. So when it's Bridge Below in your opponent's graveyard or in your graveyard and your opponent's creature dies, all your Bridge from Below should get exiled.
Yep.
This is what we were saying game 2? Game 1? One of those games where I thought he had Dreadnought and I thought he should just get rid of it there. But that's kind of that situation where like just removing the bridges, especially this late in the game, there's no way Joe can win after that.
Yep. And of course, like as soon as it was pointed out, you saw Joe concede immediately.
Clearly not malicious.
No.
This is weird stuff.
No.
You don't even think of that as a creature dying, really. You know, like it's your own turn. Your creature's just kind of scooping over there.
Well, on that note, we will take a quick break, and we will see you guys on the flip side. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back. Quick break. The Dredge versus Stiflenut match that we just watched, took quite a bit of time. Didn't realize time flies when you're yapping and having fun.
No, it was a weird one too, where I thought those games were going fast because they ended turn 4, but a lot went on them. Get to that one slogfest at the end. I think we might be in front of the long one here, honestly.
We might be. So on the left, once we get the stream pulled up, I believe we have blue-white control, with a couple new inclusions from Final Fantasy, and on the right we have a essentially mono white mid range splashing green. So yeah, it might be a lengthier affair.
Yeah, this is going to be the Caretaker's talent deck, the kind of mostly mono white one, but he's on Beanstalk and the Green Overlord that kind of really puts you over the top, you know. So take that mono white grind deck and then make it grindier. That's basically what's going on here. No Zer, none of this crazy domain stuff, but you're gonna have a lot of main deck sweeps, a lot of card draws, a lot of missed Beanstalk triggers because it's hard to keep track of all of them. One thing I will say I actually enjoy about these new version of this deck is the Elspeth angle really actually lets you end the game. Yep. One of the old Caretaker talent issue was, other than getting your Caretaker's talent level 3 and actually fully turned on, end the game. You know, you're playing something in control and you're just there. But it does help a lot to just have an Elspeth where you go like Beza or White Overlord into Elspeth where everything flies, everything gets counters, everything a lot harder.
Yeah. So we'll see. This will be a long one.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few matchups where the token player, the Caretaker talent, has to be proactive.
Definitely.
Which is kind of hard. You can eventually just outgrind them card-wise if you have like a crazy beans draw. But when you present like 4 or 5 must-answer consecutive turns, get through there.
Yeah.
The issue is, like, you know, you pointed out the Final Fantasy card Ultima. Sometimes they just clean. Great, you have tokens. Everything got through. You wore down counter spells, where they're going to clean up and then play a big ass dragon. You know?
Yeah. I mean, Ultima, notably, it does destroy artifacts too. So even the leftover Sunfall token
absolutely
is not safe like it would normally be in some of the previous blue-white shells.
Even like a Carrot Taker and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Matters.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I doubt he's going to be casting a lot of Sunfall. It's game 1 here against the control player, but
does the green-white player have Sunfall? Did we?
He definitely has some sweeps. I saw Day of Judgment.
Okay. Didn't know if he had also switched over to Ultima.
2 Day of Judgment, 2 Season of the Burrow.
Okay, all right.
No Ultima. I guess Ultima would kind of hurt you more.
Yeah.
I'm actually not seeing Carrot Cake either. So there's actually Arnor.
Oh, interesting.
This is just straight Caretakers with Beanstalk, Temporary Lockdown, High Noon. I do want to mention there's 2 High Noons in the deck right now for Christian, which is not going to be super helpful in this particular matchup.
Beanstalk.
Yeah.
First spell.
Good way to start. It's like weirdly like something you can ignore as a control player in some games, something you have to answer in other, you know, like really.
Yeah. Well, I guess we might get an early verdict of whether or not Beanstalk is better than Stock Up.
I guess I wouldn't base it all on this one matchup.
No, these are the stakes.
Play them both.
Yeah.
It's Flash Blue, you know.
Okay, Soul Partition.
It's not even a full answer for it. Makes it cost 4.
Yep.
See how that one goes. What are the blue-white players' win cons in this version?
They have Moraine River Regent,
yeah,
a card
goat card.
I'll publicly apologize for in just a little bit.
This is the biggest meringue hater I've ever met in that card reveal. And you should be so excited. That's your kind of card. It's control.
It is. 3 Bezes.
Okay. 3 Bezes can get
one
there.
of the Horned Lockwell.
Sure. That's the 2 mana removal one that has a venture.
Right? Yes, so you get to bounce an attacking, or put it on top of the library, I believe.
Zoria's Charm kind of feel, yeah.
Zoria's Charm, which I love.
Yeah.
And then 1 Overlord of the Mistmourne.
Okay. Any Planeswalkers main deck?
They also have Elspeth Storm.
Again, but it's just like I said on the other side. If you sweep the field and go Beza into Elspeth, like you can win the game real quickly.
So effectively, this is just token on token buy.
Yeah, but like slow token, not like green white cage fun tokens. You know, like
no fun token.
Like Overlord token kind of feel. This green Overlord did get down after the Soul Partition. Honestly, I might expect a Bean pass next.
The tanking on the left might be indicative of just how this matchup.
Yeah,
we might just get through 2 games.
You're constantly in this weird situation as a control player in this kind of matchup where it's like, do I want to stock up? Do I need to hold up counterspell? Like, what am I expecting? You know, like if you hold up counterspell and he plays this 4 mana Bean, it doesn't feel great. If he does nothing, you just pass the chance to stock up and do nothing.
Soul Partition.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It is.
It just makes it cost 2 more, right? So it's 4 mana total for this Beanstalk. Everywhere tokens, very nice. What is this Plains here?
That Plains is from.
You're my land guy. I know you know he was on deck.
It is by Therese Nielsen.
Okay.
I do know that much.
The Onslaught Tempest.
I believe it is Tempest.
It looks like a little Stormcloud, but I can't quite see it.
There, I believe, was a reprint of that exact art in the EM deck Slivers.
Whoa, Beanstalk from hand is very interesting.
Again, we might just need to like have a standing like the George Bush meme. A second Beans or a second X has hit the stack.
I wonder if this means he has a second green Overlord in hand, because otherwise, why wouldn't you tap out for the other one? But if he has another green Overlord, it makes sense because you want to trigger it again this turn. And now you have this weird decision: do I 3 mana Overlord? Do I want to cast it for 5?
Yep. Choice. First.
Just gonna pass, yeah.
Anyways, regarding the Moraine River region and why I'm such a quote unquote hater. Jacob, who is one of a good friend of both of ours.
Top Chef today.
Top Chef, that's right. At the Dragonstorm pre-release here at Game Night, asked me what I thought about Moraine River Region, and I said, I don't honestly think it's going to see that much play in Standard. I would be surprised, and I think I made a loose bet, which he declined, that it would not top 8 a major event or a challenge.
Or a challenge is crazy to add to that.
In Dragonstorm Standard.
Okay.
I was quickly
adding or a challenge to like major event.
Or well, no, I think it was actually like I think it was RC qualified. Like it had to be 128 people or more.
Yeah, there's tons of those.
Whether it's paper, yeah. And obviously, it was quickly proven wrong. I even went on to play. Okay, we see the deployment of the second Beanstalk or the initial one. Yeah. But I went on to play Azorius Omniscience for the brief time that I played Standard, and had to eat my words. And listen, Jacob and I are basically at a truce. He was notorious for missing his blood artist triggers. I apparently am notorious for misevaluating cards.
It's so funny to me.
So it's just offsetting fouls and play on, right? Like
I think I was really into it as a control card. Like I love control cards that have multiple things, can draw you into it. The Omniscience angle was like insane, which is not something I was like, yeah, it's probably good in Omniscience, but I wasn't taking the deck super seriously. It just got like multiple things that are insane. I know they're cutting some stock ups now and trimming it, but like stock up's great for that deck. The land base is like perfect for it now. Draw out of card waste, like.
Okay, get lost.
So taking these
looks like we're really fighting on the exit.
Yeah.
Fighting on the Beanstalk or over just the card advantage side of things. Prioritizing that.
Because you can clean up creatures if you have a handful of sweeps and stuff, and 100%. Fighting over cards makes sense. But when you're not,
come on, don't put the.
When you're not deploying anything else, when you're not having your own threat, if you don't slam your own Elspeth here or your own Beza or anything like that, you just don't get a lot done. And I think this green-white deck has a higher density of better late game draws.
That's true, and your counter spells get worse the longer you let Beans draw more cards. So
absolutely.
Like, okay, you countered the first Storm Slayer, or the first, insert threat here. Okay, cool. Well, I'm at least drawing 2 cards, and I'm up material.
This is another fun decision point here for Christian, where you don't want to deploy too many threats with your Overlord coming off, because then you do get swept up.
Yep.
But you don't want to take the turn off and just have him have a removal.
Third beans.
Wow. Backbreaking. To fight over that hard for the first 2 beans and then still have 1 resolve, that's tough. Now you can just throw whatever you want out there. Now throw your Overlord. Who cares? Be sweet. Hard for it, you know. Like I would suspend Overlord right now. What's it called? Not suspend. Impending. I would impend.
It's effectively. So I always screw up the flage text. It's escape, right?
Escape. Yep.
I always say unearth for no reason.
Yeah, I mean,
even though I don't play
decks
that
unearth,
have Arena of Glory, because at least you can make a case that this is effectively unearthing with giving it haste.
Caretaker sounds interesting here, because now if it's not Ultima, the card draw is just insane here, right? He can copy a map token. Who cares? Just draw cards here.
And making the everywhere tokens draws you cards, right?
Oh, I don't think you can.
Or is it just creature tokens?
I think you can target. I don't think it's just creatures. I've definitely copied map tokens.
Oh, I just mean like the card draw from the token, the everywhere token. The creature tokens.
Any token.
Okay, so even if he doesn't say deploy or commit to Overlord of the Mistmoors, for example, or a Beza, he can still slowly generate additional advantage through attacking with the Overlord, making additional lands.
This is also a mana neutral.
Yep, that's true.
Because you just get your everywhere token. So it's going to matter much here. I don't think Get Lost is going to have that much value, but Ultima is artifacts, enchantments, creatures, or
I think it is just artifacts and when you end the turn.
So it won't hit Beanstalk or Caretaker Sound. So it's garbage right now.
Unless there's something that I'm unaware of, where there's like a liquimetal coating. You start comboing. I think is this Ultima?
This is Ultima. It's gonna hit the creature. It's gonna end the turn. It's very pretty Ultima.
That is a pretty Ultima. What is Ultima? I know nothing of.
It's like the major Final Fantasy spell. So all the Final Fantasy games are different. They're all different stories. This one is used sometimes as an ultimate weapon, sometimes spell, big magic. I'm not sure what that particular art is.
Is there anything that like correlates to like the legacy weapon? Lore, are they similar?
More like Gundam
or Cauldra.
Some of them.
Okay.
Some of them are like.
Well, I was thinking like internal to Magic Lore. If there's like some like threatening weapon or cataclysmic.
It's more like you leveled up your guy. Here's his final spell. It's the Ultima thing, you know.
Okay, got it.
Oh, it's like the top magic.
Top magic.
Gotta get on your Final Fantasy grind, man. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. So I watched Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core.
Watched Crisis Core. You watched someone else play the game?
Or I'm sorry, Advent Children.
Oh, Advent Children. That's fun. Not really relevant. That's fun.
I played Crisis Core.
Okay.
So I know a little bit about Zack.
That's him running around with a
with Cloud's. Yep. Is it Cloud's sword?
Yeah.
Is that Cloud's dad?
No, that's a weird one. I'm not gonna get into that.
Okay.
It's,
okay.
They share memories.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
So is it kind of like I played the Kingdom Hearts games. Is it like Sora and Roxas? They're like duality.
Closer than Dad, but still no, not really.
Okay.
That's funny. That's funny to play that. Yeah, this is so backbreaking here, because now he's gonna make 2 tokens, draw 2 cards after you already drew off the Beanstalk, presumably.
Yeah, if we had an advantage bar, I think it is
heavily
in favor of player
especially when you look at the 2 cards that Joshua's dangling in his hand right now. I don't even think Joshua had any heavy misplay. He decided he wanted to fight over these Beanstalks and fight over the card advantage I talked about.
Right.
And
then
Christian just kept drawing. Even if he gets rid of the beans, drawing double Caretaker's talent is gonna bury you in card advantage. So I think he made like an interesting choice that's kind of hard, and it didn't pan out. I don't think that was necessarily wrong. Sometimes your opponents just draw a lot of Beanstalks, you know. And this also shows like how quickly you can turn the corner with cards like Elspeth, where you swing for 4 next turn and then turn on. And if he plays a blocker or Beza or something, he gets to just where he wants. And then Caretaker's talents have threatened to go to level 3 double time, because he keeps ramping with these topping everywhere tokens. Like, we're fantastic shape.
This is an interesting matchup in that, obviously, like in the current standard environment, or if you looked at would probably not observe a lot of types of matchups.
Yeah.
Obviously, Blue-White Control did very well in Hartford specifically in the previous standard environment before Final Fantasy was printed. Do you think? What do you think the positioning of these decks are? Not just in the trios meta, which could be a little bit more relaxed. I think you can get away with playing a deck like this. But do you think that these decks have like an amount of play against, say, the mono red decks or the VV piles that we keep?
No, absolutely. You could definitely gear this blue white deck to beat VV and mono red and all that. But you're seeing the issue here. Like this green white deck is essentially the same archetype as a domain deck, right?
Yeah.
Where you're going to play insanely powerful spells, beanstalk to draw into it, and then just like have such a ridiculous amount of things need to answer. And when you have your deck geared to with things like Get Lost and Temporary Lockdown because you're trying to beat VV and Cauldron and Steel Cutter and Monstrous Rage and all that, like you can decide what you're going to beat. But when you run into this, so like at a PT level, you might play this and hope to hit Steel Cutter 4 times.
Yeah.
You go 3-1 against Steel Cutter, which is fine. Then you run against Domain, you're just a dog to it. So like there's always that kind of tough decision metagame. You got to decide what you want to be. This is why the Omniscience deck has been done so well, because it has the same kind of angle of I'm gonna beat Steel Cutter decks. I'm gonna not necessarily be favored to them, but I'm gonna have this answer them. But you also can just win on turn 4, exactly. So it's like imagine the same matchup where he's threatening to Omniscience. Like cute, you have Beanstalk, that's adorable. I cast all my spells for free. I'm gonna win the game. Like it's a different kind of setup. So I think that's why those decks have kind of become so popular and why they're kind of a mainstay now that their card quality has been bumped up so hard. You get to run a Far's Dismissal, but also
the impending Overlord, which
is you're running away with this game here.
Yeah.
Especially
the life totals are close, but oh man, we're just tough.
Yeah, it's not going to do it. I like that card, like we talked about, but I don't think this is the way it's going to.
I like that card now too. To be very
also
clear.
Another that should go to the deck and shuffled in, not the graveyard.
Yeah.
I don't know if that counts as a judge call. I don't think it's
well, it's actually missing zone, right? It's in the wrong zone. Maybe if we can get production.
I don't think that's something I don't think. First of all, I don't think it matters in this game state. Make that very clear.
It probably does not, but I think it might.
It shouldn't be adventure.
It's not adventure.
That one's worse. Now I think we do. That's an Omen. Again, easy mistake to make because it's a weird one. Omen resolved incorrectly, I would say, or in wrong zone. It's just not an adventure, is all.
Yeah, it's not an adventure, and it's definitely not in the graveyard.
Yes, I think it being an adventure is actually extremely favorable. We'll make it a lot better card.
Definitely.
So that is something we cannot allow.
Definitely.
Also, just good to educate the player if he thinks it's an adventure. Yeah, it's so weird. They made it look exactly like an adventure with
the templating.
So yeah, it's like surprise. It's actually just a modal card, but with a weird, different resolution. Another really pretty card, by the way.
Definitely.
The promo version is sick.
Well, and with the double sided, got the small river regent, dual sided, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So it's got the small.
So the other side is the other one on front.
Correct. So there's a large dragon.
If he wins, I want him to bring his deck in the back so I can see that.
Yeah.
So the other side, like you get to, you can flip it.
Sure.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So we've got this corrected so that it's in the right zone.
Again, I don't think it's gonna matter in this game.
Definitely not.
Christian's advantage is overwhelming. Even if he had an actual full Planner Cleansing sweep here, I think Christian is still.
Or Farewell was somehow reprinted in Foundations and I missed it like most of the other cards.
If you just got rid of every card on this battlefield, he's still going to win though. His hand is full of 7 cards versus a nearly out of resources control player.
Yeah. This is like peak rectangle theory match, right? Like whoever just has the most squares on their side of the board is probably advantage in this matchup.
In your hand especially, sometimes if his hand were empty it'd be different, but I think a lot of lands in that hand as well. I think it's another Ultima.
I'm curious how many lockdowns the blue-white player has in their 75.
We're on 3 in the main deck for this side over here. Yeah, 3 temporary lockdown.
So 2 temporary lockdown with.
I was just thinking he couldn't.
0 on the board.
I was thinking he couldn't activate the High Noon Everywhere token.
Yeah,
a chance to just pop them. Yeah. Gonna bounce 2 things. Anything worth it. Bounce the Caretakers and reset them, but that doesn't. He's so much mana at this point. What were those 2 tokens? Those just 2 more flyers?
I mean they probably
get
probably.
Lost.
Okay.
Get lost.
I think we're done.
Yeah, because now you just go Caretaker's Talent.
Well, or Oh, this isn't a Xur deck, right? So we can't just untap animate Lord.
No, but the Caretaker's Talent gives everything +2
That's true.
+2 every token, and
So
there's
we've
1,
got
2,
what,
3, 4, 5,
6
6.
tokens
Yeah,
that are all.
so that's 12 damage
power.
per chapter 3. So
So
24.
28 damage.
24 just with the buffs of the Caretaker's Talent, much like the actual creatures. And there's a card that wins. It lets them not die here. I don't know. I'm gonna start the post board conversation. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go take a peek.
All right.
On our side over here,
game 1 to the player on your right,
for
which
Christian,
was the green-white tokens.
Absolutely.
Celestian tokens.
We have 2 more High Noons that I don't know if you bring in. Maybe just the burn angle is for it. 1 Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines. 1 Beza. I'd be bringing both of those in. I think Heritage Reclamation might be good enough, just as a redraw or possible kill something, because you have so many dead cards to bring out. I actually think there's like too many sweeps to cut in this. Like, you can't possibly cut High Noon and all your temporary lock and your dead. So I'm curious what this ends up bringing. Rest in Peace or anything like that. Elsnorn is probably just a fine 5. Stops the Meringue trigger from entering.
Yeah.
I don't know if it stops anything else. Beza, I guess, pretty good.
Yeah.
What do we think on the blue-white side?
So on the blue-white side, we have access to 3 Tishana's Tidebinders, which seem like, at least on the play,
super relevant.
Very relevant. Yeah. I think that card is a shoe-in. We have 2 Fairy Masterminds, which maybe, I don't know if you want to really like prey on the Beanstalk card draw.
Well, it's also Caretaker's redraw too, right? I don't know how you don't play that. It's never really attacking. You're not going to tempo anything, but
there's a lot of stuff here that, like, I don't know how many cuts you actually.
Yeah.
So
is there any Jace?
There are 2 Jace. That was the next card I was going to mention. That is automatically coming in.
Yeah. I mean, you just have 2 of those in your hands. Mill 30. That's a very clean way to win the game.
Yes. 2 High Noons, probably not relevant here.
Probably not.
2 Cutzel's Flanker, probably not relevant here.
Cutzel Flanker is graveyard, not. There's no enchantment or artifact hit, right?
Correct. Yeah. So you either get to gain the life and scry.
Yeah. If it doesn't hit the artifact, I don't think it will.
Yeah. You also have Overlord of the Mistmoors. Maybe you just bring in an additional threat or try to have at least as many tokens as your opponent.
Mistmoors is the blue one?
No, Mistmoors is the white one.
Definitely bring that in. Yeah. It's going to get sloggy. You're going to need to resolve a 4-drop to win the game. 4 or 7-drop, you know? It's kind of what you need.
They have Boonbringer Valkyrie.
I'd bring it in. I think you need to cut a lot of stuff.
You do need to cut a lot of stuff. So, I think, and you can 3 steps ahead to make just like an army of Baneslayer angels, or be able to back up other things like the Mistmoors.
The blue-white player is probably more likely to keep all the sweeps in, because there are going to have there.
I don't have to change the equation, which I kind of like for hitting.
I'd run it.
Yeah.
Especially in the play, you're going to hit Beanstalk. You're going to hit Green Overlord.
That's
really it, but so maybe protect Get Lost if you're on lockdown. What do you think about lockdown on that side of the field?
Lockdown. So the sweeper suite in this blue-white build is the 3 Ultimas that we talked about, and then 2 of the temporary lockdowns.
Sure.
I don't know if you want to trade real cards with tokens. So, like, using lockdown to sweep up the tokens may have varying levels of efficacy.
How do you feel about it also hitting Beanstalk?
It may be, but I think
can
there's
also remove it and get the Beanstalk back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, that's the hazard of playing that, as we've seen, like in the standard format where you sweep up the blue-red player's board, they have just a 1-mana way to answer it, get back all their material, and then just kill you on the next turn. So I don't know. I'm split on lockdown. They also play Ride's End. Ride's End is the same thing where I think in the early probably 6 turns of the game, if you're using Ride's End, it's not trading with a real card. It's trading with.
Yeah, and even if you like cards you would hit, like let's say you hit a white Overlord or Beza or something, they're already getting their. Right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I got my Beza trigger, then I attacked, you killed Beza.
Right.
Like, it's still a terrible trade.
Right.
On the same side, is it Ride's End the one that's only creatures, or is that permanence?
It is creature and vehicle. So that's super relevant.
Vehicle, so you can't.
But it may be relevant in Edge of Eternities based on the spoilers.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I don't know. Are those space stations are they vehicles?
They are.
Or they just have their own type now.
They do have a new type.
It's not vehicle station. It's just station, right?
Good question.
I don't know. Does
a
vehicle get errata
vehicle?
to also mean station? I don't know.
It could be. I know that they was it Gavin had a blurb that said, "Hey, these things are valuable for Commander now."
Yeah.
I thought that there was an introduction of a new super type or subtype.
Station. I think
Station.
it is.
Okay.
But I think it's the
All right.
opposite. I think it's
so maybe I'm just trying to give
there
WotC
will be
too much credit.
there will be vehicles in that set.
Maybe I'm just giving WotC too much credit for
it's
designing.
It's gonna be like one of those like moon rovers they were in the moon. You know, it's gonna be your vehicle.
Soul Partition, I think, is also underwhelming.
It's underwhelming, but you also like might need it. I don't know. Might need it. I don't know. What
the
do you
problem is
like
if
stuff,
green,
it's too late.
Yeah, like if Green Overlord gets going, like it may just not matter.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
And it's not a real answer. So
he doesn't have enough counterspell magic to bring. He's bringing in one change the equation.
One else? Change the equation. Nope. We have three steps ahead and one negate in the main. And then Elspeth's Smite is also something I would bring out.
Get that out of my face, yeah, for sure.
That's the problem. Like I said, there's a lot you could bring in between the Tidebinders and the Jaces, the Fairy Masterminds, plus the change the equation of Valkyrie. I don't know what 9.
This is also exactly what we were talking about before the set, where it's like before the match, where it's like, hey, I'm geared this to beat the red decks. I beat this, even to beat like the Cecil decks. Let's see if you can see them, that kind of stuff. And then you run into the Overlord. Man, this is.
So it'll be interesting. I think after seeing how jam packed the green-white deck is in terms of not just internal synergy, but just the big beaters that have to be answered, and that you get to pace those out in a like, okay, I'll just make you deal with this 6/6 first. Okay, it at least generated me value from the talents or from the beanstalks. So presenting like a threat at a time and making them deal with those, I think, is going to heavily favor this mid-range deck.
There's just such an overwhelming amount of cards that you need to kill too. Right. You saw him fight over Beanstalk, but there's Beanstalk, Caretaker's Talent. The Overlords you just mentioned, Elspeth,
And we even saw in the game 1 that like the blue-white player trying to play a tempo game to keep them off of the card advantage did not work.
Oh yeah, I mean
because
there's just such a high density of dropping,
correct. Like okay, you dealt with the first Beanstalk, you dealt with the second Beanstalk. Any talent, any other Beanstalk, just I think cracks open the game, and then you've wasted your get losts on things that actually matter. Like
and on the counterpart, let's say he didn't, I still think he loses because you got 3 Beanstalks going, and then okay, I'm gonna answer what's matter. But if you don't have the ability to have a quick threat and attack, this might be Mastermind here. Maybe he's waiting to see if he draws a card first.
I don't know that you actually have the ability to just not develop threat play as the blue-white player.
You just like
if they had Mastermind, okay, stock up is good.
You think he'd definitely just down? Yeah,
I think you have to. And like if they try to get lost for it, okay, cool. Like at least your
the only counterpart would maybe be if you just really want that card draw, which I guess doesn't make sense after you.
Right, like if you already had stock up rolled up, like I think you just play the Mastermind.
Maybe you're waiting. Maybe you think it's Caretaker's Talent, and you're like, well, I can just take a turn off just now. But
right.
But again, this is a weird situation here because now you, as your control player, you just took this turn off. There's so many good 3-drops to slot. The Caretaker's Talent resolving or Overlord, Green Overlord, like it's just so much. Like this is so much value here as soon as it fields down. This is a tough one. We're gonna ramp into more 5-drops. Hard to answer these, and also get lost in hand. It is a Tidebinder, I think. Yeah, 3 steps ahead, no more lies. No, what's all the way to the left? Is it a Tidebinder?
I can't. The 3 steps ahead looks like you have an eye.
A pass here.
Yeah, obviously we said it was going to be
whatever it is.
It is. We said, oh, actually, that is a Tidebinder. That's that alt art.
Yeah, it is, right? Yeah.
Left. Yeah.
I only saw that played in Rhinos when it first came out. People were playing that and playing Venora. It was a fun time.
A banger.
Yeah.
That deck was really hard.
That was a card. I was like, this card can't be good. I played it at one challenge. I was like, oh, it hit so much stuff. People to crack their fetch around me like I'm playing Stifle now, like Steven,
right. It is cool to see that WotC has printed more of these Stifle effects between the new one. Name Butcher, sacrifice a creature or pay 2 Final Fantasy. You get to counter a legendary creature or a Stifle.
Made up his card.
No, it's blue. It's for sure blue. More lies to answer the Beza? Okay.
I don't think you fire off this get lost. Oh, let's see who he will.
Okay.
I don't think I would have. I think you have so much time there. Better Like you'd rather kill Elspeth than that, right? Like that's way easier to clean up.
Unless you're about to just slam your own Elspeth here.
But even then, it's just like we talked about. It's not a Zerd deck. Like when is that getting attacked? You have your own Elspeth. You make 2/1s. That's still a Overlord with 2 counters on it. Like who cares?
I think you get to punch first, right?
Like, not now. First of all, he doesn't have the Elspeth. But even then, like you get to punch first. Like Overlord, you could still get lost the following turn.
Yeah.
I think that was a preemptive get lost, but it doesn't look. Maybe he just wants to use his mana because he'll up 3 steps ahead, double mode.
Yeah,
that's what it really. That we can counter plus draw discard.
And I think you might want you counter. Oh, not even for full.
But we saw get lost in the other one.
It is get lost, I believe. Okay.
Can't Tidebinder mana up. That's a very interesting 3.
Yeah.
Are we wrong? Is it only 6 mana? No, it's a 5 mana mode. 6 mana will be copy, right?
Yep.
This is a. Unless you are running a temporary lockdown, then that's hard to be able to see in the hand.
Yeah, but then like this prices you into like needing the lockdown.
Yeah, I mean if he already has it,
you can't spend an Ultima here.
No.
Like Ultima to answer.
Ooh, Meringue's
okay,
interesting.
All right,
way to answer it.
Okay. Maybe we just didn't see the vision.
No, yeah, Meringue's an interesting way to do this. And then the last card in his hand is that Tidebinder.
Tidebinder is a banger to have, like, on the play in this matchup specifically.
There's a huge window right here to get blown out, even though you have that, but I do agree, yeah.
Is what, land plus white Overlord? Is pretty scary.
It's just insane. Yeah. Maybe he just kills this Meringue air.
I think this is an Overlord check turn.
Right? Oh, you could also lose like Beanstalk Caretakers, right? Caretakers copy everywhere, play Beanstalk. It's like, okay, you're gonna attack me for 6, but my next turn is gonna be
Yeah, so it looks like we have the 3 steps ahead text. It's 3 creates the.
Yeah, so two would draw and discard.
2 would have drawn and discard. Again, maybe we just didn't see the vision of the get lost and being able to just like chain that into.
But even right now, there'd be 1 counter on the Overlord. So if he had Overlord plus played his Elspeth, you still have the get lost in hand. Now it's like, okay, better decision. So Elspeth's gonna just snipe this Meringue.
Yep.
Not a Tidebinder can actually answer. Exile destroy. I think it's destroy. They finally started to cut back a little bit. Exile.
Well, I think historically, Elspeth has been a destroy. Like it's been kind of destroy evil mode, basically, right? Like hitting something that has big power.
Big ass sword doesn't exile, you know. Big ass sword is always destroy.
So, but it seems like this is how you want the game kind of to play out on the blue-white side if you're going to successfully win this.
I think you need to have it this way, but like this is where you need to draw stock up or something that matters, you know, like because there's still so many cards that so the density of high quality cards in the green is so immense. Like there's so many 4-ofs even that are just unbeatable if there was Caretaker Salon, Beanstalk, any of the Overlords. So you just have to. He doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, but like he has like the last game where he had 7. Oh, hold him. Tidebinder.
Well, no, it's added as part of the cost.
No. But he's saying he's saying don't grab the tokens. A sweet binder on. Don't love the tapping of this. We have 2 colorless mana open right.
Got a reader on the Tidebinder.
That's cool art. I didn't like that art when it first came out, but now like I've actually seen it paper, it's like it's just like I like the stuff. It looks like a Magic card, but it's like a different kind of vibe. You know, like it doesn't feel out of place. It's just kind of a weird.
Does it just feel a little better in June specifically?
I don't know. Is that what it is? Is that what it's about?
A little bit, you know.
It's just. I think it's very.
A little bit of allyship, maybe.
I think it has its own kind of, you know, je ne sais quoi. You know, it's a little different.
Brings a certain feng shui to the function.
Some of the secret lair cards, you look at them, I'm like, this doesn't look like a Magic card. I hate this.
Yeah.
This one, like, I thought that at first. Now, as I've seen it, I'm like, all right, like, it kind of suits it.
Well, yeah, like I think as we've gotten a little bit more comfortable with just the art style
also
of
true.
Ixalan specifically, right? Like coming from, I don't know, the Rebecca Gays of the world, the Therese Nielsen's, the John Avons, the Rob Alexander's, like
we get it.
Very
Rob Alexander,
very like classic world building and like a predictable art style, and you see this card and you're like, what is this?
Oh, he's gonna actually go for the fountain port. That's interesting. That's why he kept it up that way.
That is valid.
I think we're a little behind. I'm gonna kill you with my found port and you not having one. I think you.
And there's not an onboard talent, so like I can see doing that in response to the talent. Unless we're just trying to be mana efficient here.
I think it's being mana efficient.
Yeah.
No spell. What if he kills his Overlord and then attacks Elspeth? Then we're cooking, right?
We definitely are cooking.
And so if he does have removal for the Overlord, then we all.
I mean that was the whole reason to set up the Tidebinder, right?
Yeah. But now we have.
It wasn't just a stifle.
Right. Well, I mean, you got to break the. It also breaks Elspeth, right?
Definitely.
Until Tidebinder dies, but if you actually set this up this way, did he not token at all?
Seems a little inefficient for the turn because these maps are not doing anything else.
Maybe it's a get lost something. Waiting to kill the Tidebinder.
Well, you've got 3 mana, right? You've got the.
Well, he does now. He didn't though.
Oh, I see.
He does because of that devil. Just not an end step.
Oh, that.
Why?
Not...
Why would you demolition field then?
Burrows the
sneeze real quick. It comes out. Ooh, okay, so that's a +1/+1. Keeping Season of the Burrow on top. Wow. Speaking of Season of the Burrow, how about those Bengals? How about those Bengals not signing?
Man, we really
DMs,
haven't done enough of the extracurricular conversation, right?
We're locked in. We're locked. We're focused. We're razor sharp.
We're still what, a good 4 months away, 3.5 months away from fall season.
BA wrapping up on tomorrow.
Sunday, yeah.
Sadly, the bit, but
it did my son. So we both have orange teams that are underperforming.
It's true.
Base orange.
Restless Anchorage. But again,
so
holding up Fountain Port.
This isn't going to kill the Elspeth, the 2/3.
Right, but we'll get that map token.
Right. I think this like tells me that the hand is extremely weak. Like we're activating. Like this is not the like let's beat you down, let's be aggressive.
Could not
close out
agree
the
more.
game from Blue White. Like this is not colonnade time.
Yep, no.
This is
exactly, and it is the get
my
loss.
Goodness.
So.
Well, now the advantage bar, if it ever was in the favor of the blue-white player, feels like it has swing back around.
What's funny is that even if Joshua made that read, just can't beat it, right? Like, I read your get lost, like great. I'm just gonna. That's what you do. You attack Elspeth because you know you have to kill it next turn after it pluses, right?
Right.
So,
but I mean, it depends.
Does this turn Fountain Port? Oh, he's enough mana for Fountain Port. Oh no, it's 2 and sacrifice a token, so he gets to draw off the Fountain Port.
Yep. So I mean, I'd have to go back to the turn where there could have been a 3 steps ahead. Maybe just you want to churn through those cards in the library because like now we're seeing a fairly anemic card flow or card velocity issue on the blue-white side.
I believe that's Ultima.
Okay.
He draws here, then he gets to animate. He can't kill Elspeth with an attack, and then.
Oh man.
Caretaker is just enough.
It's a banger.
That plus Burrow.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
I think his game's already gone.
We're gonna hit for 8.
February token.
We will let them miss. We've been policing.
Yeah, this is a positive trigger. It's fine, but it's just making someone one, making some dudes.
Although this leans even harder to the sweep. I mean, you have to think a sweeper is.
I think you like what sweeper matters against Elspeth here.
Oh, you also get to rebuy the beans because you get to pick up something from your graveyard.
And it goes right to the battlefield, right? Indestructible.
Yeah. See that now.
And
they
rabbits.
Have to pick up the talent off the draw.
Dusting.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
What are these other 2? Oh, Elspeth doubles. Elspeth doubles the amount of tokens also. Yeah. Gross.
So obviously we didn't create a bingo card for this event, but maybe we should have some internal counts on a number of Final Fantasy cards that we see stack.
Sure.
So far, I think our
Ultima. Definitely nothing Legacy. The set hasn't been. It's always funny because like you want to say that the set's not making back, which is true based on PT and stuff, but like it's so little time.
Yeah.
If I had to play standard today, I would have tried to scramble a Cecile black green deck together.
Yeah.
I would have lost to both these players on the screen right now. You know, I would look at my 2/3 Death Touch, like that's adorable. Here's my 6/7 Elspeth and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked in the last couple days about how like I think the Cauldron deck is really cool. We saw PVDDR on the day playing deck. Super inventive, probably not the best flavor of blue red, but
it might be.
You think?
When you're gearing to beat X and the same archetype brings Y, it sometimes is very powerful. So, like, think about the card like Temporary Lockdown, right? Like, I love Temporary Lockdown. I'm going to use it against all the Steel Cutter decks. And they go, here's my badass 3-drop. You're like, well, like, I'd lose, you know? Like, so sometimes not like a full pivot off the best deck, but like a different flavor of it.
So you think
can be really smart.
Do you think it's in general probably fine to say that like when you have two archetypes that share the same colors, probably the deck that is comboing has because they just have I win buttons.
Sometimes it really depends on the meta, and
right?
how
Like
loose
blue white
is, you know,
versus blue white omniscience.
Yeah,
probably the omniscience
because those two decks approach something like Cutter the same way. You know, like barely survive then win. But when your win option is turn 4, not turn 9, you know, it's a little different.
Yeah.
I think VV in particular is a little weird because those aren't even always different archetypes. The Cauldron VV deck can play very similarly, you know.
The overlap is more. It's not just two circles.
Yeah.
It's 75% overlap.
It's a big Venn diagram of this Ultima is necessary but also not enough. So we are in a rough spot here where you have to cast Ultima to die this turn. I don't know what draw gets you out of it at this point. During his upkeep, if it's a get lost, which looks like it is, if it's a get lost Elspeth, then you're gonna do.
But then we have Beza rolled up, so like
and Beanstalk too. So well, actually, is he empty-handed now? What happened to that Caretakers? He's gonna cast Beza.
The hand was off screen.
Okay. I was like, I thought he had a hand
makes
cards.
a little bit more sense.
Yeah, so now he's like, I was about to say maybe he's okay if he just has Beza plus map tokens, but no, he's gonna.
Well, and does the control player have any cards in? Oh, they're hellbent.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So like Caretakers, you know, into everywhere token, and then this now it's just like
this seems element.
This is mana neutral. It's
so maybe it's not quite the slog we predicted it would, just based on probably the glacial pace.
Yeah,
it just happens that the blue-white player does not have the answers, enough so answers to the threats that are presented.
It has to be the worst matchup in the room for him. Like this is a rough one.
Oh, maybe Doggo appearance.
Yeah,
we have 3. I think. Oh boy, let's go.
Maybe this pup can eat the Caretaker's talent, and then
that's the line. We found the line.
That'll sneak us back in.
Eat the 60 cards on the other end of the table. Yeah. Force a concession.
4/5 Beza does absolutely nothing. It's just a 4-mana 4/5 with Leatherback Bailoff for more mana coming in.
True. Leatherback.
Card came out. I thought it was so broken. That's how old I am playing Kitchen Table Magic. 3-mana 4/5 busted.
Even, I mean, this is just a show that we're firing up.
Yeah.
This just to make a map. I mean,
got a controller draw something.
You don't want to pay 5 mana to surveil.
You get the map, and he also gets to sacrifice it to Fountain Port. Which is Fountain Port draw, right?
Right.
Damage to the face. If this map token hits, this is actually a 2-turn clock, which is a lot better than 3. I think if you, instead of drawing every turn, if he tutored, still don't know if he.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to actually like cast like a Burning Wind.
Yes.
To go get a farewell.
Like you don't have enough. You don't have enough relevant sweepers that could even clean up the board. You know, like there's no Ultima Plus. You know, it's the top Ultima.
Yeah. It ends the turn too, so you can't even develop anything on the back end to say.
Like even this Overlord, if you took all his cards away in his hand and everything on the board, he could still win with Overlord and Fountain Port. This is rough. It is fun to see both these decks in the room.
Absolutely,
better matchups later. I think other matchup wise, anything trying to beat you fairly is gonna lose.
Yeah. And I think what I've learned, so obviously, I enjoy control and combo deck. I like a good blue white
You
pile.
no.
A fun lore fact is Tristan and I, the first time we ever met in person, he was my first trios.
One draw.
Yeah,
You
one
yeah.
draw. So I like a good control pile, but
Man, that was a good old days. Grief Scam, miss it.
That was
Grief Scam versus Ring. We were really killing it.
true. But I think it highlights sometimes when you see these blue white decks, it highlights that Magic is going in a place, not just with power creep, not just with busted cards like VV and other things, but that it really rewards you actually doing something proactive and showing up with a deck. And again, this is nothing against the player, just talking about this kind of thought process of deck building and registration. That playing something fair is less rewarded now.
I think it's I'm a little less cynical on that, on the fair side of things. I think individual cards are so powerful nowadays that it's hard to play a control deck against something like this. Like Overlord's a pretty fair card. Overlord, when all said and done, that card is insane. If I got to play that in Ravnica Standard,
right?
Like, remember those old junk tokens deck where Lingering Souls was everywhere? Like, imagine you get to go Lingering Souls and also one Overlord. You know, like those. I think it's all fun. I think the power level of Standard is very high right now. That's hard for fun, slow stuff to kind of break through.
Right.
There's the pillars of the format are so varied in missions. Cutter deck, the more red deck.
I guess what is it, and we do see the concession here.
Yeah, this is
in a 2-0
holding a hope
for the green white deck.
I wonder what the other team's score was. If it was, he's the last hope. They're 1-1. I'm gonna try it out. You know.
Yeah.
But
I guess what I want to say is, in terms of being proactive, it seems like you really want to find ways to cheat on mana. It's currently. Yeah. And VV allows you to do that where
wildly so. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You saw any of the PT coverage from yesterday?
Just Cauldron Law. I mean, I was losing to it the week of this. I didn't realize the first time it happened where like if you Cauldron VV, you get the ability both times. So I'm like, wait, like, oh, he just wasted. He was like 3 mana. Then he added more counters. It got 9. I was like, this is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big Cauldron's one of my favorite cards printed. There is a blue red VV list. I believe it's pretty stock. It's not the Cauldron version, right?
I don't think there were Cauldrons. I think it was probably just doing the either Drake Hatcher and or Thundertrap Trainer, Slick Shot kind of stuff.
All that good stuff. But I mean, there's other options. I know we have like blue black mid range and stuff. There's stuff that can handle that. But like even take the blue black mid range deck, right? That's a mid range deck through and through. Playing fair creatures, fair stuff. But the individual cards of Kaido, Curiosity, are just so must answer. So like, there's a lot less like Tarmogoyf, like we were talking about earlier. Tarmogoyf is not winning the game on its own a lot of time. Like Tarmogoyf in Standard today would be like, is not an easy way to win. You know, like you
even with Surveillance,
you know, even with these great mill cards that people that are in every color right now. You know, like these the black green Kevin Zeiss deck where like now it's kind of becoming this Beanstalk Overlord. You know, this crazy graveyard deck. Like Goyf would probably be the worst creature in that deck a lot of the time, you know, because it doesn't have an ETB, it's not, you know, getting reduced, it's not a 5/5 automatically, so.
It's true. You would think like Patchwork Beastie would be like the ideal pairing for like a Tarmogoyf.
I've seen that turned on turn 2 against me and not been good. Just like it's it's a 3/3, but like, you know. But so I think we'll swing back eventually. Just Standard is very strong right now. Up here. And you saw it here too, where like these are 2 decks that aren't on top of the meta. But when you can't answer this onslaught of good cards, you just buried. You get buried so quickly too. Where things look good, no Beanstalk resolves, you lose.
All right, well, it looks like that is either the end of the round or at least what we've got in the future match area. So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll bring you more Magic, more hot takes, probably a little bit more discussion around just the state of Standard and what's going on, especially with the VV piles, because I think there's conversation on the motifs that are present both at the PT and some of the challenge results.
Even pre-ban, where there might be some bans coming, but still interesting decisions to make now for PT and stuff like that. Yeah.
Cool.
We'll probably do Pauper next, I believe. So
we'll right.
See you next round for Pauper.
All right. See you guys on the flip side. All right, welcome back to the start of round number 3. We will be featuring Pauper on the feature match side to begin the round, so you can look forward to that. Just a sneak peek, we have Jund Wildfires versus High Tide. We do have a little bit of a more consolidated meta, I would say, in terms of the Pauper decks that have been registered for the tournament. I think it's 3 or 4 pilots on Jund Wildfires. We have 2 or 3 pilots on
two High Tides. Yeah.
2 High Tides. We have a couple of burn pilots, and then from there.
What are these Devon leaves? I guess I can wait till the camera switches over.
Yeah, we might have to actually censor those.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. So James, I think starting with the last trios that I partnered with James, really enjoys the custom dragon shields, and so for that event, I don't think we were on camera, but we had one of our favorite musicians. His name is Tony Levin.
Right.
Plays for Liquid, Attention Experiment, so King Crimson, notably. We had a famed meme. This is Devin, who is one of our good friends locally, and I believe he was eating corn the long way.
Okay.
Or maybe it's a baguette.
That is, I can't possibly be corn, right?
It's definitely long corn.
If it is, I want a judge to remove Devin from the building immediately for all of our safety.
GMOs, man, hell of a drug.
We do have an interesting matchup here. So, like, High Tide has been unbanned recently, and back in the day when I played High Tide, it looked very different. I have a lot of fairies, snap, a bunch of free spells that have been banned, a bunch of things you just can't do in the format anymore. Even, draw discard spells that don't exist anymore. And Jund Wildfires is kind of the preeminent fair deck of the up now, right? Of the format, where if you're going to play a slow, dirtily fair deck, this is the way.
Yeah. James and I were talking fairly recently leading up to this event, and it's kind of replaced the Golgari Gardens as one of the more not controlling, but it's on the controlling side of mid-range, where it deals a lot with the creatures that are in the format. The kind of notorious fault or flaw of the Gardens deck is that games took a long time.
Way too long to close the game out.
Yeah, so it really struggled to close out games, and so that was a fault of the deck. Or it would give away the initiative, notably, or the Monarch, which made it very interesting.
Sometimes you'd stick to the field, and then all of a sudden it starts slipping away from you. It's hard to. It wasn't also the best at catching up all the time, which you kind of need in the mid range. This Fires deck is a much better at having these cards. Like, it used to be deadly to map one. You get to claw back into a game easily while also not doing really. High Tide's going to be the exact opposite, where they're trying to play this not so much a tempo game, but this kind of not get blown out, not be able to deploy a certain setup, and then you're just trying to cast 20 spells to end the game.
Well, it's classic High Tide to wait until the last possible turn that you can.
Right.
To go off, obviously, if anyone's familiar with the old Star City Games legacy circuit, Feline Longmore was one of the better High Tide pilots with the candelabra and the tapping and untapping of things. So,
that's a very different deck or setup than this one, but
not so much. I mean, I think it's scaled to the power level, but it's not a deterministic kill necessarily.
Yep.
It does, just sculpt and sculpt and sculpt for turns on end, and then it basically waits until the last possible turn.
Yep.
Once it's assembled its resources, because it is not deterministic, to increase the chances that it will actually do the thing successfully.
These two are playing fast, so let's hop into this. We do see Brainstorm and then a Lorien Reveal to shuffle those cards away. Brainstorm letting you draw 3 and put 2 back, lets you get rid of these unwanted cards and then shuffle. And already a very powerful start there, where to what you were saying with the Jund Wildfires, it's not a very aggressive deck. There's no threat in the field. You're going to play Chrysalis and try to turn the corner, but there's no crazy 1-drop or 2-drop that matters. We do see Chrysalis in hand. I'm not sure what that black card is. Can't see from here.
A cast down, probably.
Okay.
Which is essentially textless in this matchup.
Yeah, it has 0 targets, yeah.
So this is going to be kind of one of those polarized matchups in Pauper where game 1 is, unless the Wildfires player just has the most aggressive start possible and is able to beat down before the High Tide player can...
Do you have the list up?
I do.
What is the creature suite that James is playing tonight?
So James is on Pact All Terrors.
Wow, we just saw the stock up matchup in Standard. Now we're seeing pieces of puzzle.
Yeah, this is basically
the same.
stock up.
Ideas Unbound, incredible card for this deck. Yep.
So the creature suite is very much geared to beat a lot of the creature decks in the format, which aside from High Tide and some of your Poison Storms, and the format is very full of, or very much creature based for the first time in a while. Even the burn decks are very not creature centric necessarily, but they're using a lot of
your removal matters. It's very important.
Removal has a lot of text.
High Tide is the one outlier, I feel like. Well, I guess there's also a dredge deck today too, but the High Tide deck gets to skip all that and just be a strict combo deck, which Pauper's weird because usually the combo decks are either unplayable or way too busted. And right now it seems like High Tide's kind of found that middle ground for once, which is kind of rare, I think.
Well, if you believe the data from Gavin Verhey and Wizards, apparently Poison Storm had I think it was 63% win rate. In leagues. So depends on if you believe that thesis. Apparently the data suggests that.
The Chatterstorm decks were also ridiculous for bad. I'd turn 2 more times than I can count.
Yeah. But to your question, as far as the creature suite, again, very engineered on purpose to deal with the creature decks in the format. So, 4 Writhing Chrysalis, which again is basically Tarmogoyf, I think, in this format. Refurbished Familiar, which...
Speaking of Chrysalis, is coming down right now.
Perfect. Bring a couple spawns with it. Refurbished Familiar, if it was landed early enough, might be a way for James to disrupt Holden in terms of sculpting the hand.
The Fires deck can't pick it up and repeat as easily, but if you do have that certain one where like they're counting on a certain card quantity, not necessarily quality, you start sniping it could matter.
Yep.
This is a matchup though where like Holden is able to spin her wheels so easily here. A lot harder to there's no pressure, you're not just interaction needed. She's just sculpting the High Tide turn. I already see at least 1 High Tide in hand. I think there might be 2. Or is that 3? There's all 3 left. So we might be seeing this pretty soon.
Depends on if Holden uses counters or not to kind of start to signal that they are initiating the doing the thing and going off and chaining.
It's hard to. Are we discarding for hand size now? Or are we?
So continuing on the creature suite, Refurbished Familiar 4 of, Chrysalis 4 of, 2 Krark Clan Shaman, 1 Nyxborn Hydra, and 2 Packdoll Terrors.
Krark Clan Shaman's going out post board, I would think, right?
Definitely. Unless you think that 1 mana 1/1's good
enough. Yeah.
The Terminates and the Cast Downs can all go, unless you suspect.
Nyxborn Hydra getting more power here is actually pretty reasonable. So is this a 2-turn clock now? Because that's 10 damage, right?
I believe
so. Now we switch the situation.
I don't think.
Wait, 4 plus.
Yeah, why is
4
James...
plus 4, 8.
I was going to say, James should not be losing any life from this exchange.
So it's 8, okay. So if there is another Chrysalis, it's still not lethal here, right? So.
But again, this is your path to victory. If you're James.
I think Holden will get it here, if those are indeed High Tides that I'm seeing. Right side.
Those are the dumb.
But I guess it depends on what untap ability they are, but if you go High Tide, untap, we're starting it.
Here we go.
1 High Tide active.
So
1 mana blue floating. For 2. For those who don't know, High Tide doubles not doubles, but adds an extra island for each of your islands that tap.
Tap for 3.
So now they tap
for 3. We're
already
3. Accelerated.
We're already, I think there might be a 3rd one. So I think islands are going to tap for 4.
The way Holden is kind of moving through actions fairly aggressively suggests to me that not only did we just play the High Tides.
That is 3. That's wild.
That's islands tap for 4.
Islands tap for 4. Empties his mana pool, or her mana pool. Now you get to. Well, how much is floating now? So 2 mana floating. We're gonna splice. So
it should be 4 mana. So islands tap for 4. Holden used the 3rd High Tide?
Yes.
So today's amount is 2. We should have 2 floating mana, and then we spliced
it's a splice,
in.
So one
so
floating.
I think it's 1 floating, but then we untapped. Okay, so we're up to 5 floating mana, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're writing it just out of. Pierce to the depths. James. Okay, another splicer. So this the psychic puppetry gets to just make every spell free at this point. So very hard to fizzle from this point.
Yeah,
very very hard. Eventually you'll be able to
multiple.
Eventually you'll collect up enough mana with all your untaps, especially because she had a full hand.
Yeah. Oh, Merchant Scroll just makes this almost element.
Yeah, this is. You just use this on more dig though. Like I would use it on Unbound or something. Because you're not going to cast this yet, right? So 6 is the storm Yeah, no. That's a
We don't
caster
care
mana.
about Storm. It's just the blue.
Oh, it's
mana.
replicate, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So
So
it'll only
players,
yeah.
No brain freeze coming.
No brain freeze.
Is brain freeze not coming? It's banned now, right?
Yeah, this is essentially just only Blue Sun Zenith mode from the old high. Like it only matters how much mana you amass in the turn. And let's see what's the library count for James. We've got 2 cards in hand, 5 lands at 7, so 50 is the magic number. It looks like probably for James in terms of deck
4
count.
with replicate 4, but I mean this man is climbing up.
Yeah.
Again, you have to make your opponent play this out. You have to
definitely
make them. But this is like.
And I know
so
James, James and others. James, for those of you who don't know, is a co-host on the podcast that is exclusively focused on Pauper.
We got a lot of Pauper nerds in
A
Tennessee.
lot of Pauper nerds.
Yeah.
So James co-hosts with Thomas and Cameron. Thomas, I don't think is in the room today, but Cameron is on, I believe, Nia Gates. They have bemoaned kind of the uninteractability / you're incentivized to not just scoop even when things look like they're going in the right direction because, like I said, traditional high tide, there is a fail rate. It's not deterministic.
I think at this point, I'm probably pretty safe. You're probably pretty safe to concede because, like, revealing 2 puppetries, you have, like, the chances of failing would have to be, like, the top of your deck being 14 islands at this point, So at this point, it's basically a lock. But listen, I understand you want to play it out. You also just want to make sure they actually have a win con in their deck and they're not being sneaky. Higher card quality. I think with this matchup in general, playing the super fair anti-creature deck against the Storm deck is not always great. Do we have Duresses post board?
I hope.
Take a look and see what we have going. So what is the interaction hand-wise here? Pyroblast is going to be huge.
We have Last Rites.
Fantastic for this match.
Very good.
High Tide cannot win with 1 card in hand, like a lot of so you actually like Last Rites. Last Rites lets you discard your hand to discard your opponent's hand. You just trade cards. That's always going to work out well. Yeah. And then Pyroblast is huge to actually answer the first High Tide or make them have to fight over it. Holden does have Dispels that she'll probably bring in just to handle that.
Keep it Gang Shinobi is a
absolutely, yeah. I mean, you're bringing that in. Absolutely. You used to call your terrible removal, right? That's all relevant.
Yeah.
Do you keep your 1-drops in your 1-drop creature, your Quark Land, just to enable that?
I think so there's a lot to cut. We have Toxin Analysis that can come out easily. Terminate is coming out. Terminate for sure. Terminate was actually one of Hippo's inclusions over another cast down or something like Practic Confession, specifically because he was worried about Cameron on Nia Gates having Guardian of the Guild Pact and him having actual 0 ways to do it.
Guardian of the Guild Pact is protected from monocolored, so
Terminate
so doesn't work,
Well, and because you're already kind of priced into red for Chrysalis, you also want the red for the Wildfires.
Isn't Chrysalis as a colorless creature? No, but I'm saying, can't you just outgrow that? Isn't that like not the scariest card?
I see, yeah. That's true, but if
I guess if you know your podcast host friend is bringing a certain deck,
and if Guardian of the okay, we see a stream.
This is for how much?
Oh, milling.
Wait, they're milling themselves?
Yeah, you can do that.
But why?
Then you'll shuffle cards back into your deck. So it may be that you just want to like keep the ideas unbound flowing, which it looks like are the choices.
Okay, notably, this Nihil Spellbomb got 3 of the High Tides out of the graveyard.
I don't think those are going to...
Well, if it's a set of her future turn, which I don't think they will.
I see what you're saying. So this is the turn.
Right, because now if you... They just milled on the last High Tide, but if you did it for a future turn, like I'm going to try to set up for next time.
So the fizzle, if there is a fizzle, the game is over.
It's way harder, yeah. Now all of a sudden, like, you have to like have incredibly lucky instead of... Piece of puzzles in hand. You do get to tutor.
That library fairly
super
thin.
Oracle in this.
Brainstorm.
What did I miss here in the fizzle? What did we not get? Maybe we didn't fizzle. But with this Psychic Puppetry, shouldn't every spell be plus 12 mana, right?
Yes.
So 4 floating.
Is good.
It to splice all 3 for any arcane spell.
Well, no, you have to. Yeah.
Like Ideas Unbound, for instance. So mana wise, they should be fine. I'm gonna go look at their the win con.
So it's just Stream of Thought.
It's just 2 Stream of Thought though, so there is another one.
Yes, but the Stream of Thought, the first or the second Stream of Thought, can also put the next Stream of Thought or the last Stream of Thought into the graveyard,
right?
Or into the library rather.
In the library, exactly.
And so you can basically use those two together with the Ideas Unbound. Yeah, so there might be a deterministic, like this might be where it becomes deterministic.
Once you have this few cards in your deck, yes, right.
So now that looks like 7 mana. If I'm reading that D20 correctly.
7 mana, yeah, because it's untapped, right? So it's 7 plus 12 showing.
Yep. So this might be where it becomes deterministic, where you have Ideas Unbound, you have the untapping Arcane,
Psychic Puppetry, yeah.
Psychic Puppetry, and then you just Stream of Thought yourself. You start Stream of Thought your opponent, shuffle those back in, Ideas Unbound.
Over and over again, yeah.
Yeah, so this looks like there might be a loop.
Well, Ideas Unbound, how do you get that back in your hand?
Through the Stream of Thought.
It goes to your hand?
Well, no, because they didn't Holden just rebuy 3 or 4 Ideas Unbound?
But also now we're close enough where any arcane spells are gonna hate over again. So we said how many cards we said? About 50? In James's library?
50, yeah, James.
So we need 10, 12, 13, 12 replicates. 48 mana? So 48 mana plus the cast, so 49 mana. I think we're there.
So it'll actually, yeah. It'll be 13. 13.
Right. So each of these Ideas Unbound and Peers are all going to be additional mana. Just run. Yeah.
Yep. Also gotta love James representing and kind of shouting out the podcast. We had mentioned it earlier verbally.
It's so funny. My eyes didn't even recognize that.
Didn't even see
it wasn't a magic card, so my brain just did not acknowledge it existed. Yeah.
And James is a good sport, even though I think he is less a fan of this style of deck. He understands that these are table stakes of the form.
It's also it's healthy for this to exist in Pauper for the first time in a long time.
Yeah,
it's been a while. So we're gonna have Brainstorm. He's gonna draw 3, put 2 back. Cast it. So you float 12.
Well, is there another high?
Pay 2. You float 10. Then you're gonna use 3 replicate or arcane to untap all 3. So that's 7 plus mana every time. That's it's the 4th puppetry also.
And we can we're
gonna cast that.
We can dig as many times as we need to with the Peer Through Depths.
Yep. This is again pretty close to deterministic. 12 more.
Oh, we got a first time chat from Jonathan. Look at this. No need for gamers.
Hey, another
games,
teammate of mine.
Just these handsome casters. Now, beards not as crispy as Jonathan's, notably. The beard meta, he's kind of defined it. He's tier 0. Or tier 1.
That's also true for him as a player in the region, though.
That is true. That is true.
My teammates are Centillus and that guy. It's so hard to lose, you know?
Yeah.
But notably an Eternal player, too, so I think coming up pretty soon, right?
It is in October. I think it's October 9th through the 12th. I think Jonathan. I would like to go for at least the legacy portion. I don't think I have enough connections to engineer a deck. I also
that's a quitter's attitude.
Well, maybe I just don't trust.
What is it? 20 grand? It's fine.
Maybe I also just don't trust myself enough with somebody else's.
I don't want to
50K
hold somebody
worth of,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's always mine.
It's more of I don't have an insurance policy on myself.
Holden does clean this up though, so we'll talk about post-sport in a bit. But I have the same issue where I have friends like, "I'll just come up, I'll give you a vintage deck." I'm like, I don't want to. I wouldn't hand you. I couldn't take a briefcase of you with 50 grand in cash and walk around with it. I wouldn't do it with a magic deck either. But
it's like you wouldn't. What is it? You wouldn't pirate a car.
Yeah, I would not borrow that.
You wouldn't give your friend $50,000.
Let's do James' side first. So we talked about Power Blast, which is very big. You mentioned Last Rites, which I think is huge, because if you do have Last Rites, you get to strip them of cards.
Like a reverse Wheel of Fortune.
It's exactly. Wheel
Black reverse wheel. Yeah, wheel of unfortune.
Unfortunate. I can't say misfortune because that card exists, right?
Yeah, that's and not legal.
So I think those are two really strong cards for the matchup. You mentioned another
Okiba Gang Shinobi.
Little ninja beat down, little rat ninja.
I mean, that would certainly help to whittle down kind of the critical mass of cards that Holden needs to kind of assemble and chain off, just like we saw in the first game. So yeah, I think
also as a repeatable beater, if you do get into play, it's like the interaction suite. So high tide side.
Well, and another thing you could do potentially, depending on what the threat that you employ or deploy, excuse me, you could attack with your, say, Eldrazi spawn. Ninjutsu in the thing.
Ninjutsu in, yeah.
You don't necessarily get the the trigger on Chrysalis, but you at least don't have to set yourself back by returning the Chrysalis.
Yeah, I don't care about the Chrysalis when I get to smack you for 5 or 4
and put you down 2. -2 cards.
Yeah. -2 cards, and we talk about how you have to go off as late as possible as a high tide player.
Yep.
That's suddenly immediately I just lost 2 cards. I can't answer this creature. Yep. It's not going to get better.
So I think it's easy. It's 4 Pyroblast, 2 Last Rites, and 1 Okiba Gang Shinobi. There's also a Thorn of the Black Rose, which you could potentially deploy just to keep cards flowing in your hand.
A little slow to my liking, yeah. Especially
maybe it's a play draw dependent. Who knows?
I think you're happier to do that if you actually can draw into duresses and stuff like that matters. But other than Pyroblast, what are you hoping to draw into? And that's not a card that kills quickly. It's a 1. What is the oof in the sideboard?
Troublemaker oof.
Is that relevant? I don't know if the card does.
If you bargain, you can exile an artifact or enchantment. Not relevant.
Not relevant here at all.
So I think you trim the Toxin Analysis, you trim the Terminate, you trim the Cast Downs, so that's 5 cards total, plus the 2 Kark Clan, and then 7 and 7 out. I think that's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. On the Holden side, I think she definitely brings in the Dispels, because you do want to answer Hydroblast.
Yep.
Envelop is counter target sorcery. I think you also probably bring that in. You're probably expecting something like Duress or Last Rites.
Yep.
Hydroblast, I don't think you bring in. It doesn't actually hit the Chrysalis, and it technically hits the Chrysalis. Doesn't do anything against the Chrysalis. But it also
do you know who learned that lesson?
This guy here, right?
No, it was a single Devin Northcutt.
Devin should know better.
I believe it was against Hippo.
Devin should know better. Hippo said it resolves. I'm sure. Just
yeah, definitely. It is relevant in the Pinger decks though, because you, unlike Red Blast, where you do have to have a valid target, Pyroblast sometimes is just ping your opponent for a damage.
Yeah.
Obviously, not super relevant here, but obviously Madness Burn has made a resurgence in the meta for Pauper.
Does a high tide player bring Giga Drowse or any anti-creature stuff, Snap or anything in there? Is any of that relevant?
Snap sometimes could be extremely defensive.
Well, Snap also sometimes comes in as a ritual for the one high tide, as long as it has a legal target.
Yep.
So, which is sometimes relevant. I don't know if you bring it in unless you know the Shinobi tech or something like that. It's not very relevant. This deck isn't killing you quickly. You're not bouncing a creature that's trying to swing you deep hour or something.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Terra players and stuff in.
Yeah. So I think you don't bring in the Hydroblast because Dispel hits everything.
Hydroblast only hits Pyroblast, which is
and the Wildfires.
Very loopy. Wildfires doesn't matter. You're a deck of all islands.
Yeah.
If James wants to ramp, let him.
I like Envelop and I like Dispel. And what was the other card we said? Snap, maybe contextually.
Snap, maybe.
Giga Drowse I don't love.
Giga Drowse is usually for I'm gonna tap everything or for the free.
Right. Those are for the interactive terror decks, I think.
Yeah.
Unless Holden just wants to use it as essentially a time walk where, you have 4 mana and you might have a Chrysalis. Okay, in your upkeep we're gonna Giga Drowse and tap all these things.
So against this matchup, that has merit in other matchups where you need to have them skip their turn 4.
Right.
But you're not that afraid of Chrysalis.
Right,
Chrysalis is not it's a great card. It's not a fast. Yeah, we have James at 6, I believe. No, it's kept 7.
5, excuse me?
Okay. I thought I saw a mulligan, but I didn't realize we were still doing it. So what's that middle black card? Is that a Last Rites?
Holden has a full grip.
That's right. It's a lot worse on the play on a mulligan to 5. Definitely. Last Rites is just not hitting enough cards. You don't have threats. Opening up the black-red tap land. Preordain, yeah. So this is where the high tide player again is just going to sculpt their hand, kind of set up for that perfect turn.
Yep.
These Devin plays are cracking me up.
I know. We also didn't. So a way.
Oh, sorry. You said those are Dragon Shield.
Yeah. Dragon Shield allows you to make custom.
You get Dragon Shield ones. That's perfect.
Yeah. You can make custom sleeves.
So they did keep a Quark clan. Old card. You're definitely not keeping.
I mean,
I think
maybe...
just as like the most weenie beater of all time, lets you have your ninjutsu. You know,
could be. Yeah, I guess you do need kind of a critical mass of creatures. It could be that the wildfires were some of the cuts, or you shaved a number of them.
Yeah,
because like you don't
just not at a premium here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically just a 2-mana redraw, which is just
definitely.
Do we have? Is that a refurbished familiar in hand?
Tactile Terror.
Much less impressive here.
Definitely.
Alright, swing for 1. That's the clock right there. 20 turns.
And it could also be that Kark Clan Shaman, if you think maybe your opponent is zagging into, say, a Murmuring Mystic sideboard,
sure,
transformationally, to just say, hey, maybe I'll just deploy the Mystic in the middle of my combo. That way I still have compensation if I just fizzle.
And with so many bad cards for the matchup, playing something like that for 100%. That reason makes a lot more sense.
Correct. And if you think your opponent is going to be like, well, Cast Down is terrible.
Right.
And the Toxin Analysis plan is
definitely coming out. Yep.
Yeah, like it could be the appropriate zag out of the board to make sure. I mean, like when I play Fog, sometimes you'll see that.
Stop saying horrible sentences like when I play Fog, right? When I play Scape Shift, when I play Living End, yeah, terrible. But yeah, the kind of slight pivot where it's like, joke. It's
because obviously people are going to bring in your Pyroblast. They're going to bring in some of the graveyard.
Right.
Interruption just to make sure that you can't loop a bunch of things or try to catch you at a point where Stream of Thought, the first one, is in the graveyard, and so you can't loop it that way to make it a little less.
Was James's Pyroblast count? That's what
4.
That's what the clan's for, to sacrifice.
It's just sacrifice fodder.
To make your map token, you know.
Nice.
Gotta sacrifice something. Might as well be this terrible one drop.
Yeah, I'd be curious to talk to James, depending on how the matchup plays out, just what the ins and outs are. Again, it's intuitive to me that Pyroblast, and we even see one in the grip, is obviously an include. Last Rites, I think, also has to be an include. And again, the Okiba Gang Shinobi include, but who knows? Maybe some amount of
Here's a familiar. I don't think 1 is going to be enough here.
No.
It is helpful though, because every card matters, as we saw with the High Tide. Or like, especially if you're going to Pyroblast something. And then your second familiar and all of them get better. It also is an actual clock as a 2/1, you know. If you have that and add on to it. Matter. This is why I can't play this. The black-green deck that was running them, the Brood Scale Man, I'm like, what a terrible color.
They cycle.
I'd rather run Ash Baron. This card's garbage. It makes more sense in the Jund list, obviously, but like, man, this feels so terrible. Evolving Wilds, I guess this is trash. Yeah,
I mean, when you don't have any sort of like landfall, like it makes sense if you at least had landfall.
And again, it's a tri-land in Pauper. You know, it makes sense. A format that's only commons, but like it's like embarrassing to watch.
Yeah.
Is there a land to hit? There we go. I see swamps at least.
I do love. I want to comment on the portal basics that James has shown up.
It is funny going from the legacy players with their blinged out, fully foiled decks to Pauper, where it's like, look at this swamp I have. It's so nice.
Wait, you don't think portal basics?
I don't think it counts the same amount of foiled out Stifle Knot deck, you know.
I mean, or the Guru. I'll
or the Guru, yeah. Right?
I will grant you that.
I'm not knocking. I don't think
Spellbomb is a good get.
Also, making this a 3/2 is super relevant.
Yep. Well, I mean, we said that you can't really recur it outside of the blood fountain loops, obviously.
Right.
Maybe you have a line where you can Okiba Gang Shinobi in.
True.
And then just replay the Chrysalis, and then you're down. Your opponent's down 3 resource or points of material. So that would be fun.
We have this
if we were starting a bingo card, I would want to put that on the bingo card.
I think that as like the Wildfires player too, like this is the best threat you can possibly get this early, right? Like a 3/2 is that discards is like super relevant compared to your clan.
Okay, so we did Merchant Scroll for the Untapper. So
this
is
Puppetry. Psychic Puppetry, yep. I've never actually seen that card cast. It's just only spliced, really.
Yeah.
Sometimes you cast at the very end. It's like, all right, scoop. You know?
That's right.
I'll say mana. I don't think these decks can win anymore with 1 High Tide, right?
Like you need almost to hit at least certainly 2. Not. Yeah, I think
you used to be able to go off pretty consistently with 1 High Tide, but
yeah,
Back in my day, old man.
I think it depends on how long the game goes to. Like, so like if you have the opportunity to get multiple islands and you have just a massive islands, maybe you could compensate for the lack of high tides.
But your psychic puppetry with Ideas Unbound would only be +1, even if no matter how many islands you have, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be a little over there. I had to look through. That's for high tide players to do, you know.
That's right.
I just sit down.
Math is for high tide players.
Yeah, exactly.
Tactile Terror. Okay.
And then we're getting the clock going.
We get immediate value from being able to just deploy.
I wouldn't even bother getting the life here. It has no relevance in this game.
Well, I was thinking that like you could just deploy the Nihil Spellbomb to add a point of damage.
Well,
and just interrupt.
Pyroblast in hand, right? So you don't care. But
yeah.
Here's my question: do you counter the first high tide?
With 3 lands,
hold and untaps.
I don't know enough about the high tide list and just like the composition of the hand.
You think James does?
I think it's certainly tempting.
I think
because if you counter the first high tide or the second high tide, either way, there's only one high tide result.
But if they go high tide into like Ideas Unbound and Psychic Puppetry, that is actually one spell. So even though it's not replicated, was it merged, spliced? Even though it's spliced, it's still one spell. It's just adding the text. So Pyroblast can end the turn and the high tide. Very risky because they go high tide and they go high tide. And well, now my Pyroblast is nothing.
Well, it could be. So the other cat and mouse of this could be.
Ooh, Giga Drow. So they did bring Giga Drows in, which is another way to play around Pyroblast that we didn't really think about.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. So this means Holden's going to try to go for it. Now the Spellbomb not playing it looks bad.
Well, what I was going to mention too is maybe you counter the second high tide because with having the Spellbomb rolled up, you're like, okay, cool.
Yeah,
I get to snag 2 of them.
Yep.
If it's not deterministic or they don't have a ton of mana. Okay, we see first high tide.
Yeah,
fired
that
off.
Giga Drows looked real good.
Okay.
Second high tide, yeah.
Like I said, it looked. I was thinking of Giga Drows more in the context of like the blue decks or the Terror decks.
James didn't even need to make that decision. It turns out, tapped his land with Giga Drows first. All right, one floating already.
You just don't want to.
Mana now.
Tapping the land is the same as Pyroblast.
That shouldn't be at 4. That should be at 3, right? 3, so 2 lands. And splice. One floating.
Didn't they fire off 2 high tides?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So yeah, they would be 4 mana total from the. There's Envelop, the grip, or in the choices.
I think they just have it. Especially with that.
Okay. Okay, James.
It's just a lot of a lot of bonus 1. That's rough because you play the Tactile Terror because you need to have a threat. You can't take forever off, but then you have Pyroblast and Nihil Spell. Don't get to cast either. Yeah. That's rough. Giga Drows look really good there. I didn't even think about it in the sense of this. So like, let me shut down Pyroblast.
Yep.
Because even if let's say James passed the turn entirely, you still get to go. I have 3 mana. Red. Yeah,
really and I mean that Dross Force Bridge was obviously pregnant with like. It was the Pyroblast was almost face up.
Yeah,
at that point,
absolutely. Right? When you don't play the Spellbomb,
definitely. So not saying it's a punt because I trusted James, especially in Pauper.
Yeah, if he played the Spellbomb and then lost anyway, it would have been like, why didn't you hold him out?
Yeah. So it might be 6 of 1, half a dozen.
I don't even think it's correct to not play the Tactile Terror because like you have to end the game. This game doesn't end as quickly as possible. Like you're already losing. This is where you lose points for playing a fire deck like this. You're such a dirty mid-range deck that just can't really keep up with this.
Yep. So it looks like we're gonna do tap untap, high tide, Lotus Field, all that sort of stuff.
High tide's cool. It's cool that this deck exists.
It is.
We'll see if it ends up being too strong, but like it's a very hateable deck in other decks.
Definitely.
Sometimes you just die turn 3 or turn 4 in Pauper if you're not prepared, which they get easily do, and then you have.
We see another untap. Decks. The 2 Merchant Scrolls, and we muddle the mixture represents any 2-drop that you want to go get.
Right, but I think, I think that's like that's also another arcane spell. Oh no, it's not. Transmute. Casting hidden. Step 2. Transmute, yeah. Are we looking for
ideas?
Yeah.
Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, draw 3. Get your untap again.
Yeah.
How many cards are in?
About to be probably 3 more is unbound.
Right now,
I think it's just
are
one.
they just trying to live off the top right now?
I think they are chaining. So this might be like where potentially there's a fizzle if these ideas unbound don't hit.
Because it's well, it depends how many cards are in their hand, right? Because if they have,
I think it's just the one.
It is it?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me too. But
land. There's a high tide and something else. Oh, Lorien Revealed.
Pretty good one.
Okay, Lorien Revealed is a nice one.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes to 1 mana now.
Interesting. They're not playing the. Did I miss something? I thought they got a high tide in the grid. Okay. Now this is looking a little bit more promising.
Yeah, this is.
I think that is a high tide. That third card.
The
from
one that the first
hand.
draw, right? Ideas Unbound is gonna go to 3, 5.
Oh, you can splice multiple spells, right?
Well, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So that's why last time like each.
So it's just 3 splices.
Each of those are paying 1 to add 3 mana. So every spell with Arcane is gonna add 6 mana to the mana. Brainstorm. Yep. Get some terrible lands out of my face.
I don't even know the name of it. The Final Fantasy name.
Oh, Endwalker? I don't know. I don't actually know Final Fantasy 14 stuff. It's like an online game, MMO kind of style. I've played about 6 hours of it and 9 jabillion. And not my style.
Maybe we should just go summon James to come here. You know, obviously, like.
Well, he's not doing anything over there,
right?
Yeah.
Build.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just like.
Yeah.
And draw.
The shilling is over.
F6.
This is an F6. I mean, we kind of already
ban high tide is what you're right. Please ban high tide.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. That's funny.
No, turn it around. Sorry. Turn it around.
So funny.
We should yell out.
I don't know. We'll see what ends up, because I do think historically in Pauper, combo decks are either way too strong or garbage. So we'll see if this toes the line. It's gonna need a little more hate for it. There's nothing that there's no really good duress deck that's like very popular right now. You know, like Root Scale was it. You know, but we'll see. It's nice. It's nice to dust off the high tides.
Yeah.
This is so much more convoluted than my high tide used to play. I gotta say.
Yeah, true. I mean, especially when it was very storm based, where you were just let me just cast like 15 spells.
So few free spells.
Emrakul check you. I don't know if that's the era that you were high tiding in, but
Emrakul check, no.
Like when Show and Tell was a big deck, it was like legitimate.
No, I was high tiding in Pauper. I was not doing it.
Oh, sick.
Yeah,
okay.
I was doing it. But again, it was like 8 banned cards now. You know, I'm gonna look up a list, but it's a bunch of Cloud of Fairies nonsense stuff. The times have changed. I will say.
So you weren't casting Time Spiral.
I was not. No.
Dang, heck of a card.
Cloud of Fairies has to go.
Do you mind if I shout out to Hippo to the door?
To have him come over?
No. Hippo, turn it around!
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. Maybe we've got good sound.
No one needs to hear.
If they couldn't hear that, then really I think we're safe to discuss anything.
We can hear them so clearly, though. I was getting nervous earlier because I'm like, wow, I just heard that announcement so clearly. It's this is a rough one. I think there are other Pauper matchups that'll go better for Wildfires. A lot of fair stuff we're seeing out there today.
Yep.
I think this is way better than the stupid Gates deck that Cameron's playing. So,
if anything, we're just building the highlight reel that we can send to WotC and say, just like James expressed, these are the reasons why you should reban High Tide if you need one.
Let me play it once. Let me spec a 1K
roll
with
up.
It real quick.
Are you gonna play the one or I think there's a 2K here August 2nd. The next Common Ground Cup. Yeah. I think the first
Common Ground Cup.
Yeah, it's here.
I gotta win the trophy. No,
yeah.
I have to. High Tide Mirror sounds really bad.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, Hippo's not happy with the High Tide estate. That's all right. We'll hear about it on the podcast.
And you can see the body language clearly in a defensive pose. It's almost a trauma response.
Don't say you understand, Holden. Just talk your shit. Like, what if you just got good instead? That's what I would say. Step it up, Hippo. This is this is an interesting format, I think. Despite what we're seeing right now, the solitaire player popping off, but
Hippo obviously very animated, and we can hear his commentary through the door. I'm sure, like it had on the shilling pad earlier, you can expect a robust reaction on their podcast on Thursday when they release it. Can we have
a losers interview? Have him come over here, make his case.
That might be more appropriate.
That sounds not great.
Be like, you are allowed one expletive. Otherwise, we have to haul you out of the building, or we have to Cameron Schindler you and crumple up your car.
Oh man. We don't talk about that on stream.
Well, you don't talk about it. We saw it on stream at Game Night for the RCQ.
So this is 60 mana. That's everything, yeah. Full mill.
I think we
cast
are
or replicate. Good. Yeah, it's target player draws cards. Deep analysis. Yeah.
All right.
Untap. All right. Well, High Tide takes it. Pauper is cured. What are we thinking next round? Are we thinking Legacy again?
Yeah, we could loop it around to Legacy.
Look at the 3-0 standings, see if anyone's actually going to play.
Or we could see if there's maybe a more engaging standard, like I think the blue-black deck versus like a VV deck. If we could get that, would be super.
It could be fun.
A little bit more back and forth. Obviously, like
we've lost the matchup lottery a little bit here. I feel like
we have. We've seen kind of the very lopsided matchups. Yeah. Again, Dredge doing its thing versus the fair Stifle
multiple times we got to say, hey, I think this is the one person I didn't want to run to the room.
Yeah, exactly.
I think games are happy playing against
it would be fun to see a more interactive matchup.
I mean, what kind of show is that?
That's Envelop.
Oh, it is Envelop. Okay.
Yeah.
Really sexy.
Yeah.
Why are Holden's cards so nice and clean?
Is it Nemesis that card was printed in?
Sounds right. I have it right here.
So those foils are gorgeous. Or actually, it might be Scourge.
I had that Scourge precon with Scornful Egotist. Man,
Woo!
It's one of my first Star Treks. Little baby Tristan going through it.
Oh, Judgment.
That's Judgment. Yeah.
Yeah. That old border foil is beautiful.
Yeah.
Hippo still hasn't turned it around in any sense of the term.
It's fine. Yeah.
For about an hour now.
Don't put a frowny face in a win. Turn that frown upside down.
Like I said, if you're interested, and I will represent Common Ground, not just because I like James, but because there is a Common Ground Cup coming to Game Night. I believe it is August 2nd. We can fact check a little bit with maybe Kyle or
I
Josh
also
or somebody.
I'm a pretty stickler for commentary. This is our first time doing it together.
Yeah.
They were fantastic on the mic.
Yeah, I agree.
All three of them. It's hard to do a triple cast too, and all three of them are really strong.
It is.
I guess it helps when you have a podcast with someone that you talk to every week for years. But
yes, I think they're at a year and a half now.
That's
cool.
And people show up for them. People love it. So I think just for the commentary alone, even if you show up for
yeah.
Other than that. Do you need help with that, my friend?
I also love the how Holden represents life with the guest checks. These are holy.
I don't know if it's visible.
Not sponsored, but brought to you by Domino.
Not yet.
Or Domino's, excuse me.
We're working on it.
But the guest check for the life pad really sent. I love the nice touch. I was at work the other day, and it was out in Wilson, Sumner County, where they were bringing the first Whataburgers to Tennessee when they launched. And on the desk, this person had like a Whataburger notepad, and I was like, where did you get that? Because I thought of Holden, and I was like, I would love to just have like a Whataburger notepad to keep life people and be like, do you like maybe we can get that when In-N-Out finally comes here. See if they have any swag.
That's been on the horizon since I moved here.
Well, they have broken ground in Lebanon. Like I've seen the sign.
We'll see. I heard Murfreesboro Lebanon,
too.
Franklin.
Yep.
Heard it all.
Well, Franklin is where they built the headquarters. They relocated from.
Yeah, but they don't actually have a location there, do they?
No, not. They just have the corporate headquarters.
Yeah, we'll probably switch to some standard, some legacy next, but I think there could be some fun standard matchups. I think we could look at the matchups first, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, if we could get something super interactive, like I think Terror versus Bully would be fun, or Terror versus Wildfires.
This is why we picked Wildfires, hoping for some interactive gameplay. We really had a high tie matchup. We didn't think about it. What do you think about this option?
Punt count, at least one.
Yeah, it's on us. But we'll have some fun ones. I think we make sense to pay attention to standard. We'll look at the standings after this and then who's in a good matchup. So.
I guess we'll check with production to see if we have a backup match or if we can slide somebody over. Obviously, the comboing off of the 2 high tide turns took quite a while, but unsure if we still have a decider. Obviously, the players are still at the table, which suggests to me, based on the rules of trios, that it's not over.
Yeah,
because you can't get up.
Yeah, okay. We're not gonna slide them over mid-game.
All right, so apparently we're in a flow state in the middle seat. A lot of that's standard, correct? So match is still ongoing.
Can we pull up any deck lists on stream? Okay.
All right, so we'll keep ourselves afloat in the
sea of uncertainty. I think Dimir mid range could be fun for standard. I'd be down for match.
You want to see Cecil?
I would just down in general. I don't even know if she's playing Cecil. I think it's Anna on it today. I saw the bat.
We are only 3 weeks out from the release of Final Fantasy,
it can't be that easy to get everything.
Could have influenced the meta efforts.
Rayton is on. Is it Prowess deck? The actual Prowess deck. We watched Joshua on Blue White.
Yep.
Full Insidious Roots. I'm down to watch that. If it's not going to be a.
I don't know.
Not for you.
It might basically just be high tide.
You're over the
high tide in
matchups?
Different colors. No. I'm not over the combo matchups, but if we want to actually have something where there's a legitimate back and forth and like strategic, like what do you?
So I'm gonna click on Anna's list. Dimir mid range. Always love playing against.
Good human. Devin. Anna.
Devin's all right.
Yeah,
Devin has a little bit more to with your
no, I just mean like them as a couple fun people.
Yeah, really great.
They host a lot of the local cube nights at their house, so
I, of course, now can't click this list for some reason, but
all right, so looks like we're gonna take a quick break before we get to the next round.
Yeah, Anna's James teammates. We probably won't put him back on anyway.
Probably not.
No.
Anyways, we'll take a quick break and we'll bring you round 4 after you get paired. Thanks, everybody.
Yep. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna run another Pauper game here. We're gonna do another. We didn't really like the way that Fires match went. So
Definitely not.
We're gonna run it back with
James didn't either.
Fires against Naya Gates. I personally think Fires is a much better deck in general. I don't know if that's true head to head because the Gates are so powerful.
The Gates are powerful, but your Wildfires do have text.
Yeah, it's
against
relevant.
Both your own bridges and then also the Basilisk Gate. So it could be kind of an interesting game of cat and mouse, especially if Carthel knows what he's up against, where maybe he saves the Basilisk Gates for a key turn where he wants to really push damage through. rather than exposing them proactively.
There's not a lot of interaction with land in the fair decks, and of course
really.
this one is. Which of these decks would you say is grindier?
I think probably the John Wildfire side of things.
Interesting. So I think I lean Gates a little bit, but I don't necessarily know what it means it outgrinds the Gates deck, because like you said, you're sniping these Gates. Like, whenever in a mid-range mirror, when your lands have text, I feel like it's always such a huge advantage.
Definitely.
But it might not. It might just be in the graveyard and get you a basic, you know?
Yeah, so I think the Wildfires have text, and then you also just have really good removals that are not conditional. So they're not damage-based in the majority of the time, unless you're running Galvanic Blast. I think the jury is still out as to whether or not Galvanic Blast is a good use of a spot in the
I like it. I know
it's
not for everyone. If you think about that high tide matchup, it could cut a whole turn off, which is super relevant. Definitely. You know, and it's gonna kill most of the must kill things.
Yeah, I think sometimes some of the flex slots are like, how many creatures do you want? Do you want the toxin analysis plan in the main? How many of them do you want in the main?
Right.
Maybe you just want a good damage based spell to push things forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but like against something like High Tide, like maybe you have 8 damage in your hand. It's a game changer, you know.
But going back to what we were talking about earlier with the format being very creature centric at the moment, outside of the outliers like High Tide, the toxin analysis slots are usually just really, really good.
Huge, yeah. Do we have a Terminate in this version, or is that
I believe that was a Hippo special.
Okay, because we do have 2 Guardians of the Guildpact main deck, so
yes,
that interaction, you know, against Cast Down might actually come up.
Yeah. So I'm a little curious on
Jacob Wedding Special, the Lembas coming down.
Man, if Jacob is watching right now, he is going to be...
I can't believe he didn't play a Lembas deck after all that, you know?
What did he end up registering? What did we
he borrowed the Madness deck with the Sneaky Snacker.
Oh, okay.
Which is a great deck. Actually, we should have thought about that at all, putting it on, but...
Yeah.
I don't know if he would have necessarily been happy with us putting him on camera.
Maybe not. That being said, I mean, like that Black-White Blade deck that I sent last night, I thought was really good. Really well positioned.
Like barely white, right? It was like black. Yeah, the Black Blade deck.
There are some interesting choices in Matt's construction of his deck. He is actually running Eldrazi Repurposer.
Okay.
In his creature suite. So obviously,
is he running 4?
4.
Wow. So this is almost closer to that red-green monsters list, just with a little bit of Fire's flavor, right?
Yeah. When I first saw that on the deck list, I actually thought maybe it had been mistermed and it was red-green monsters. But I saw the Chrysalis, I saw the Repurposer. I was like, oh, okay, this is the red-green Ponza or mid-range deck.
Again, let's talk about a deck like High Tide, where that is having an actual 3-drop that attacks is super relevant, and it makes the Chrysalis follow-up stronger.
Yes.
So like that all of a sudden could cut a whole turn or 2 off the High Tide clock.
Yes.
I still think with the way Holden drew, it might not have mattered if they were in this version instead, but like this is a concession you make when you build a mid-range deck. You have to kind of decide what you want your angles and edges to be. So we see the Repurposer here, like in this Gates matchup, if you took this turn off and didn't play a creature, like it's a big difference, you know?
So I think in general, like I said, the Gen Wildfire's deck, if it's played smartly and depending on the savvy of the pilot on the Gate side of things.
So not Matthew. No, totally kidding.
Well, I just think there's some interesting concessions to make the mid-range Chrysalis plan so much better. And what I mean by that is the Repurposers help you basically grow your Tarmogoyf. However, he's a little bit lighter on the interaction. So in his interaction suite, he's got a 1 Krark Clan Shaman toxin analysis.
Okay. Typically lighter, yeah.
Typically, I like X-1 for your toxin analysis. So like usually 2
and 1 or 3
2's
and
KCS.
2,
Yep. 2 Nyxborn Hydra, that's fine. 4 Chrysalis, 4 Refurbished Familiar. Where you see the cuts, and I think this may swing things a little bit in favor of Cameron now that I'm looking at the deck list, just by virtue of the interaction suite.
Yeah.
2 Cast Downs and 2 Galvanic Blast. That's really light in terms of interaction.
A lot of things you can't kill, but I mean, if you're in the monster stand, the board gets clogged up more. I think this is where Gates can kind of sometimes shine. What did we just see there?
I'm not sure, because we have a fetch land that was attempted to be tapped.
He doesn't have red and green here. That's why. He doesn't have the right colors. Yeah, so we see Cameron pick up the Gatekeeper and then play the cat. Like, this is like kind of such a grindy kind of setup where dumb 1/1. I think they come back, you know. That's the power of the Gates deck.
Okay.
But is that prismatic?
Oh, that is
strands?
a very okay, Cameron. We get it.
Yeah,
the prismatic
nice.
strands is really cute.
Hey, prismatic strands doesn't work on Chrysalis, does it?
It does not.
You need to choose a color, and that has none.
Color.
I don't see prismatic strand in this deck list.
Enough shilling.
Is that not what that is?
What's that?
Is that not a prismatic strand?
Oh, that is a prismatic.
I don't see that in this deck list. Take on our end. Oh, it's Honorable Scout.
Oh, is it?
Come to play, you gain 2 life for each black and or.
That is a great card.
That is a fantastic card.
Sorry, I didn't recognize it because
I didn't either. I thought it was prismatic strands for sure.
The other problem is that is usually not a main deck card.
Not at all.
You bring that in, like you were bringing that in a lot when like the Kavaltha Rebirth.
It's
decks.
everywhere, yeah.
The
1/1s.
Cameron notably shares my love for old foils, and no exception there. That is a very beautiful.
Man, you can see the sleeve really clearly on this camera.
Yeah. But anyways, again, going back to the deck construction, no problems with Eldrazi Repurposer. Clearly a very good card, and the red-green ramp decks do use it to good effect.
Yeah.
But again, you're making concessions to where you need to interact. And I think this matchup, we'll obviously see how it develops, but it may come down to where like they have big beaters, but at the end of the day, if you have a 11/11 cat, because it's getting buffed by a Basilisk Gate, you will need removal.
It's hard to erase the lifelinkers.
It is very hard.
You got to kill twice, you know.
Right, and like you could block with spawn, make sure they don't get in the life, but at the end of the day, you still need to remove the threat.
Yeah, Matthew has the Nyxborn in hand. He's gonna
there's a Gallblast.
Blast away that Skyfisher. Without the Nyxborn, it's also very hard to attack through Gates players because they just have such an endless amount of dorky, dumb creatures they can throw in front of it.
Yep. Well, and you can't even unless you have something like a magma spray effect. You really can't take care of the Sacred Cat in a permanent way. It'll just get unearthed. And
maybe tanking on a Thraben Charm here.
Could be. I mean, that being said, for everything we just said about Matt's, deck construction, obviously on board we have a lot of material.
So, like compared to what we just saw with Hippo, or James, where he just couldn't develop more at all, like there's already so much more action going on here, where you couldn't really commit to the same way. It's interesting to see the same deck, same mid range deck built very differently.
Definitely,
a lot of different changes. Even the Gallblast, it being such a difference.
Here we go.
These Chrysalises are big with Repurposer. They're very relevant now.
They are. If the game is about writhing Chrysalis, then these games are going to favor Matt heavily.
Without the Hydra, like if the Hydra gets answered for some reason on the Chrysalis, like it's so much harder to get any damage to these. You just have so many dumb blockers. It takes so many turns. But once you have the Hydra, with the trample getting it bigger, it's like very quick flip. Oh, we're gonna have familiar afterwards. What is the Deadly Dispute replacement for this one? Is it still the 4 map way? Any excavators?
It's still there's usually some mix of Eviscerators, Insights, and the Fanatical offering. There's also the Gain Life spell from Kamigawa, the Reckoner's Bargain. But his specific suite is 2 Eviscerators, Insights, and 4 offering.
Okay.
He does have a Pulse Morasa, which I know you said earlier.
Love that card. That's like one of my favorite cards.
That rebuying a Chrysalis.
Oh,
incredible.
Disgusting.
Good value. Okay, and a white bordered Chrysalis.
This isn't good. It isn't good enough here, right? With the Hydra in hand.
I think we need to clean up.
Why does the Chrysalis have?
It doesn't have 2, unless he just sacked one right away.
I think he meant to put a counter on the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
They need to clean up this. Better move your deck somewhere.
Yeah.
Already stressing me out. Sloppy board state.
Yeah.
These 2 familiars have only the Crystals as a blocker, right? So that gets removed. These are free go. Gonna sacrifice 1 spawn.
Yeah, I mean combat at least.
Cast down in hand. Yeah.
Okay, that is going to be a very valuable spell.
Did we see Blood Fountains in Jane's version? Because I do see a Blood Fountain here, which is also a
usually there's about 10 artifacts in that version. So there's the Ichor Wellsprings, the Nile Spell.
We see Limbus here also. Yeah. Getting rid of this Chrysalis is pretty good here though, because now your Chrysalis is strong enough to attack.
So if you do that, you are priced into attacking very aggressively and trying.
Aren't you? If you don't have the wildfires, aren't you just away? Although it looks like we're about to.
You are, but in not saving your limited removal suite for something like a huge. I mean,
Hydra,
Basilisk Gate is on board.
Oh, it puts the Hydra on the Repurposer. Interesting. That's a 6/6 trample and the flyers. I think this is
a lot of
quite
damage.
a beating here.
A lot of damage.
So this cat or something should go in front of the Chrysalis, but everything else is take 8 damage. Keeping the spawns. I guess the spawns on a gate is give gate mana.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a show of strength, I think, as to how many turns Matt thinks the game is going to continue, right?
Yep.
Like, if you have onboard Basilisk Gate and onboard Sacred Cat, you're basically saying, I don't think it matters how much life you're about to gain, and I also don't think that me cast downing this, whatever you decide to pump with the Basilisk Gate matters to the point where this cast down is not just worth getting the big Chrysalis out of the way.
Rather just get damage through, and then even if you Basilisk Gate in return here, now you're at 2. That's not going to be enough life gain.
Definitely not.
So you gain 6, go to 8, and if you don't have enough mana, after that he'll have what 3 mana left technically.
I think he go up to 7, right? 5 gates.
5 gates goes to 7, yes.
And again, he's taken 2 in the air on the way back. He's got the Nyxborn equipped or enchanted. Repurposer. Still Writhing Chrysalis, Tarmogoyf. Pauper can't talk. Pauper, Tarmogoyf. Crashing on the way back.
It is funny how different this deck is than the Gates Pauper used to look, where a lot of Brainstorm, Screeching Hawk, Flyer kind of stuff,
Yeah, I mean, those decks I think were very strong before the introduction of the Brood Scale.
Chrysalis also is like such a monumental change there.
Correct. Now, you have seen them creep back in now that it's pretty wide open. And again, it's not even clear to me, even though I think Jund Wildfires would be my preferred creature deck to be playing just because it preys on the other creature decks. I think there's a lot of valid creature decks, the Blue-White Gates version being one. I think earlier this week it may have won a challenge or top 8 at a challenge. I saw a deck list that I was really impressed with. And again, sometimes like small dinky creatures that are able to recur themselves in the case of Sacred Cat, plus being able to protect them with Prismatic Strands, plus being able to pump them into these big like 8 power life linking things, plus having counterspell backup is a very like powerful confluence of cards.
Right. I'm gonna destroy this Hydra because otherwise that's a right. Having trap. Oh, there we go. 3-man charm.
Yep, this telegraphed 3-man charm.
That Hydra is
so basically just taking 4 here from the familiar.
Oh, he's 3-man charming. My brain, he was killing the creature, but he's just removing the enchantment. Okay, quick discard there. Furbisher.
I mean, Blood Fountain's as good as it gets.
Really great.
You dealt with the Hydra. We're about to buy it back, or if anything else dies, Chrysalis dies. Here's Johnny, and
you get to attack with your cat again, but there's just not a lot else to do with this turn with no more spells.
Right, like you can gain 6 life and take. Yeah, I think about 10 seconds away.
Was he showing all 4 3-man charms?
Yeah.
Brutal. Okay, tapping 4 is this
This
Chrysalis?
might be. I was thinking it was going to be Guardian.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, never mind. It is. I mean, chaining these Chrysalises does just kind of prolong the inevitable, right? Like,
well, it makes it so the familiars can't attack.
That's true.
Remove it.
That's true.
So all of a sudden, these familiars, like if you're attacking and trading damage, that whole like Sacred Cat back and forth we're talking about,
right?
A lot worse if you lose a familiar every time.
Sure.
Know? But I don't know. There's a 4 or 5 Chrysalis already in the battlefield. I don't know if this is good enough. Like maybe he's supposed to keep the Basilisk Gate untapped and then crack it to gain life for after the Chrysalis.
Could, yeah.
I don't know if that's better if you have especially with 3-man charm in hand, like you're 3-man charm to kill something.
I mean, you get to. There's no way.
Well, if you do block, you're not getting life gain next turn, right? So if you've already decided you can't block, maybe you attack. But tough call. I feel iffy about that one.
Yeah.
Either way, I feel like both decisions feel bad, but I would probably keep. All right, so 3-man charm is going to deal 6 damage because sacrifice the spawn.
What is this card in hand? Get the greatest look.
Phyrexian Land.
They do look good. What I have sleeved up in my my version of Shunned Wildfires is Phyrexia.
Those are nice too.
Shunned Land.
Yeah.
Big fan.
They
dispute effect potentially.
Yeah. Was this... Draw 2. His Wildfires. He's not gonna hit the gate.
I'm gonna draw a card here.
Wouldn't you draw a card anyway?
What?
Don't you draw a card anyway if you hit?
That is true.
I feel like this almost can be correct. Like, what are you ramping into? I guess with Blood Fountain, maybe it's relevant in Blood Fountain to have that extra land.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a decision I would have made, but
yeah, I think you just take off like you cap the amount of life gain, which is already good on its own.
Yeah, like how does Cameron come back in this game?
Exactly.
It involves Basilisk Gate, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if he has two, like if he untaps and plays a second Basilisk Gate, he's able to gain 12 life.
Yeah, 13. Yeah.
Way different story, because you're at 14. You have to block with something,
right? And
you have Limbus, so you can gain.
That's what I was saying. Like, I don't even know if you necessarily block with Sacred Cat. So if you make the decision, you might as well sideways. But I don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen. Right. He kills this Chrysalis. All of a sudden, you really need to.
Yeah. No. The not hitting Basilisk Gate may be an interest. Like on board, it looks like.
Oh, and then he drew into the Insight.
Okay.
Sacrifice a blood token to draw 2 and gains.
Clan Shaman.
Game.
Only if it's got a. Only if it's got a. No, it's without flying.
Oh yeah, wins the game. Right.
Yes, but he only has 1 mana. So even if he has the KCS,
he doesn't need the KCS though, because he's gonna Oh, you're saying you saw Toxin, not Krark.
No, he has Krark Clan. I don't think he has Toxin.
But he doesn't need it though. If he plays a Krark Clan, it's 1 damage to Sacred Cat and the spawns, right?
Oh, it takes 4.
Maybe he's planning to do a post board. Maybe he also thinks Achilles.
He's got the Thraben Charms that he just showed us.
Counters the wrong thing.
This plan, I mean, this turn seemed to like it went a little sideways, and maybe Matt lost the plot a little bit.
That counters, yeah, or maybe we're missing something. Or he just cleans up here. Not playing Krark Clan also seems wrong. Now you let this gate live.
Yeah,
it's able to stick to the cat. What's the other card in his hand? Because Krark Clan like saves you so much life here. Like you get to, if he commits to Basilisk Gate, which he can't, Krark Clan's face. Is that a mana spell that I'm not thinking of? Mana black spell? What is that? Isn't black mana?
Oh, that's another Eviscerator's Insight.
Okay, so yeah. I don't.
So either way, just for mana efficiency, it just makes good sense to deploy it, right? They don't have anything that they can remove things en masse, unless, I mean,
are we respecting the gate too much? Because I feel like that's like the only. I have an Basilisk Gate online.
Yeah, if we're able to talk to Matt later, I would be very curious as to kind of how he rationalized it. And it could be one of those situations where, like, when we talked to Steven earlier, he was like, oh, yeah, I didn't even see the bridges. Like,
yeah, of course.
It is one thing to be in the booth and, like, see the bird's eye view and be like, oh, of course.
Yeah. We're also, like, we're so relaxed and casual. We're not, like, thinking about the boss possibilities.
Definitely.
We're like, of course, kill the cat.
It's kind of like, you know, if you've played any amount of chess, like, sometimes it's harder to see lines over the board as opposed to, like, in the post-game analysis.
Of course, yeah. Alright, so we have Krark Clan, Insight, and then a black card, it looks like. Another Insight? The same card to me.
Card. But yeah, not hitting that Basilisk Gate, I think, is a key inflection point. If Cameron is able to chain together a series of draws.
Or even that with Krark Clan.
There it is. Okay.
He's got both. That's the last
one. Need to make a clue.
So we have Thraben Charm is not live because he just. Correct. I think this is just lethal. Not lethal. It's gonna be
no, because he's gonna kill his own Chrysalis too.
Oh right.
So he just has the refurbished familiar. Then the KCS is gonna kill itself.
This is not how I thought this game was gonna end. No. The way it worked. I thought this game was just about locked up.
Definitely not.
It's a clue token. Now he's still. I mean, his hand is still the Inside. It's still a great card to have here.
Yep.
Sacrifice.
So I guess we know that there's just Raven Charm in Cameron's hand.
Mm-hmm.
There's
one card. It is Raven Charm. Yeah. I guess
okay. A little bit of an emotional.
Raven Charm. I think that game should have been cleaned up earlier. Honestly, though.
What?
I still think that game should have been cleaned up earlier. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, and Matt and I are friends. Obviously, friends with most of the people that we've casted on. Mm-hmm. Not being disrespectful to obviously the gameplay.
No, of course not.
But just I think if he watches it back, he might see. Do
you know how many missed triggers I've had on stream? You know, like it's of course.
Me too.
It's hard when you're locked in, focused. Even if you're not like, particularly stressed, like you're just like.
Well, and you just get locked into the patterns or the gameplay of like the reason to play Wildfires is to blow up a bridge.
We talk about Steven with a Stifle Knot again. Like the reason you play this knot is to stifle it, not to. It's not used for bridge kill bridge from below. All right, let's look at some sideboard stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with my man.
Yeah,
Cameron.
I think we got to the outcome that would have happened with an ideal play.
Yeah,
it was just a little messy on the details and the, the.
Yeah, just like you could have strangled that comeback angle and the comeback sort of pop up. You just happen to have the top deck Toxin, which is always helpful. But
yeah.
All right, we have Blue Elemental Blast, not gonna be relevant. Cast into the Fire, fantastic. Actually kills the bridge. It's to play a little Ponza, but also kills Card Clan. That.
Yep.
Dust to Dust. Also interesting. I'd probably bring that in personally. I'm not totally sure you always want it in. Play maybe it's better.
Defensible at the very least.
Yeah, it hits lands. It's going to hit some of the relevant artifacts like the refurbished familiar stuff. Battlefield. I think hitting Nyxborn Hydra is probably my deciding point where I'm like, yes, I want this because it will just for that always.
Dust to Dust?
Dust to Dust, yeah.
It's just artifact.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
That hurts my feelings though. So that's not cool. So then I probably wouldn't bring it, right?
Well, at least not like it can still take out 2 bridges and just like double Stone Rain.
If that's like the high end, but if it's the top deck, it only answers familiar as a creature.
Yes, but being able to on the play, like if they go bridge into bridge, and you on your turn 3 untap and say blow up your 2 lands,
right?
Like it maybe it's just game over because the reason this is played is for like these affinity or bridge style decks.
Yeah.
Like it's very good against Grixis affinity.
How many bridges does the Wildfires deck usually play? Is it usually 10?
Yeah, it's 8? Usually it's in Matt's particular configuration. We've got Drossford and Slagwood, so it's 8. It may be a little less.
That's a lot. That's a lot of targets, though.
It is. I mean, as opposed to the Grixis affinity decks that are usually on the full.
You're
12.
You're fine hitting a 4/4, right?
You're fine hitting a 4/4, but like they usually play up to 1 basic, so Dust to Dust will almost always have 2 targets where it's like hit your Seat of the Synod and blow up a bridge.
Yeah. Disgusting.
So there's text, especially in the the more bridges that you have. Now, obviously, Cameron plays a lot of Pauper, knows a lot about Pauper. It's entirely possible that he decides for 8 bridges, if he knows an average Wildfires list, Dust to Dust is too expensive. Although I think there's still upside on the play to being able to blow up those lands, especially when their game plan revolves around Wildfires, helping them ramp into things and have Chrysalis ahead of.
And honorable scouts coming out probably.
Maybe, although it is a shame to see that beautiful.
There is a one of Armadillo Cloak in for these gate non-stemp, like the Cerulean Gatekeeper's game. Meant for other matchups mostly, but still relevant here.
Definitely.
What do we think Matt's bringing in?
So he's got access to 3 Weather the Storm. Not a fan in this matchup for obvious reasons. Definitely 3 Power Blasts, irrelevant. 3 Duress, probably not a ton of text here. You might have 1 or 2 if you just have cards that you don't think you need. But again, the Wildfires deck exists to prey on these fair creature decks.
That's if I have cards I need to get out of my deck, but I think it's unlikely.
2 Breath Weapons, those can really cleanly answer a lot of these like really dopey creatures.
Even the stupid walls in O2, right? The Gatekeeper tutor guy.
I believe that is true.
So like even just cleaning up like trick blockers for your Chrysalis is super relevant, and whereas
yep, it takes care of at least the cat and the spawns.
And it's instant speed, so it can be on Sack of Vassal's Gate. Yep.
Correct. Passing the Fire, it might be able to snag a thing.
Okay.
Like I'm not a huge fan of it by any means, and there's not a lot of artifacts that you're using. But again, if you had things that you absolutely didn't want, you could look into it. An additional Cart Clan Shaman. Love this card for obvious reasons.
In always, yeah.
I'm actually surprised he doesn't have more Toxin analysis in the 75.
So he's on 1 Toxin, 1 Cart Clan main, and then the second Cart Clan.
Yep.
Quark Clan is very hard to say.
It is.
I'm gonna switch from gear mode. KCS.
Yeah, KCS.
Quark is just, there shouldn't be a second R there.
And then there's a Troublemaker Oof and a Red Elemental Block. So we're already
Oof as targets or no?
Not really in the
enchantment or artifact.
It looks like we are off to a blazing start here. We have Basilisk Gate, and a gate. You have options into Gate Creeper Vine. So Gate Creeper Vine is essentially the wildfires of this deck, where it's looking to go, get another piece of the puzzle that it'll use to curb out its game plan, or just at least make sure that the gates keep flowing, for the Basilisk Gate to
pieces of the puzzle is the High Tide deck, but
that's true.
There's a basic in a basic.
A very
land.
beautiful basic.
Let's see foil.
Yeah, makes sense. Yes, we see, Cameron.
A little blurry people.
Maybe stay focused on casting your Thraben charms when they matter. Get too blinded by the light. And then obviously on Matt's side of the things, traditional start for this this archetype.
This is there we go. I was going to say this would be a clean dust to dust moment.
Yep.
That's a straight Ponza player.
Yep.
Ponza Gates.
Yep. Untap we hear.
He's got a lot more lands on hand, so it might not be as backbreaking as otherwise.
So again, exactly what we were talking about. Like sometimes on the play, it is just backbreaking.
Yeah.
And it might be interesting, especially if you're on the wildfire side of things, if you know the meta fairly well and know what an average gates or at least a white sideboard looks like, you're going to be running into dust to dust.
Here is the rumble that he's going to bring up and play. One of those should be hand, right? Hold on. Oh, he dusted us last turn. Okay, yeah. The whole skipping someone's 2 turns is throwing me off. Yeah. I'm like, wait, how does he have so many land drops? All right, Wellspring. Listen, this is a great way to get back into it when your lands get blown up. Just draw a bunch of cards. This plus a dispute effect is going to be just all you're caught up on cards already,
Yeah, and what I was going to say is that if you are cognizant that dust to dust is on the horizon, maybe it makes sense to just lead on your dual gate and then try to play a basic. That way you don't get absolutely blown out like we saw him.
Yeah.
So
Cameron just played Chrysalis and used his spawn to pop his gate, so that's what the swing was. Used,
yep.
Yeah.
So just again a little micro decision of, although you want to have your affinity lands and just up your artifact count for things like refurbishment familiar, there are considerations, especially when you are on the draw against a dust to dust deck.
There is cost to those decisions.
Yeah, because I think we saw Slagwood Bridge off the top. It's unclear whether or not those other 2 basics were already in Matt's hand.
I definitely saw at least one. I thought he had a land heavy hand to begin with, but I don't know if he was planning heavy hand.
Yeah,
we see another Slagwood hand.
But that's the exciting thing about Pauper, is that it's not just this low power format. Your decisions don't matter. Just like Legacy, for example, people obviously talk about Pauper as Legacy light, and these sequencing decisions do have tangible effects on the game.
Another gate activation, so it's going to be a 5/5. Chrysalis going to 5/5 and a 4/5 come. I think Purposer is another good situation for it, where you're going to be able to get it out, get your spawn, block another spawn, and then kind of catch up mana-wise.
Yep.
So he takes 4 from the Chrysalis. He's going to get a second spawn. Then he'll have 6 mana on his turn. It's like not an unreasonable spot to be. I am with you. I feel like I wish a second Toxin were somewhere in the 75, just so you could really draw to it. Because now this Quark Clan it's good. It stops the Basilisk Gate, but it's not like, oh, I'm cleaned up, I'm back, caught up kind of moment,
Now, if you're thinking, like you said earlier, that there's going to be a ton of high tide in there, what is happening? May have had what appeared to be a medical issue.
We're all it's trios, all right. We give more leeway for trios.
We do.
This is the time to have fun.
That is true.
If this is land plus Chrysalis, this is actually kind of hard to attack into. Ooh, not that land. Oh yeah, still able to.
It is unfortunate that you have to sack a Chrysalis to make a spawn to make a Chrysalis.
This makes it harder to go Chrysalis block Chrysalis, right?
The other thing too is it looks like there's a Galvanic Blast in the hand.
Is that what that pretty card is? I actually thought it was looting for a second, but
I think that is the shark, the special guest shark.
Oh, okay.
So I would be interested in holding that. Looks like there might be a rearrangement of the so it looks like we are gonna sack both spawns to make.
But this makes it so your Chrysalis can't block his. This isn't necessarily bad, but
Yeah.
This is a way worse defensive Chrysalis than it was 10 seconds ago.
Definitely.
But now you get to keep the blast up to your point to like snipe this cat on stack,
Yeah. And the cat obviously is already embalmed.
Yes.
So that doesn't mean the Chrysalis that's left over is not scary.
Right.
But at least you don't
parity now, yeah.
Or at least the game isn't out of reach just by virtue of holy cow, my Gates opponent has 39 million life and I'm at 12.
What if he just gates his other Chrysalis down so you just block with your spawn?
That would be the smart thing. Like so
you just block with your spawn, right?
So you need to blast here. Yep.
Memory, or are we going for a charm? Draven Charm on the Chrysalis.
That's.
Well, he doesn't get to save it here.
So he didn't sacrifice the spawns to save his Chrysalis.
He wouldn't be able to because it's 6 damage.
Oh, because it's twice.
Twice the amount of creatures you have. Take 4, go to 8. I think it's block. I think you kind of need your mat. Especially with Blood Token, they really respond to more.
We have another Chrysalis in hand. Okay.
See, now maybe that's the reason why to get rid of the other one, because now like we have a pretty strong one.
Yep.
Now we're back to being hard to attack into. And if you do just put a gate trigger on Chrysalis, like you just block with this.
Yeah.
Block with the spawn, crack your Blood Token.
Yep.
What is last card in hand? Do we know for Matt?
I didn't get
Cameron's
a good
got
look.
A crazy full grip right now.
Does, yeah.
This is the strength of like the gate deck though, because like you have this land that's so impactful with your dumb Sacred Cat that it's like you have to answer that so many times and have to focus so much on this energy. Obviously, blowing up 2 lands to start the game also helps. This is like the strength of this kind of deck, where it's like, okay, like you're fighting with cards that are tap for mana, fighting with cards that draw you cards and block for you. You know, the Sacred Cat in hand as well, so looks like they're gonna go.
I mean, the nice thing about Sacred Cat too is, and I bring it back to the point that like you usually do not want to trade a real card for not a real card, right? So like that it just
sometimes you have to, but it feels terrible.
Definitely. Know? So like you know, having to spend a real card, i.e., blast, on a card that has 2 for 1 do just by virtue of you had to kill it the first time.
And it's not even a good card.
It's not even a good. Yeah, it's a 1/1 with lifelink.
Yeah, it's not even like
it's only good because Gates, Basilisk Gate. Exists.
No one complains about that card.
No,
but
not oppressive.
So yes, so being able to in a situation where like yes, I had to trade resources for nothing.
Yeah,
especially in a matchup like this. As far as saying like which is grindier. Right. In my mind, I lean the Gate side because you're fighting with non-real resources. Where like it gets this weird situation here. And as we saw, Matt ran him over game 1. Doors open, so I'm gonna try not to speak too harshly.
There's another cat.
Yeah, the cat comes back down. This is and double Basilisk Gate too is like, as this game goes on longer, like it just gets insanely difficult. Yep. I want to see if he cracks his blood because I'm not sure what's in his hand. This is thinking about Thraben Charming on stack, so this will be 6 damage on Chrysalis. If he cracks 3 more, he still can't save it. So Chrysalis is gone. Yeah, this is well sequenced by Cameron. Yep.
He's learned his lesson from Thraben Charming last game.
If he goes for the first one and he gets it on stack, Chrysalis is a 6/7 and lives. Now, like that just best piece on board. I think it's another Ichor Wellspring in it. So
I enjoy that for the purposes of the stream. The team name as represented on the stream is Team Nice and Clean for Cameron's team, as opposed to the full version,
which is Tim Nice Clean doesn't pay me enough or something. Yeah, listen, he's repping his boss. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he cycled the Wellspring with the Blood Token. Interesting.
Not the worst.
I'm not sure I hate or dislike that. I'm kind of curious for that one. This could be a big Hydra, but there's just so many cards in Cameron's hand still where it's like commit your entire board.
Well, this will. I mean, he's essentially like a turn or two from conceding. The Nyxborn Hydra can be deployed as a blocker, but then he's just going to pump up a Sacred Cat and a Chrysalis. It'll take out the 2 biggest things probably, or maybe just 2 spawns. We're going to rinse and repeat next turn. We can't really deal with anything with the breath weapon that's in hand.
So he's actually sacrificing those to bring Chrysalis to him. Going to cast that out, get multiple blockers out with another Chrysalis still in hand. I think this makes some sort of sense. I'm curious if breath weapon to get rid of this cat is more important here. But to your point, like if you have the blocker, you can block then. and still have an answer to cat on stack of the gate, but
yeah, like in other words, you already had the blockers. I need to probably revisit the text on Blood Fountain if it's a sorcery speed activation.
I don't believe it is.
I don't think it is either. But
you can
like
sacrifice the spawn to get that as well, right?
Right. So like in combat when you're making your blocks, you just activate the Blood Fountain and then you still get the Chrysalises back. Right. And then potentially you can just play Chrysalis, have an army of blockers. So
I don't think this is an unreasonable way to play this. I don't, you know, this is kind of a really hard decision with Matt.
It is.
Because now, like, you do have a second Chrysalis, so now if this Chrysalis does live, it will get big enough to actually be a real blocker, and then you combine that with Breath Weapon, all of a sudden you've answered the whole board.
Yep.
Well, once, because Sacred Cat comes. But
right. I mean, this is also the snowball effect of a card like Writhing Chrysalis. For a while, it especially with the Brood Scale, this is Brood Scale kind of era thinking, but the Writhing Chrysalis, chaining those together off of your Deadly Disputes just felt so backbreaking. Well, we kind of see that here with like being able to chain these in, because again, you've already fed your first Writhing Chrysalis. You get to make more Eldrazi spawns to grow this. You also still have a 2/3 body that you just generated. There's a lot of, when you start chaining these together, things snowball out of hand very quickly.
Notably, Cameron did not hold Basilisk Gate up, so this he represents Ephemerate or Thraben Charm. Yet another one.
He does have Ephemerate in the list.
He has one, I think.
Okay.
I don't even really know if it's a target. I guess Gatekeeper block. He's gonna chump block here and sacrifice the Chrysalis. That's not gonna. There might be a Thraben Charm coming, but I would think you would do that before combat. It being 8 damage, right?
Cameron is really good at drawing Thraben Charms in this game.
Oh man, he does have another one. You have to draw that.
He still has at least one in the grip. Or is it 2?
At least one. I think I see another Dust to Dust too, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think this game is about probably 2 turns from.
Yeah, but I don't know. Another Crystal's coming down.
Unless we can rip. Oh, is that an Eviscerator's Insight?
Yeah.
I was about to say, unless we can rip Eviscerator's Insight into like Toxin Analysis.
Yeah.
Plus Clan Shaman.
Okay, so now he has this Chrysalis up. He's also gonna have Breath Weapon. So we know, you know, as the viewers, that Thraben Charm's coming. Kill one. So I think Thraben Charm is still alive to kill that. It would be a 3+4, so 6/7. So Thraben Charm still kills that, but he might just pop it out. He will. Okay, Breath Weapon on stack of this. It's on stack of the trigger. Doesn't have Breath Weapon mana. Breath Weapon mana up would actually maybe have reduced the creature count 4 damage and added a counter.
Yeah.
Wild. So this other Chrysalis is 5/6 when all these spawns die. So Breath Weapon is still super good here. You know, you still have the biggest Chrysalis in the field.
That is true.
I think he just needs to get to a spot where.
Yeah, I mean, what Cameron has also done with just this steady stream of both Chrysalises and the Thraben Charm.
It's like what's that?
Chrysalises or Chrysali?
What's that EDH variant where it's like you get your commander and then also a signature spell?
Oathbreaker. Oathbreaker,
yeah.
Yes.
So it's Chrysalis, Thraben Charm, Oathbreaker is what we're seeing from Cameron today.
But this has basically undone the work of that Blood Fountain.
Easily,
and again, this is just like
that Blood Fountain was catching him up, and it just hasn't. You know.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Basilisk Gate math here is also interesting because he could actually double Basilisk Gate with the spawn.
Yep.
So that actually makes this a lot weirder, right? So let's say he does the first Basilisk Gate,
but then there's the spawns on the other side. Like nothing has trample, so whatever gets Basilisk Gated is just going to get a spawn.
What if you Basilisk Gate this cat? Are you not Breath Weaponing on stack?
I think that would earn a Breath Weapon. Sure.
And then you have a second Basilisk Gate. 7/8 Chrysalis. This looks like he's going to tap the Basilisk Gate, so it's not going to matter here. Kind of a tough one though. Gates math is hard sometimes.
It is.
This has been a fun matchup compared to the last few we've seen with the Pauper, with the gates and all that. This is a good one.
Actually, I don't think mana mana tapped correctly?
He had spawn.
What did he just play though?
Just use Basilisk Gate to target something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's using Basilisk Gate to target the Sacred
Sorry,
Cat.
I saw the Thraben Charm and was like, that doesn't tap.
Well, Breath Weapon also going to kill that. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I was saying. If you had another Basilisk Gate, he didn't tap it that way. You just throw it down on the other Chrysalis, and all of a sudden it's lethal, or not lethal, but taking at least 6, and he's forced to block. That being said, if you have a
Destined to Fire to take the black sword.
This is also a weird one. You can't attack with this. You can't attack with this Chrysalis. It'll trade, right? Because of Breath Weapon. 2 damage on everything.
I believe so. I think Cameron is realizing
4/5 against a 5/6, but I think he could trade with the top one if he wants. Not even sure that's necessarily the correct one. Oh, it takes 4. Dire Straits here. This, I mean, that again, that with a Basilisk Gate is just the best threat in the format, you know. Like,
oh so man, and
that's just
and insult to injury here. We see just drew Cleansing Wildfire for
right
turn.
On time.
Right on time.
Against 2 gates.
For the second one.
Yeah, brutal.
I think again
only 4 lands here too, so Hydra's I think this is a Eviscerator into your combo, right? You need your crack plus toxin.
Yeah, but even, I mean, he took him off the extra mana, which will be relevant here. And also, he doesn't have a black source.
No black source now, yeah. He's gonna Wildfire.
And it enters tapped, I believe.
Yeah, it's just a redraw.
I just don't, I mean, again, like I said, I think we were about 2 turns.
I don't see how this was better. Oh, he's no black mana.
There's no black mana.
He couldn't even Eviscerator. Okay.
No, yeah.
The Phyrexian got me. I didn't realize I was
so
a forest.
he's got like a Hydra.
Which still, I
think he drew shape yet.
All right.
Yep.
Game 3, fun one.
Game 3. But I mean, it highlighted the importance of and the powerful, just the power of Dust to Dust on the play.
Yeah.
And it also highlighted that it is so important to sequence your lands in a way that does not open you up to the worst case scenario on the draw, right?
We also saw like basically everything we talked about pregame, where we saw the grindings of the gates, we saw the monsters I've talked about, Matt, we saw Dust to Dust, we saw all the stuff that we talked about.
Yep.
Very interesting kind of mid-range mirror where both these decks approach differently.
Yep.
The Galvanic Blasts feel worse here.
Very much.
This is where like actually playing them as a clear deficit.
Yeah.
You're trading with garbage cards like Sacred Cat. You're not removing Chrysalis easily.
Yep. Comparing and contrasting this to like Hippo's version. Mm-hmm. Hippo was on, I think,
how much better is Terminate there?
Well, there's Terminate. So like, yeah, total of just 3 unconditional conditional removal spells. I don't even hate necessarily the lists that are playing up to 4 cast downs, maybe just shading the Galvanic Blasts.
Yeah.
Again, you're giving different points up in different areas, like you said earlier. Maybe that gives you the extra reach you need against High Tide. Right. Or like they think they take their turn off because they think they're safe for another
even
turn.
Against
you're
like
hey, here's a Chrysalis, here's 8.
Right. Even against a red deck where 1 mana versus 2 is extremely important, you know? Like we just but when you see it something like this, it's like, okay, now we're seeing where the penalty, where the payment is paid, you know?
Yep.
Interesting situation, though. You said you would play Wildfires?
I would have played Wildfires,
Which version would you have been closer to?
I think I would have been... So my creature suite, I believe, would have been the 4 Chrysalis, 4 Refurbished Familiar, 3 KCS, and probably 1 or 2 Hydras.
Okay.
And I probably would have had 2 Toxin. So, like, we're seeing here, and we see a mulligan from Matt. Like, he does not have the greatest ways to answer like a singular Chrysalis,
right?
Like you mentioned,
and
that he has to dig to the exact. I mean, it's now 2 KCS we assume after a board with a toxin analysis, but
still 1 toxic analysis.
Just 1 toxin analysis, I think.
KCS can do a lot of work in this matchup alone. It's 100%. Not, you know, even if you sacrifice 2 artifacts to kill the Gatecreeper or kill 2 2s, like it can be relevant.
And I mean, we saw back when Game Night streamed the first Pauper Cup, we saw a very high impact play in I think either the semis or the finals where somebody ended up having to, it was a Gen Wildfires player, ended up sacking the majority of their board with bridges and all with a KCS and holding priority to kill the entire Chrysalis board on the other side of the battlefield. It was like stacking 6 artifacts. Worst case scenario, but like knew that was the line they needed to take.
Stupid and it works. In order to not stupid, right? Yeah. Go play to your outs. Yeah, just blow up the field. It's a. I keep thinking there's like a judge hovering and it's just their teammates like pointing cards because you're allowed to get your teammate assistance in trios.
Yep.
Okay,
Turn
so we
bridge,
see Breath
average
Weapon,
start,
Blood Fountain, a lot of tap lands, classic mid-range Pauper stuff. We're gonna see Blood Fountain here.
Okay,
oh, Wildfire. Okay,
perfect. Okay, things are going. This is the plan,
and this also makes you a little dust to dust proof, right? So like you're already on the play to begin with, it makes it better. But now it's like okay, kill my one land,
colors,
and we're gonna get a draw here.
Yep, and I think I saw that we had maybe a couple other lands in the grip, so we might just have Chrysalis on curve, or I guess on the Wildfire curve anyway.
Right. Is there another Wildfire as well? I know I saw Breath Weapon. Is there another red card?
Sure, it could also be the Galvanic Blast.
True. I might keep if I had another Wildfire, I might keep it and wait.
I would too. And again, not sure how much input Matt's teammates are giving, or if he maybe learned the lesson of game number 1, where the Basilisk Gate, might have been a card to take care of.
Dumb cat. Pauper's great, man. I love Pauper. Where else are you gonna play a Sacred Cat and it'd be a problem? Like it's just great.
It doesn't look like there's a ton of strength in the hand for Matt. I see a lot of lands, a Blood Fountain, which currently has no targets.
It can fix a little bit, though.
And then I think I saw Breath Weapon. So it looks like just a very defensive hand.
So we had this Blood Token.
And actually, I think that might be owned by our friend Jay. I don't know if you saw his modified or altered blood tokens, but the artist put like bats. That's what's like the
cool.
black parts on the
signature
I see.
Box. On the bottom,
yeah. There's these bats that the artist
is this a gate activation? Oh no, we are going to see
another dust to dust. Okay.
I mean that still hurts.
Not as bad as it could have been or was last time we saw this.
No black mana here now either. This is a rough.
Yep.
So I guess dust to dust is just good. I've been
dust to dust is very good.
Here. Breath Weapon is 5 with the land, which it is. It's going to be a fetchable land.
Yeah.
Need black mana right now, though? That is Eviscerators in hand. The Insight. The Galvanic Blast, Hydra, Breath Weapon, and I think it's Eviscerator.
I think there's any reason to fire anything.
I don't know how his color situation is, but I might just tutor for another gate, the Basilisk Gate, just a little fireproof. Might see Blood Token plus Fetch here, although he didn't activate Blood Token last. He's just hoping for a familiar.
Have to get your Black Sword.
He does grab another color gate. I want all the back gates if I'm playing this kind of matchup, like I just want every Sacred Cat to be like. What if you fire off Galvanic Blast here? Cat. Like end of turn. Get rid of this cat face. Embalm makes a token of the cat, right? It's
yes.
not like you can't like ephemerate it back to normal or anything.
Correct. So you exile the Sacred Cat from the yard, and you create a token. I always forget there was a lot of controversy in the Amonkhet block because there was Embalm and Eternalize, and one kept the CMC, the other
one
didn't.
Made it 4/4 color too. Eternalize
exactly.
made it black no matter what. Yeah. This is an interesting spot here because he let it combat so that he would flip it, and now this Breath Weapon will. Basilisk Gate trigger, but I would still pop this. Yeah.
So this is telegraphed post combat,
and you need to with 3 mana when you're kind of choke like this, like you just have to cast your nonsense. This is looking rough for our man Matt. I think Dust to Dust kind of cracked this wide open both games.
Yep. I'm a little curious as to what the initial keep was for Matt.
Oh, not a bad draw there. Repurposer is pretty good here.
Repurposer is good.
It buys you a lot of time here, and then also lets you kind of ramp and catch back up. With the Insight too, this lets him have an easy way to sack some stuff.
Yep. But this is the first creature we're really seeing on Matt's side of the board. It makes me a little suspect of the keep. Obviously, it had the turn 2
This was off
Wildfire.
The top too, yeah.
It was exactly. So there was no threat to be developed. It looked very defensive, and On the play, you really want to push your advantage.
There's an alternate world though where he doesn't get his land blown up. He uses his blood token to hit Chrysalis, you know. But I don't. I also mold to 6, so going to 5 is kind of tough in a mid range mirror.
Right.
All right, so we are seeing Basilisk Gate activation. Looks like, I guess it's going to target a spawn, sacrificing that. Oh, that's an Armadillo Cloak. So I do agree with that now.
I think we are done.
So this is...
This might be like a Richard Jefferson
5.
time of death kind of 7, proclamation here.
So this is 10 power. So, I mean, this is pretty soft into, like, cast down off the top of something, right?
We don't have a ton of those. We only have 2.
He's got them.
He does have them.
He's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So nope, it's 11. You're right.
11.
Yeah, of course.
The number comes up a scary amount of times.
Well, when you're listening for it, you know. I'm sure we said 6 a lot too. No one's like 6.
Yeah, true.
It is funny.
But you would think, like, in the context of Magic, like, there's a lot of, like, attacks for 1, 2, 3.
Well, any Sacred Cat mana. Disgusting.
Yeah. But I think this game is about over, because doesn't Armadillo Cloak give you trample too? Trample.
He has trample. That's why there's no block there. He needs to.
So, we have a cast down. We did. Okay. Can
they hear us?
I mean, they couldn't hear us when I yelled at Hippo. So. I mean, I can't imagine where we just don't fire this cast down off, unless we're waiting for a Basilisk.
So if you have Breath Weapon and cast down, and get through both.
You can. Let's see how much he deploys.
You can't really do both though, because Breath Weapon only works on Sacred Cat on stack of Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, but it could, I mean, he's got a trampling threat. I assume
he has to cast down Crystals or he loses the game right now. Maybe
he's hoping. It's unclear what the target is.
Maybe he's hoping if Purposer dies first. Be like if he's Ribbon Charms Purposer. The extra mana to
gate both. On the. I can't believe.
Have to.
I cannot believe. I mean, I guess you have the spawn for the cat.
I would sacrifice your Purposer because I'd rather have that mana next turn, right?
Maybe. I mean, now Cameron has opened himself up to
you're right.
Weapons.
You're right. I'm sorry. No, it's definitely correct to get rid of the spawn because you're going to cast Breath Weapon anyway.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if he can rip a Nihil Spellbomb here,
yeah,
Spellbomb to take care of the cats and have Breath Weapon and then Nihil Spellbomb.
He doesn't have mana to do both.
It was an untapped land.
If he has Breath Weapon, he waits for a gate trigger.
Oh, I love this attack.
See, but that's a free block now, right? Weapons around. Because you still want to force the gate. Force him to have a gate.
Definitely.
Now you've Breath Weapon. All that did was gain him life.
Purposer is a 3/2?
3/3.
So the nice thing is it obligates the Basilisk Gate.
This casting the fire. Now he gets a double and ball. I guess it would have happened.
Probably.
All it did was gain Cameron 1 life. Issue with it. And it's just like a very telegraph Breath Weapon.
Yeah.
Maybe it's telegraph other.
Oh,
okay. So I don't like this.
I think you're supposed to embalm.
I would double embalm.
Yeah.
Because I think your goal here is to make this Basilisk Gate live every turn the rest of the game.
Oh my goodness.
And
second
now
repurposer.
This is again, we talked about this with game 1 with Matt.
I love
where it's
this.
like, how does Cameron get back into this game? Well, it's by this Basilisk Gate turning a game around. I think this is how Matt gets back in the game. Is you go for his land instead of developing the board. Now he's got time to not be in the back foot. Now he has the insight in hand still, right?
Yep.
All of a sudden it's super live. All of a sudden it's drawing into gas and kind of.
Chrysalis, okay.
Chrysalis is great here. It does stop the attacking, but like
it does not have counters.
It's gonna be one.
Okay, it has counters now.
That's Bugler.
That is Bugler.
The common.
It is. that's like part of the attraction to Naya.
Right, yeah.
Is you get this card for some card advantage.
Yeah.
Because you don't have deadly dispute effects.
Bunch of dumb ones.
You get the cats, of course.
It's busted. I got you. Don't worry.
And a draw of a Chrysalis back. Holy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where the game is getting good.
This is like
it looked like this was going to be over fairly quickly.
So this is 2. We still have 2 repurposers. We still have the insight in hand too. He still has more draw potential.
We do.
He's so far away from this Hydra mattering, unfortunately. But
yeah.
If he ever gets to that point, like we'll be in a lot better shape. I like that we keep looking at different screens. It's throwing me off.
I know.
Like we keep looking at our heads. We're like, woo.
Just the Steve Buscemi.
Like, yeah, we'll just look at it. We're like going back and forth.
Gatecreeper Vine. I mean, you have to think this is a Basilisk. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good.
And now it even protects you against cleansing wildfire, just turning the tide of the game.
Huge, yeah.
If there was a time for Matt to need a wildfire, it was like turn it in half ago.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's not enough. And if he does draw that one of Ephemerate, like you have so much gates. But this is how like I almost feel like I would be a more gate heavy player. Like I'm this Basilisk gate I want to activate turn. When you get to this situation where like
it's a fun deck if you've never played
each 1+6. I played a lot of blue white gates.
Yeah, blue white gates.
I have not played this newer Crystals version. Very different. I had a lot more flyers in that deck, you know. Had a lot of Squadron Hawks and Brainstorm triggers, you know.
That every gate is essentially a duel makes it so much easier to splash.
So easy, yeah. Yeah, it was blue white splash red essentially for me when I was playing it. Gatekeeper is not just 0/2; it actually has Defender, right?
The interesting thing though is I do believe I overheard that it was time in the round, so this may just end up in a draw.
Yeah.
We depending on how much Magic you wanted to watch, we either fortunate or what was that?
Oh, 4 minutes before time. Okay.
Okay. Did they get an extension?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's right. So we're not in time yet for the feature match.
They're not even playing particularly slowly, but like we talked about beforehand, like this is gonna be like mid range can get grindy, and it's like which one is gonna come over the top of the other one.
Yep.
Time could be a factor here for sure. Or Skyfisher to pick up gates and just keep this going too,
or pick up a Bugler and just get more advantage.
Chrysalis, man, give me some more tokens so we can mana. Well, Bugler, it'll already trigger on it, right? Doesn't it trigger on it? Is it only trigger on itself?
Well,
am I thinking of Mentors of Me because it's the card I messed up with?
Maybe, yeah.
And I was like, what are we doing
bouncing
here?
the Bugler with the Skyfisher will allow you to replay the Bugler and get another 5 looks.
So he gated on the Chrysalis, and then he double blocked with
we
Repurposer.
at least have some mana.
Well, with double Repurposer, like now your Insight can draw into a lot of stuff. We still only have 1 green mana for this Hydra. So it can't be bestowed.
I think you have to sacrifice this blood token.
I mean, or Blood Fountain is not unreasonable, right?
I don't know. The Blood Fountain can rebuy those Repurposers or the Crystal. Like that in a grindy
Yeah. Like if this goes another turn, yeah, it's super relevant. Yep. All right, so we're going to draw 2 here. Get some map token too because... Okay, that makes more sense. I think this is better because he doesn't know what color he's going to draw off the top. So I think you're going to draw the Crystals anyway. For all he knows, he's about to draw Breath Weapon. Is there 3 in the list or no?
Couple cards. Looks like we picked up a Lembas.
See this one. Cameron giving us the look.
Yeah, if that was ever like an old man Cameron look.
That might be the new emote for right there.
Yeah, somebody clip that.
Yeah, put that. I expect a screenshot of that in the chat before I get home.
Yeah, if Thomas Gunn is in the chat, we need you to work some magic in between moving to get that emote into the Discord.
Going from 3. He has 3 spawn tokens right now, right? Guy's going to. So this goes up. Yeah. So 3 Lembas. Okay.
Lembas?
Another redraw.
Yeah, I mean it is a redraw. I don't know that it's worth 2 blockers.
What is he really blocking though? If he does have removal, or if he knows he has
another
repurposer? I think so.
Gasoline.
Both like really good and also like the most mid. It's like a really hard card to think about.
What is the 1 mana card that we are?
Well, it could just be maybe just dropping the token. Another Insight.
Okay, but you still like. If that's the case, then you still keep the spawn around to block, and then use that mana in combat to.
Doesn't this Insight here? Oh, it's a refer familiar.
Okay.
Cards 1 card left for Cameron. This is a really interesting game state now.
I mean, leave it to Cameron to like rip a Thraben Charm off the.
Yeah, he's probably got 1 in hand. He's gonna have 2 in hand after this. 8 damage kills the Chrysalis.
And I guess we're looking at no attacks.
7. Well,
I guess you're at 8, but like
if you attack with the Chrysalis, it just eats a OT
is that
Gatekeeper.
That looks like an outlaw medic. It was just drawn, which has lifelink and does draw a card when it dies. Oh my goodness! Brutal. But it doesn't even matter because the Chrysalis doesn't have a color.
It doesn't have
a color.
Nor
does the spawn.
Oh, Repurposer also. It's hilarious.
Yeah. So, whereas...
Flavor text avoid coming through today.
Yeah, whereas, like, Hippo was very worried about this with the inclusion of Terminate. maybe not quite so.
No, not a big deal. And even if you like with this, if you Nyxborn something,
another Chrysalis. See, and this just turns into, it almost feels like another Rectangle Theory game, but it's not even clear who's ahead with all this material.
Yeah, I don't know. These gates do so much work too, where it's like these buglers have vigilance, right?
The what have vigilance?
The buglers, Militia bugler, bugler.
Do they?
What's that first word? It has to be something.
It might be vigilance.
It's white. It's got to be Vig. Look.
Toxin analysis on.
No way.
On the.
Oh, man, off the map.
Huge.
Very big. Now it makes anytime you block with this Chrysalis very tough.
Well, yeah. Any of these colorless threats can just block and trade with the Guardian.
Yeah, and Guardian really can't block safely once you know he has it either.
Correct.
Very tough.
Okay, so I love this attack from Matt.
Bugler does have vigilance.
It does. Okay. Ribbon Charm check.
Ribbon Charm's not big enough anymore, right?
It's not. It's not.
Because 8 damage, and that's a 6/9.
I don't know what this die is representing to the right of the damage side of the board.
Maybe it's turn 1. Is it time now?
I mean, these cast into the fires are not even that effective.
There.
I mean, Blood Fountain would have, if we didn't have this Chrysalis after Chrysalis coming off the top.
Well, he's also bringing more spawns, right? So if you get more repurposers, it's still bigger Chrysalises.
Yeah.
Chrysalises.
Now like
Chrysalises.
I think they just call them Chryslers to be colloquial.
Chryslers. We're embalming the Sacred Cat that I forgot about 10 turns ago.
Yeah. Then here is where you could Raven Charm because you have 5 creatures. There's a lot of games. I mean, vigilance,
yeah, but killing that one Chrysalis, is that even useful? And he doesn't have the white mana up anymore, right?
It's not.
So we're gonna see more. Also, it's 2 spawns there, so it still doesn't kill it. It'll go to a 10/11.
It doesn't have trample. Just put the spawn in front of the.
Are we blocking right now?
We definitely have. Well, we have to block. We die.
But what's in front? Everything?
No. It's just a bugler that has vigilance that I think has been gated.
Gotcha.
The toxin analysis.
Oh, so he blocked with the spawn attack.
Correct. Love this attack.
Going in with the Chrysalis, especially knowing you have Toxic face up.
Yep.
You still no double green for the Hydra, right?
Ooh. Okay, no more Sacred Cat.
We're going to turn 3 after this. So now his next attack has to be lethal. I'll ask. Maybe he's just hoping to get double green, but there's no way he kills him next turn. I think this is just.
Is that a lightning bolt? Is there a lightning bolt in the list?
I didn't. This is the one that I saw and has some other ridiculous name, and I was like looking up, and I was like, "Oh, lightning bolt." There is 2 lightning bolt in the list. Yes.
Okay, so vigilance threats. Just block with the spawn. Put a repurposer in front. Yep.
Just double gate here.
Yeah, it's double gate.
Double lethal gates. He1 though. I feel like his last attack had to be more aggressive than this.
Oh, that die represented what turn they were.
Yeah, it's turn 4. So I'm saying.
I'm so sorry.
I asked Kyle. He told us. So now this is There's no way Matt can get there.
I mean, what do you say?
He's saying Lembas shuffles in. The Jacob Wedding stance, you know.
At least he's seen the light.
Yeah,
all right, he's offering a cut. Let's get this tie over with.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to. Yeah. Maybe if it's like double.
There's a lot of ties on stream today, everybody.
Yeah, stupid. Make you apologize to stream for that later. Formal apology.
This could be like the Castellanos apology.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not having double green here. This is super over.
That is Bolt. All right.
Yeah, listen, the grindy one, hard to finish that one off. I feel like both game 1 and game 2 went like clearly to one person's favor the other, and this one this was like Matt was pretty far behind in this one.
Definitely.
Like he crawled back into this. I think this
Yeah.
tie is a victory for Matt.
Definitely.
Unless his teammates are both 0-2, but
Yeah.
I think it's like very. I mean, that was a far way back.
Yeah. Do we know if that was the decide or the tying round?
I don't know. I know this
because I know we said
teams, right?
if there's on camera, like the other two finish and it's inconsequential to the result of the match, they still play.
Yeah, like maybe this match didn't matter. You're saying.
Yeah, but it was probably the best one we've seen so far on feature.
That
right?
was I mean, there was a lot of.
I mean, even though it was a lot of like again rectangle theory, just
but even then the rectangle theory didn't even pan out because
true. Okay,
so it's a 1-1 throughout. All right, so that's, I mean, there wasn't quite an intentional draw, but they got there anyway in the 3-0 bracket, right? So pretty good there. Are we taking a break for the next one, or are we?
I believe we will.
Because that was probably the last round of the match, right? I would assume. Last match of the round, rather.
And then they got their
extension,
So should be a pretty quick turnaround. Obviously, we'll give the players some time to reset. You see, I guess you don't because it's just on our faces. We'll give players a little bit of time to reset before we repair, and then we should be back in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes.
Cool. See
you guys soon.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Quick turnaround from quite a grindy game.
From a long one, yeah.
Yeah.
With no resolution, no.
Yeah.
Just a tie forever.
So what we have coming up for you is Legacy in round 5. On your left, I believe is it Murktide, and then on the right is going to be Blue Black Reanimator.
I have the Reanimator list, yeah.
Perfect.
So what I have Abby on the
blue
right.
black, obviously, kind of the traditional big bad, or just there's lots of UCs being played in the format at the moment. Obviously, there have been consecutive bans that have hurt this deck through Grief, through Troll, through Frog was the other one, right?
Yeah, it definitely is not as ubiquitous as it was in any Nation of the Form. The core of the deck still remains. It is still a very fair-ish blue-black temple list that has this unbelievable reanimator angle. I think Baragorth has bridged a lot of the gaps between versions of the deck. Like Baragorth is both an insane reanimate target, but also a super good fair 3-drop.
Yep.
And it's helped a lot there. And when you can entomb for things, it's pretty ridiculous, you know.
Turns
you get
out
to pick your
tutors
one
are good.
attract. You don't have to play 4 Atraxa, 4 Grizzlebrand. You have 1 Atraxa in your list. So it's
True.
a card that pitches the force, but also you can entomb for to win the game on turn 2. So, and then on the other side we have this new flavor of Delver, which is really just Is It Murktide Delverless.
Yep.
Much closer to the old modern decks, much more mid-rangey. This one's going to be on the Steel Cutter all bauble list, which should be pretty fun.
Yeah.
I think definitely from the get-go we're going to see the Murktide player be the aggressive one, having to end the game. So.
Yep. So I think it'll come down to whether or not Atraxa is assembled fairly quickly, with or without disruption.
Also an Archon of Cruelty, which is very relevant against Murktide in particular. Where
Yep.
You can't just point a blast at it, you know.
Exactly. Or if the blue-red player is able to do kind of the blue-red thing, which is assemble the threat. In this case, it'll probably be Cutter as opposed to Delver, and then just protect that or protect themselves from an Atraxa that's going to swing the game massively in the favor of the blue-black player.
Yeah, there's a lot of new cards here, but this is a pretty classic Legacy feel. I think we're about to see a Daze Mirror, Wasteland Mirror, like we're going to see baubles, we're going to see big creatures of forces, so I think it's going to be pretty fun. Abby on our right on Team Morello. I think this is going to be a good one.
I think this is Mulligan to 6, if I'm not.
Mulligan 6. I see a reanimate in the hand that's
going
going back.
5.
Oh, double reanimate. I saw one go to the bottom, another one just still stood there. So Mold to 5 on the play. A little interesting one. Now you might just need a high roll for what you're looking for. Here for the Ponder. Very pretty looking Ponder. Which one is this a secret lair?
I believe that it is a secret lair.
Was this the one that has like 4 ponders in it? Like there's all different ponders? I
believe our friend Centillus had one of those ponders in his blue-red
That was his
tarot
last
list.
cut for the new one, right?
Because there's the regular ponder with the orbs. There's the full art one from Argyle. There's this one.
There's also the
D&D one.
The friend, isn't there like a friendship one or something? He had the one that has that Teferi in it or something.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Listen, it's a nice little pair of cards.
It is cool to see Magic go in a more alternative route with some of these like very psychedelic.
Yeah, this is another one we're just talking about with the Tiebinder, where it's like that's a very cool looking.
Yes,
that still looks like a Magic card, but it's like its own kind of unique brand. Yeah, look at this sweet ass Polluted Delta to follow up with it. Always.
So we just restarted the game. We went turn 1 Ponder, Wasteland, your UC, play Polluted Delta.
Notably no shuffle. I believe these are Jonathan's plans.
Oh, yes, I believe I did see.
He did say he lent these cards out.
That's true.
We didn't do this intentionally, but it is cool to see those beautiful altars.
The unfortunate part, and I'm certainly a fan of the full art.
This is Brainstorm?
This is Brainstorm.
In
response
on Stack
to
of
Entomb.
So he's probably looking for Daze or Force here.
So, Jonathan, if you're still watching the border extension of that volcanic island is beautiful.
Terrible.
The unfortunate part is I think there's also quite a lot of alteration in Abby's deck list.
Oh,
so if you see this Entomb, it looks like there's some extension
we talked
there.
About this round 1, man. Legacy players, they come blinged out.
They do.
No shame.
So it might, Like
he did. I don't know if he already had the days, but he did find the days. If not, you'll see days on this. Harder to do it here after 1 mana than.
This is classic Legacy tempo gameplay.
Yeah, we're we're fighting on the stack.
Not a lot of permanence in play.
I'm not going to wait for that reanimate. I'm just going to hit this Entomb now,
That's right.
See if there's another land here, if it was just a swamp to protect for the Entomb reanimate thing. Unless you just fetch a swap to be a little more brainstorm or wasteland proofed. There's a wasteland. Face up wasteland. There's a lot of. I see the volcanic island that's back in their hand. Ooh. I feel like this Thoughtseize has kind of been played a little less in his decks recently. So I'm kind of surprised to see it. I guess if you have a beautiful one like that, you better fucking play it. But
and it looks like this is
very nice.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the what is it? Not Strixhaven. Is it Strixhaven alternate, the Japanese ones?
Oh, is it a Mystical Archive?
Yes. Yep.
I just recognize the art. I forgot which one it is.
I believe that's it. I mean, I could be wrong.
An interesting, I don't want to say anemic hand, but not a ton going on in this blue-red Delvers.
Well, if you
Murktide,
based on the mana base from Abby, if you do see like if her gameplay is anime based and has no targets now, I might have this section where this DRC just.
That's true. There are some versions that play Fatal Push and try to play more of a
let's take a look.
Tameo plus.
I did see at least one Tameo. I see 3 Tameos here. Yeah, so 3 Tameo, 2 Murktide, 2 Bowmasters. Yeah. Only 1 Barragoyf. 3 Brazen Borrows feels like a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of meta game right now.
Does.
There's a lot of things you just need to bounce for a turn. Just a normal package there. I actually don't see Fatal Push.
Okay.
Is
not even on the board?
I don't see any 2 pushes in the board.
I mean, certainly there's a lot of different ways to build the blue-black shell.
Interesting to see absolutely no removal. I guess Borrower is your removal.
Borrower is your removal. Yeah. And it's just your catch-all for any hate pieces.
And against Murktide, by the way, it's really good.
Yeah.
If somebody cast the Murktide with A's in hand,
I think I'm seeing double. I see 2 of Jonathan.
Super nice.
For nice Volks now.
And the full art Murktide.
And the full art Murktide. So this might be, the downside of just playing the Dimir archetype is once you have these bigger threats that are pushable resolved, and just said that they don't have push in general.
Yeah, but again, that's where Brazen Bar was better. I think this one too was you're relying on that reanimate and this basic swamp that you fetched, and now you're kind of in a situation where you just can't get your spells out.
Right.
Like they might have Borrower in hand, it just doesn't matter.
Just love Swords to Plowshare.
And another Brainstorm. That's what Abby took with the Thoughtseize, right? It was the second Brainstorm?
Yes.
So this is Brainstorm number 3?
Yep.
Not put in your hand, personally. Especially if this Wasteland's ever activated. Like.
Oh, I didn't realize that the border had been extended on the Murktide, too. Is that...
Yep, that's what I was saying over there.
Is that Jonathan's team,
I believe so, yeah. I believe he got those altered originally with the Volcanics for Delver. Jungi Ito Thoughtseize. Is that part of a secret lair? Is that not Mystical Archive? Very cool. What were the other cards in that one?
Yep.
Right, Doomsday. That's what it looks like.
And we're done.
Yeah, after this, after the Corey Steel Cutter resolves, like it's 3 o'clock, there's no draw that gets her out of it.
And an emphatic scoop by Abby.
I wonder if she fetches like a dual land there, not fearing Wasteland. She doesn't know her card's supposed to be dazed. It's not like wrong choice. I wonder what her hand looked like if it actually mattered, if Borrower got in there or something about the bag. But I'm gonna hop into my sideboard over here.
And while you're doing that, I think it just highlights like some of the fun of Legacy gameplay, which is that like usually in these like Tempo or Delver style decks, like a lot of what is going on is just jockeying for those 3 or 4 turns. Mm-hmm. You're trading off wastelands, you're dazing each other's spells. But then really the first one to land their big threat, whether it's a Trax on Abby's side or just taking all those cards and shoving them into exile for a Murktide, that can just carry the rest of the game. So what is happening, even though it was a quick concession, a lot of the gameplay happened in the lead up to the Murktide Regent. It wasn't a lot of back and forth, on the physical battlefield. I
also think Legacy is very interesting because one fetch decision or wasteland decision can make or break your matchup, which is unreal. You know, like maybe fetching Underground Scene she could game, but because she played around a different set of cards, she was worried about Wasteland. It's kind of a different setup. I also think there's an old Magic adage that wrong threats, only wrong answers. I think Legacy really stretches that. Legacy and Vintage push that, where it's like you can die to a Steel Cutter that never triggers more than once. Because sometimes it's just we're fighting on the stack and it doesn't matter, and now eventually my 2/2 or 3/2 will get there. So that's why Borrower is kind of interesting to me because it's good removal, but like I've killed tons of people with Brazen Bar with the actual, not the petty theft bar, but the Brazen Bar itself. So very interesting here.
Talk to me about sideboards.
So I think it's 2 Barragoyfs, a Bitter Triumph for a 2 fatal pushes for removal. I don't think Hydroblast comes in. I know it hits Corey Steel Cutter, but there's no Expressive Iteration or anything else that's important to hit, right?
Yeah, I mean, Unholy Heat exists in game 1. I'm not sure how much of those exist in game 2.
I don't know if that's the card you're trying to beat as a random player.
Definitely not. Because your Trax is already. for example.
How do you feel about Dalsy Voidwalker?
Of course.
You putting it in?
I mean, especially with her having thought seizes.
Yeah.
I think if you can just like, if you take a cutter, or if you take a Murktide, or you take something, you know, it's reasonable, and even just maybe a Force of Will, the upside is there, I think.
It also makes it hard for Murktide to be active around, just because your fetch lands are not going to
especially being on the play.
Yes.
Are there any dark rituals, or is it just kind of the tempo?
No dark ritual, just kind of that more
rituals?
tempo
Okay.
Bowmisters version. We are in the full 4 Entomb, 3 days, 1 animate day. Only 5 reanimates.
Yep.
What do you think sideboard over there? Oh, sorry, one here. You bring Fatal Push in here on this side, right?
I think you.
It doesn't. Probably. It's not really great against Core Steel Cutter, but
no, but it can help against your.
Its DRC is really important. Yeah.
Sorry, on Nate's side of the board, we have access to 4 Pyroblasts. Seems like an easy include.
Yeah, it seems really good. And the red side, yeah.
2 Surgical Extractions against the Reanimator deck. Seems like an easy include.
It can be. There are times where they just tempo you out and that card looks terrible in your hand. I'm bringing them in every time.
Yep.
It is, especially with your Steel Cutter, where it actually can trigger it.
Yeah.
It is sometimes just terrible.
Yeah. 2 Grafdigger's Cage, which maybe you want one or the other, maybe not both, depending on your player draw. And depending on, like, if you like, maybe part of the plan that you could see, or a little sub game, is surgical her at some point in the game, see how she's boarding, and then it informs if Cage is actually better, if she's just saying,
especially for game 3 going later.
Exactly. 2 Force of Negation, but I think you just want to do the traditional Delver thing, where you usually cut a lot of your forces, bring in your very cheap and efficient blasts.
This is very, like, interesting though, because I always cut forces, or aren't interested in forces in the mid-range mirror, but it's so important against Reanimate. So how do you view this matchup then? You're saying it's more to the mid-range side, you don't want them? You're have your 1 mana removal, or 1 mana counters moved on?
I think I'm in favor of shaving, not necessarily eliminating.
Gotcha.
So maybe cutting 2 forces. I mean, you still want the days.
You're not bringing Force Negation in though for you.
I don't think so. I think you want the Pyroblasts, you want some amount of Surgical Extractions or Cages, and then there's irrelevant things like Hydroblast, Meltdown, Null Rod, Price of Progress. So
yeah, what's the thought coming up here?
Yeah. And we are off to the races again already.
We're on 3 wastelands on this side. Are you still on 4 over there? I know we're on 6 baubles.
Absolutely, 4. 6 baubles.
I love me cameo.
So we're on UC into Ponder. Average gameplay from Legacy.
I mean, this is how she.
No shuffle though. That's the most important mode.
That's how she started last game. It didn't end up working. So we'll see how this goes. See if we end up in a wasteland day situation. Oh, Grafdigger Cage is in his hand.
Cool.
So we did bring those in.
We'll see
I
if
guess
this is a legitimate something.
I guess with wasteland, he's maybe deciding: do I want to just land this down now? Get to me. I think I just wasteland here.
I like wastelanding too because it. Whether Abby entombs on the next turn, then you can just be like, okay, here's Cage.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So even if there is like another, you also just saw how this affected last time. Maybe that's just different. Wasteland it again, or maybe she goes that basic swamp. Hurts her. See.
Oh, I didn't even realize we had channel points active. Apparently, we need to hydrate, which I think I've already kind of been doing. A little Sprite, which is carbonated water technically, with a bunch of glucose.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really hydrating, but. So Misty Rainforest crack here. So this is probably Cage coming down, right?
I would imagine it's Cage.
Is there any world in which if you have, like, let's say you have Force and Days Up or something like that you actually DRC here if you have it, and then just get prepared to Ponder.
Pondering.
Either. Because they're waiting on the Cage. I guess you don't want to get Days or set up there.
Yeah.
You have to have a counter play, right?
Correct. If you do not have counterspell or
slam Cage
Days,
every time,
yeah. Because I don't think you can afford to go let your opponent untap or even get a Surveil with the Sewers.
Yeah, it has to be
Surveil or
right.
Entomb into, say, a Traxxas or Grizzlebrand, untap, reanimate, have permission.
We do have this interesting situation where if Abby does go for the Entomb end of turn and they both have a Daze, it could be quite the blowout for Nate.
Definitely.
I guess with Ponder you have a little more to dig for something important, but thank you, Hendrix. Appreciate you. It's fun up here. I don't know how it's coming out across there, but I'm having a good time.
It is fun.
I like just showing up to watch Magic with a friend is like, all right, yeah, I'm in.
That's true.
You talked me into it. We are fetching into turn here. Surveil. Yep. It's because Surveil tracks right into the graveyard. Let's just hit this.
Yeah.
Put this Archon just right from the top.
For the one time.
This is how all my Moto players beat me, so all my Moto opponents.
There is quite a lot of interesting art on the battlefield between the Expedition Wasteland, the Expedition Misty Rainforest, is that the D&D Ponder maybe?
That Ponder is the one we just talked about, isn't it? Wait, which one?
The one on Murktide side.
Oh no, that's the one I was talking about. That's part of the... I can't remember if it's community altar? Something. I think it's a fuller version of it. Art, but
obviously the volcanic islands that
wasn't there a 5-drop to fairy altar, like a community one or something. Did we? I missed the Surveil. Did that Polluted Delta? No, so it kept on top.
Yeah, it kept on top.
Wasteland to start off with.
Oh boy,
not as good without a creature in the graveyard here, but this is Legacy, man. Legacy rules.
Yeah, we do have a Flooded Strand, so we're not just dead.
Got a crack Flooded Strand.
How do you feel about... I don't think it was registered today in the 75 for Abby. How do you feel about just the Miser's Stifle?
I hate it. You're always going to top deck it when you need it most, something else.
But when it's good, it's good.
I think in this current meta, though, there's not a lot of stuff that feels great to stifle unless you were playing your own Dreadnoughts.
That's true. We're kind of a far cry from like the Rug Delver.
Yeah, it's really good where, when you can hit a fetch land here. By the way, we're on turn 3 now. We're still not seeing the cage resolve, or even attempt to be cast.
Yeah. A little interesting.
No spell end of turn. Also very. We're just going hardcore here. Wish you could see Abby's hand a little better. Leaves are making everything look so black. Oh, I see Forcible up front. I want to say it's a High Tide, but I'm guessing it's Hydroblast, because what else could I mistake for a High Tide, right? Yeah, it's Hydroblast, for sure. We see Hydroblast and Force in.
I think you have
and she passes her
I think
back.
I would develop the case. Or we are just going for a Murktide. Oh.
I think they're just counting for Delirium. But it's a lot of land.
There we go.
Cage, Surreal Trigger. Interesting.
Cannot be Power Blasted.
You always let the Surveil Trigger go first, right? She has the Force of Will and fight over. None of them zero. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why I think those
what has
look
been
better.
added to the back? I'm kind of curious to snap this before. Okay.
Dazing first. So
hopefully we floated a mana.
So we saw Hydroblast. Have Daze. This is interesting to go on Daze. So like what I almost feel like I would rather have Force. I guess Force is still live, right? Because we still have Hydroblast in hand.
Well, it's the like micro synergy between Sewers and Daze. Because you get the other Surveil.
Right, you get the Surveil again. Yep. How relevant is that here though when you're nothing going on?
Well, it also doesn't cost you another card.
True.
Right.
Well, I wasn't saying Force instead. I was more saying like got rid of your blue card for Force. Huh? Hydroblast now. Now that we know the coast is clear and you're not going to fight over... If you're not going to fight over the Graph Trigger's Cage, I think so, but this Daze might be unlocked. If this is a Daze here, I'm Force will. First.
Oh my goodness.
Murktide Engrave. Okay.
Looks like we...
Really interesting decision. So do you... Again here.
Well, interesting. Did we not have Delirium after? Or was this post-combat?
This is...
Because we have land, instant, creature, and artifact.
We could say it's post-combat, but also no way.
Maybe that's what they're realizing. I think that's what they're realizing
I
now.
think they thought it came to play this turn. It came to play last turn, because this was the Cage turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like they're going to call a judge. They need to essentially rewind.
Yeah,
since he was
they can come ask us. We're
attack.
on camera, but I'm pretty sure he had to attack. And even if he didn't post combat, like why would he?
Yeah.
Why would you have to announce I'm in main phase 2?
Right.
So it's creature, instant, artifact, land.
So I
Look
think
at that brainstorm altar.
that is sick. What we're overhearing from the judge's commentary is that they're going to leave it as is since there's been a passing of the turn. There's been a couple game actions taken since then.
Yeah,
I think it's fairly intuitive that it just needs to be tapped, and basically Abby probably should lose 3 life.
I would say so. I think that when it's beneficial to you, though, you kind of play on the other side.
Right.
Abby had a mana floating from the days to pay for the follow-up days, no?
Only if she floated the
Yes.
mana. It's not clear to me. I think she just picked up the
She
the
should
UC.
have, though.
But I agree optimally
Yeah.
that is what should have happened.
Yeah, that should have. I don't know
So
if that was announced.
a little,
I'm with you, but
yeah, a little bit messy in the details of that turn, both from
I
the
will.
DRC
I will
side
say
and
this: in these longer tournaments, when you get to round 5, it's a lot harder to play
follow-up
super cleanly.
DRC. Okay.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, I'm not sure that this is.
This is, so the
Okay.
days is good here, but this is why I was over that Hydroblast, just because turning that into killing an actual creature is very important if you don't have other. Like if this days didn't get through here, double DRC is just backbreak. And again, this land's gonna be. I would see a lot of surveil triggers. More third surveil trigger. This one.
So like I said, the little micro synergy of
Barrowgorf. I
Okay.
wonder that has to be main hand.
These brainstorms are really beautiful.
They are. I'm surprised to see brainstorm main. Just while it's tapped out. Not the force. I think we see 2 forces and a daze in hand now.
I need to ask Abby where she got those altered, because I mean
Those are really.
they are
They also seem like they match each other but aren't exact replicas.
right.
I really love when alters do that, where it's like the
Mhm.
same style but the exact, copy paste kind of feel.
Yep.
All right, 2 cards back. So I wonder if this is next turn is going to be Reanimator force days up. Just get this Barrowgorf on. Barrowgorf is so hard to kill for
Very
this
hard to
deck. You can't Hydroblast it. You can't. Not easy to bolt.
Yeah, let's recognize the deal.
Okay. Fail here. Holy Heat.
Holy Heat, still in.
That's one way to get rid of the Barrowgorf sometimes.
That's true.
Not always. I don't know. There's 5 card types in 8's side alone, right?
That's true. We picked up Bolt. We picked up another DRC and something that heavily. Maybe it's the
I think
other.
it's 2 bolts.
Looks like it's Volk, DRC, and Bolt.
These aren't good. So 2 bolts back on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like the blue-red tempo
Fetch here
decks
either, yeah.
have been, kind of a tier 1 deck for a long time.
Yeah.
Even when it was Delver, now it's Corey Steelcutter. Seems like what is it called? The Astrologian. The card we were.
Is that in there? Yeah.
It's not in his particular 75.
That's a fun one though.
But that I think is a very interesting.
This is like a more
direction.
aggressive take on that, where it's like I'm gonna play cutters and turn DRCs and turn shit sideways.
The baubles are interesting.
I thought
I don't know that 6 baubles is where I wanted.
I don't either, but I mean, if you want to trigger Steel Cutter every time, it's a pretty good way to do it, right? And then DRC triggers just nonstop, just fill in your graveyard. I think that Astrologian is pretty interesting for the blue-black versions that don't rely on red.
I think so too. And they're wizards.
So it's so fresh. So fresh. You just talked me into the black magic rod for Pauper. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, you're right. This card's actually insane.
Well, I think I saw in challenges, I think it was maybe 2 days ago or 3 days ago.
Okay, here's your anime target. She has tons of backup right now. So
surgical, there it is.
Oh, wait, I know we have at least 1 Force of Will. I see 2 Force of Wills right now.
So now this is the legacy gameplay we came for.
And something to pitch.
Things on the stack. Oh, that is a 2 sick forces.
Force pitching full.
And 2 pimp decks just bashing each other.
Dude, legacy players are wild.
Okay, so we've got a big stack here. We've got multiple surveil triggers. We've got
4 cards on stack and
Pyro on force on surgical.
He knew it was lightning bolt. That's right. He just got rid of both of those.
Right,
terrible cards. What did we through?
So we got Barrowgorf.
Oh. He's surgicaling. That's what we're doing.
Oh,
I was like,
no,
we didn't fight through that enough. What did she reveal from her hand? 1 card. That's dire straits now. So she brought in all the Baragorys in. Like, obviously.
Yep.
The card's great here. Her deck's pimp. Looks
Yeah,
nice.
man.
It reanimates too, matching the brainstorm. It's like,
know.
see, I couldn't do that because if reanimate gets banned, I'm just gonna cry for the next 10 years of my life.
Yeah. What I was gonna say though is I think there was a Jeskai deck earlier this week that was playing a wizard sub theme, and because it is Astrologians something.
That's
because it makes it a wizard. They were playing that plus Snapcaster Mage plus Tameo plus something else with Flame of Venor, and they just had like a Jeskai Wizards deck that 5-0'd or maybe top 8 at the challenge. For swords primarily in some way. Sideboard cards.
Tameo is the last card. I don't think it's good enough here.
I don't either.
Because Nate still has a decent amount of gas
now,
in hand.
Interestingly, just with what's happened in terms of the stack,
second DRC,
it is a little unfortunate that we bin both those bolts because we could just be down to 2.
Yeah. I still think that's the correct call though, especially when you know you have a second DRC in hand. Like,
sure,
you're gonna get there, you know.
Sure.
Rail keep on top, draw 3 for Bryn. Man, this is I really thought the random was gonna get through. I really thought it saw. We already used the Hydroblast, right? And then we had Force of Will, but no other card to pitch.
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah, Thundertrap Trainer was another wizard that they were using.
Oh, fun!
Yeah,
that card. So every time I cast that card, when I played that Splendor Twin for that one random challenge that I top 8'd in, I was just like I was like, this is the best card in the format.
Yeah. Yep.
Has an insane kicker. Offspring's nuts.
Yep. So just a nice little concept introduced by this cutter style card that
and it
comes in, makes a body, has an effect.
It's really early. We'll see what it looks like here. I wonder if push is in the list, but this is a very
you can't attack with this Tameo and do a 3/3.
You killed one DRC and they're just pretty rough. You can crack a clue and try to hit a here.
Yeah,
if you brought him in.
Could. I mean, I guess she's only got one card in hand.
It's Brazen Borrower. She has to decide between that or.
Well, if it's Brazen Borrower, I think it's an easy choice to just bounce the DRC, get a clue in.
Is that clue even good? Don't you want to just play the Brazen Borrower and block? Ooh, Dothy. So she did bring Dothy in. A little late for that, being that the graveyard is super fat. We'll cast it here, I think. Tameo blocking 3 life is maybe relevant.
Yep.
Wait, doesn't he have a Daze in hand still?
I see Brainstorm.
There's a mana open, doesn't matter.
Brainstorm, I think Ponder and Force.
I think just for the double surveil alone, this is good.
Yes. And if you can like hit a bolt.
Yeah, you can end the game, or even like Murktide, just make it so like there's no.
Yep. This looks pretty
Bolt's
in control.
Not lethal, notably. She can block with him.
Yes, that's true.
Ponder, double triggers as well. Yeah, this is.
Here's the strength of this blue-red deck. It's just once the surveil engine is online and flowing.
And even if you replace one of these DRCs with a Quarry Steel Cutter, it's even more out of control, right? Like there's been twice this game I think that Nate cast 2 spells on Abby's turn, even.
Yeah.
So like.
Now I'm curious. Now that I've seen, I think I've seen. Was that 3 forces or 2 forces?
Yeah.
Just what the exact boarding configuration is, because like I said, the traditional.
We're seeing 3 forces, but you said you might only trim 1 or 2, so that might still match.
That's true. I guess I'm thinking more in the mirror, but obviously some of the conventional wisdom of these Delver decks is that like 1 mana to just counter most of the things.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had the discussion around Force of Will being very good.
Well, also we talked about Gravediggers, Craft Cage, and Surgical, and he decided I'm treating this as a reanimator deck, not mid range. I'm bringing them all in. So if you're thinking Reanimator,
DRC,
it's 4th DRC.
Or yeah, sorry,
on the graveyard.
That's true. That's
wild.
True. I think this is
unless she brought engineered explosives in. Yeah. All right. Nate takes it 2-0. Yeah.
With
so
Pyroblast.
I think if you just decide, hey, I'm viewing this as a reanimator deck.
It sounds like we might actually get a little bit of a view as to what
mid-range.
was boarded in and out.
Yeah.
A little curious to see how right or wrong I was.
Well, it's just a different mentality, right? Because the strength of the reanimator decks is it's both a reanimator deck and a mid-range deck. It can play the Barograph game, the Force of Will.
Definitely.
But Nate seemed to think I'm going to treat this as everything that hits the graveyard. I'm bringing every counter spell in. I wouldn't be surprised if, based on that, he brought a Force Negation or 2 in.
Yep.
just to stop the reanimate from, and just decide, hey, if we're gonna get to a mid-range game, I'm gonna have better creatures. I have DC, I have Steel Cutter, I'm gonna surgical. You're good threats, you know. So there we go,
Okay,
full in, force negation in 2. Yeah,
basically what we said.
yeah. That's just a mentality change, you know. Sometimes you try to beat this as a mid-range deck where you're just gonna counter reanimate anyway, fairly with your dazes, slams, and all that. Different kind of vibe though.
Bring out acquiring mind. Oh, the baubles. I didn't even think about the baubles. Yeah, the baubles are probably terrible.
Well, I mean, is he cutting Steel Cutter as well? Is he just becoming more like slower mid-range kind of thing?
Yeah, it could be that you
don't need that many threats against this deck.
No.
That remove, like we showed, removal main deck was no, you know.
Yeah. No, the baubles make good sense.
How are we on time? We want to do an interview?
Or yeah, I was gonna say, well, they're not allowed to get up from the table unless they're just getting away. So if we have the ability to switch to another game,
slide someone over,
ideal.
yeah, do that as well.
There's an
Archon came out. Interesting.
Holy.
And animate. I think cutting the animate dead makes sense because you're against days. You're not super likely to have a man to begin with. The 2 mana. Sure. We're gonna take a quick break. We might come back for an interview. If not, we're gonna walk around and spot some tables, and then maybe we'll be back for top 4, depending on how the splits go.
Awesome.
Thanks, team. See you soon.
All right, welcome back to the booth. We're getting word that our players have actually decided to split top 4 for a hefty little payout. So
soft, weak Americans, you know, giving up. Back in my trios day, we used to play out for the trophy, but
it's so true. The hard men create good times.
Yes,
good times
that's
create soft
exactly
men.
what happened. We set the standard too strong, but yeah, unfortunately, no more today. We do get to see a lot of some fun games, a few not so fun games.
Yep.
But definitely anyone in the area, definitely come back for trios. Standard Legacy Pauper. The middle seat does rotate, so sometimes it'll be modern. The Legacy Pauper is static, just great for this.
If you were hoping to see more standard, obviously the PT is still ongoing. That's where you can get your fix. So apologies for no more magic from us for today, but thanks for hanging out, and thanks for supporting Trios content. Like Tristan said, if you're local to the area or within a decent drive, please do come out. It's always a fun time. And again, we can't say enough good things about the owner, the environment here. The judge we have is
subpar, I guess.
D plus,
like a C minus, not bad,
C minus,
passing grade, but not like I can't wait to tell my friends.
But yeah, a lot of fun. Obviously, our first time in the booth, as we mentioned earlier, and I had a blast.
Yeah, it's fun. Listen, I'll do this anytime. We don't have to be on stream. If you want to just watch Magic, hang out, and fine. I'll just show up to Steven and tell him to put us on the big screen. I think this is a good one. So glad we didn't do standard too much with PT going on, but we're gonna do a quick interview in a bit for Steven, our fearless leader, the one who brought us all together. And then we'll talk a little bit about upcoming events and stuff going on. I know there's a fun PH event that you're going to participate in.
Definitely.
Easily going to spike for you, for sure. Pretty sure Austin can't wait to judge that one.
True.
And then we have...
there at least won't be any 11-hour games.
We'll see. Sure. See. I don't know. It's just more fun. It's just more Magic. What's better than that, yeah, other than that, I think we're all set. So thanks for doing this with me, man.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna pop off, and then Steve will come in. You guys will talk for a bit.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Are we get him now? Are we ready for him?
Alrighty, we are wrapping up our day here, but definitely didn't want to leave the stream without chatting with the man in charge, Mr. Steven. Owner of Game Night allows us to do all this fun stuff. If you're familiar with the stream at all, or any other the other events that you've seen in terms of Team Trios, the CDH stuff that they stream, what was it, every 2 months or so? You guys have some big event or something?
We usually stream about once a month, sometimes twice a month.
Okay. And certainly some upcoming Pauper events that are going to be
too. The Common Ground Cup is coming up, as well as our Land Go Summer event, which I believe is titled Pool Priority. It's for a Judge Cradle. First place, second through third will get a Volcanic Island revised, and then 5th through 16th will get their entry back in the store credit. That is if we cap at 80 people. Entry is only $50. That's pretty competitive considering the prize pool.
So obviously that's coming up. I think the date on that is July 12th. Does that sound about right?
July 12th is the date.
You guys also have an RCQ next weekend, right? On
next Saturday.
Cool. And then we've got the
28th.
Common 28th. Yep. And then August 2nd, I believe, the Common Ground Cup. Is that correct? The Pauper event?
Yes.
Cool.
That is correct.
So if you're in the area, please come out and see us. Obviously, like we've said, always a fun time.
Sorry.
And apparently allergic to success, this guy over here.
No, I'm allergic to my failures today while I was playing.
How was it playing? Obviously, like most of the time you're behind the scenes. And...
Man, I had a blast today. It was great to just get to play. Since taking ownership of Game Night 7 years ago, I don't get to play much these days, but whenever I do, I thoroughly enjoy it. Okay. Win or lose, I can honestly say that I'm a little rusty. I usually pick up my practice closer to Eternal Weekend, and it's coming up. North America is early to mid-October this year. So we'll be making that annual trip up there as a team. And last year I went 12-3, so I want to make sure I do the same thing, if not better. So I just got to make sure I practice. I got some practice in with Stifle Knot before this event, but things don't work out sometimes.
Did you see anything particularly spicy coming out of the Final Fantasy release? I know some people have been.
Yeah.
And I'm butchering the name of the card, but the Astrologians, is it like wand or something that creates a wizard?
Yeah. Okay. People are gonna call me crazy. Here we go. I am very hot on Cloud Midgar Mercenary as like a 5th Stoneforge. I don't think you want to play more than one, and it's definitely got to be in the right shell. But I'm thinking a Jitte, and you got to be able to protect him, right? But a Jitte attached to a Cloud, I mean, that's 8 activation with one swing.
Yeah.
And then if you get a second swing in, man, I mean, that's 32. I mean, one swing should be game over if you get it. Now that's a little jank. I get it. Everything has to come together in like happy, perfect land. That doesn't always happen. But yeah, I still think the Stoneforge decks have a lot of stuff, I think, from Final Fantasy, rather.
I know some of the modern Hammer Time sickos have been talking about that card as well. It's kind of like you said, as an additional Stoneforge, and just adding to the number of threats or number of ways they have to tutor up their artifacts of choice.
Yep.
Cool. Any other kind of closing thoughts on the legacy side of things, or anything else you want to shout out, pitch for what's coming up with Game Night? Anything?
Not so much on the legacy side of things or with Game Night. I just wanted to say, hey, thanks for everyone for coming out. Thank you for everyone who participated and watched the live stream. Thank you, Spencer.
Sure.
Both of y'all and Kyle, always doing a great job.
Yeah.
Thank you to my team for holding down the fort while I got to goof off today. Like usually doesn't happen. But
Yeah, shout out to Kyle for keeping things moving on the production front. Again, thanks for the opportunity to not just play here, but also to cast for the first time. And have anything else? Sign off.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks, man.
Till next time.
See you guys.